Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. We're up to week 5. It is day number 1 in the second week of our cross-conference matches. I'm, of course, Max Atlas Anderson, and I'm joined by Indiana Frosker and Black. How you doing? Welcome to the second week of our interesting cross-group matches.
Always excited to be here, and even more excited to start off with that second group of cross-conference.
Yeah, exactly right. And the cross-conference so far has been very, very interesting. Of course, a lot of teams falling when we wouldn't necessarily expect them to, and other teams really finding some success. And where I want to start is honestly where I'm most perplexed, because Game Talents are still winning, Frosker, and I just don't understand.
It's kind of interesting. Game Talents, what I really like about this team, and again, it's two parts of two teams that didn't fare very well last split, kind of stuck together, have found a lot of success, but in the way that they're finding success, it's through their kind of macro decision-making.
Yeah.
They're much more consistent late game than a lot of other teams, and they've proven, especially against the likes of Team WE, that if you take them to those 55-minute moments where it comes down to a single team fight, that not only do they have the mechanical ability to keep up with the best of them, but they have the decision-making and the patience to do so.
Yeah, and there are sort of two players that have really stood out on this team as well. Gimgoon looking phenomenal there towards the top side of the map, and then I always get drawn to him, the man in the bottom lane, Mr. Savoki, the guy that came out and started playing Blitzcrank last split, but now is a real linchpin for the team. It's sort of like very, very top and bottom focused. And
that's the beautiful thing about Game Talents is that they're weighted exactly where they need to be in order to team fight effectively in the LPL, a region that's known for its team fighting ability. The fact that their top laner, Gimgoon, is very successful. Wushang, their jungler, kind of hit or miss, but when he does hit, he's definitely online and can keep up with the likes of, Kondi and those types of junglers. And then you have Savoki, who's excellent at kind of playing those peel disengage supports. His #1 played support right now is going to be that Trundle.
Yeah.
So the fact that they can use that as a flex pick, I think speaks to the fact that Republic and PentaQ just get to sit back and say, okay, all of our front line is doing so much work for us, so they're going to set up the dominoes and we just need to knock them over.
Yeah, and they're actually playing incredibly well, making sure that they can knock over the dominoes, which is something that we were raising questions about early on in the split. But there are other teams that have been doing some interesting things as well. And if we have a look at the other side of the spectrum, a team that we had high hopes for, WE, have been faltering here in this cross group.
Just slightly, though. I mean, if we're really going to look at teams that kind of, we set them up for expectations and they've failed a little bit short, I wouldn't say Team WE come in #1 there. Yes, they did fall to Game Talents, but again, if you're going to take the game consistently to that late game point and put it on a 50-50 coin flip that you can win the team fight that's going to decide the death timers and the Nexus being destroyed, then occasionally you're going to get burned for that. More importantly, I think kind of newbie should be looked at in terms of teams that we set up for great success that aren't just quite reaching it yet.
Yeah, and newbie, of course, on the back of their jungle, Swift, who has been playing extraordinarily well, doing massive amounts of damage. It's almost like they've finally found how they're going to win these games in the LPL. It's sort of throughout that late game with deficits that they don't seem to care about, much like the very old QG.
And it goes back to this idea of trying to find Dade's responsibility in the team. So if the win conditions for newbie have always been their ability to 5v5 late game, kind of the comeback kings, if you will, it doesn't matter the gold deficit, you take them to a 5v5. They have some of the best 5v5ers in the world. You look at someone like Dade, obviously known for his Yasuo play. We got to see that last week, was amazing. But it just comes back to this idea of can they get them to that point? Dade, Pekko, and even V aren't known for their lane phase. Swift often has to play very early ganking junglers or early power junglers to compensate for their inability to lane and get them to that point.
Well, we'll see whether they can continue to do so. Some other teams that definitely need to mention, Snake finding themselves back into some, I guess, form here as well. SOFM mixing up his jungle pathing, not being necessarily as predictable, and jumping on the Lee Sin, much as OMG did as well, and playing phenomenally well in game #2.
I was going to say, he's not the only one who's been on the Lee Sin. Shueisha coming up huge for OMG.
Kondi as well.
Yeah, to get their first win of the LPL so far against Invictus Gaming. But you are correct, SOFM has been changing up his ganking pathing a little bit. He kind of came into the LPL, and what he would do is he would ignore both of his buffs, because obviously the camps mean the exact same amount of experience. So he would rush through multiple camps instead of wasting time, not wasting time, but spending extra time trying to take down the blue and red buff to try to get a level advantage as well as vision control. He was known for taking control of both Rift Scuttlers, which is pretty hard to do, having that much control over your side of the map and doing it as quickly. But the big thing for Snake is the fact that not only SOFM is being less predictable in his jungle pathing, but that Tank in particular is also stepping up and helping cover for when SOFM does go for these very aggressive invades and moves. Yeah,
and Tank, like this is a player that we've been speaking about a lot because Snake tend to play to the ceiling of their mid laner. But it seems to not necessarily even be as relevant to talk about anymore just because SOFM is stepping up so much and Tank is becoming more consistently good from that mid lane position.
Yeah, expanding his champion pool. Used to be a little bit fragile on the likes of Azir, you know, not quite as effective as other Azir players in the region, shoring up a lot of that discrepancy.
Yeah, most certainly is. Flandre there on the top side of the map as well. More than happy to jump into any backline that he finds himself in and has definitely been very, very successful doing it. But some other teams that we can talk about, of course, LGD making a bit of a surge there as well. I mean, unfortunately, just coming off a loss, I believe, as we are going to have a look at some KDA rankings while we talk about it. But LGD have been looking better, and they've been going back to their let's just fight for it and see what happens style, and it's working out in a lot of their games.
Kind of going back and resting on the loins of their talented roster in Imp and Marn in particular, likewise the resurgence of PYL helping them up.
Exactly right. Clear Love still here at the top of the jungle KDA rankings as well, as SOFM has found himself equal with Condi.
And we were having a chat about this before the show. Look at the talent pool of junglers in the
insane.
LPL. Clear Love, MLXG, Condi, SOFM, and Dandy. The KDAs there say it all, and that's not even including the likes of upcoming talent like Wusheng.
Yeah, and Swift as well, who has been playing fantastically, just not necessarily in the KDA department. We're talking about large numbers, though. Athena still well and truly at the top of that one for Aime, and has been the starting mid laner for the team as well after coming off their recent victory over Saint. He has definitely been looking good. Xiaohu, Tank, Bamey, and Xie all well and truly up there, but notable omission from that list is Rookie, who hasn't necessarily been finding success in his games, but has still been playing very well.
And notable omission from this list is the like of Imp, who unfortunately due to LGD's lackluster performance has been unable to peak on the KDA rankings. But speaking of talented pools in the LPL, you've got Uzi, Deft, and Mystic still sitting there.
Yeah, most certainly. Martin still at the very top, but of course being switched in for Crystal and then having some pretty good games with Snake means that you are going to have a pretty high number, and it's not the 63 that it used to be. But if we're talking about KDA rankings, Savoki well and truly deserving of that top position, even with the likes of Mako, Marta, and Zero sitting there with him.
We talked about how game talents, a lot of their success has been on the fact that Savoki is a key playmaker during these 5v5 team fights for them, as well as roam potential. Get his champion pool a bit more interesting in terms of the Trundle, but definitely deserving to be on those KDA stats.
Almost certainly, and has been using that Trundle to such great effect in order to knock people out of Jhin ultimates, things like that. As we have a look at the MVP rankings, Deft, Mystic, Uzi, and MLXG all up the top on 5 points. And look, that's 380 carries. And I want to talk about this because the LPL has a pretty interesting meta. We've been talking about sort of 80 carry, the position, where it is at the moment, with a lot of control mages running around. They're not feeling quite as relevant until the late stages of the game. But there are a lot of teams that have been finding ways to carry from the position regardless.
Yeah, there's a very interesting idea when you kind of look at the meta as a whole. You look at the NA/LCS, Ashe has been really the kind of the standout pick right now, so a lot of utility moving over to that 80 carry position. Ezreal's still kind of the biggest pick for 80 carries in terms of the LPL, considering, although he can itemize into utility with the Iceborne Gauntlet. But it's this idea that, you know, 6'11", Trinity Force, carry top laners are running around. The backline dive threat is so incredible on the 80 carries. The control mages can kill them. As we take a look at the standings, it's like, how do these 80 carries continue to be relevant? Because if you look at the standings, you've got Edward Gaming and RNG kind of sitting at the top, 2 of the best 80 carries in the league.
Exactly.
But it's the fact that the junglers help compensate for this. So when you focus around the 80 carry position, you abandon a ton of control over the rest of the map just because it takes them so long to ramp up due to the time frame of their itemization, you know, getting to that 3-item power spike before you're relevant, although Ezreal 2-item power spike. But when you have junglers like MLXG, Clear Love, and Dandy, you can kind of compensate for playing more around the bot lane just because your jungler is going to take over in the early game.
Yeah, and we're having a look. We saw it in that last group, of course, Game Talents and EDG, well and truly up the top. PentaQ has been definitely a linchpin, has been more of a janitorial style on that team, but EDG, Deft has been playing out of his mind, and with 2 brand new solo laners on that team, they're not necessarily expected to carry. And we have a look at this group as well. RNG, they play around Uzi a heck of a lot. Basically, whichever team Uzi's on, Uzi's going to be doing a lot of the work.
And it's not even just RNG, it's also Team WE. So
yeah,
again,
exactly.
The top 3 teams in the league, EDG, RNG, and Team WE, their 80 carries all get the highest gold percentage of anyone on the team.
That's exactly right. Well, today, we do have some matchups for you, of course, as Vici are going to be taking on Saint first up, the first best of 3 series, and then EDG up against OMG, a massive historical match. And I have a feeling there's going to be some interesting substitutions, at least, sitting on the bench for this one, Proskeren.
Yeah, so Loveling and Cool are both on the substitution roster for OMG. They are not starting. It will be Icon and Shui Shui, but obviously if they're on the substitution roster, it could be a possibility that we see an old school throwback to OMG 2013 style.
Yeah, and as you explained it to me, the Bash Brothers possibly coming back. But let's get into our first series of today. Starting off with Vici Gaming are going to be on the blue side. It is going to be Lung, Dandy, Easy Hoon, Endless, and Caveman with Xuan Chuan P sitting on the bench, probably in for game number 2 if history has taught us anything. And Vici did just recently come off a 2-0 loss to Newbie, who brought out the Yasuo, played some pretty fantastic League of Legends, and they're probably looking to bounce back here.
And again, we were kind of talking about, the AD carry meta in the LPL. Let's start with Vici, because they are not a team focused on their AD carry.
Oh, no.
They are a team that is very much focused on the likes of Dandy and Easy Hoon as kind of their primary breadwinners. Likewise, a little bit given into Long there in the top lane, but much more focused on the top side of the map of where their win conditions are. On the other side, in Saint, that is a team that's almost entirely focused into their AD carry position.
Yeah, STYZ, of course, often gets a lot of the money as we have a look at our Vici roster here. Dandy having a bit of a snooze. Actually, no, just having a look at some stuff. Thankfully, not snoozing, but Easy Hoon, all business there in the mid lane. Having a bit of a chat. We'll see whether Vici are going to be able to find some success here against Saint. And look, the odds are against Saint at the moment. If we're having a look at this team, they've won 2 maps so far. That is about it.
Not series, maps. They've taken maps off of Invictus Gaming and maps off of Newbie, which aren't, pushover teams, to say the least, as we take a look at their roster. It's going to be Acorn, March, Snoopy, STYZ, and a new support, Maydong.
Yeah, Maydong sitting there in the support position. Otto and Chimin are going to be the subs. So Shu, not even on the list at the moment, as this is a team, look, we shouldn't be surprised. They have been switching out players like nobody's business.
Particularly through their jungle and mid positions. This is the first time that they're going to adjust anything into the bottom. And again, if you look at the gold distribution for this team, it's almost entirely in STYZ's pocket. Likewise, when Saint do find success, it's on the back of STYZ getting his Caitlyn pick. This is a champion that is almost 100% banned against them. Yeah,
it's actually Caitlyn been seeing quite a few bans in the LPL, but has been aimed mostly at the likes of Deft and STYZ. We'll see whether Vici do let it through, whether they've got different ideas. As you have a look at the Saint roster, Acorn there in the foreground. We'll see whether he's going to have a good matchup here against Long, because Acorn was a player that we had relatively high expectations of moving into this and hasn't really found his game yet.
He's had some hit-and-miss performances on the likes of Swain, so they have been giving him kind of these high-priority picks like the Swain. Unfortunately for Saint, they've just been unable to perform across the map as a cohesive roster when it comes to kind of grouping up skirmishes or 5v5s. Again, if you look at this roster, a lot of them are kind of returning pros, if you will, kind of the comeback team or the revenge team. They kind of had their heydays. They saw their highs. They went away for a little bit. They've now grouped back up onto this team. So mechanically, 1v1, they're solid. It's just when you start grouping them up again, very new roster in terms of synergy, don't have that cohesion, that things start to get a little bit pear-shaped.
Yeah, and you're not saying new roster as far as, I guess, this split as well. This is new roster almost every single week as new players are switched out and put in. And you can see Maydong, no exception there as we hop into Champion Select. Vici are, of course, going to be on our blue side, throwing out some bans first off here, and we'll see what they are going to be taking away. But I love what you were saying before about where the gold is distributed for both of these teams, because Vici has been known to sort of leave their bottom lane, like Dandy throws them a bone, and then they're just left to do their own thing, and they focus on the top side of the map. We'll see whether Saint can capitalize on that with possibly some aggressive players. Once again, there's the Caitlyn ban.
Yeah, no surprise that Caitlyn being targeted at STYZ. It's kind of his legacy pick when he was previously in the LPL under the LGD banner, now returning under the Saint banner. And if he gets on that champion, it's kind of like riding a bike. You never really forget.
Yeah, exactly right. Even though she has changed a little bit since his LGD days, can put down a few more traps in a row now, as Nidalee is going to be the ban after the rise on the side of Saint. Don't want to see Dandy on a champion that he can definitely get around on, but isn't necessarily one that we've seen a lot of priority on recently.
And I'm also kind of surprised that they're splitting up their bans like this. Typically, especially on red side, we've seen a lot more priority and focus on the likes of Easy Hoon.
Yeah, well, speaking of which, Vladimir is, of course, going to be banned away. And I believe that was a ban that was just let slide from Vici. What is going on? How did they ban an extra champion?
They've got Ezreal banned.
Well, I'm just perplexed as to how Vici's... I think they're now picking. So Vici may have lost a ban.
Priority pick, though. Champions like Rek'Sai are still available. It's not the carry jungler that we've seen Dandy really find success on and kind of have his responsibility be in the team, but it's always nice to see Dandy kind of return to these control-esque junglers, a very cerebral jungler.
He most certainly is. And of course, being able to get back to these sort of utility junglers has been really important. When we saw his first sort of big victory on the Rek'Sai pick, it was like, well, now Vici have found a different way to attack League of Legends, which is really exciting to see. He's not relegated to purely playing the Graves, the Kindred, things like this, and having to carry. What's
really nice is stylistically, Vici versus Saint. Saint do struggle on their 5v5, on their 3v3, which is also where Vici tend to struggle.
Yeah.
They're a cerebral team. They're a very smart team about how they move around the map. They're very punishing if they get leads. I believe they have something like an 83% chance to win the game if they have a gold lead at 20 minutes. And obviously you would say, like, it's a snowball meta. Anyone who has a lead at 20 minutes should be able to close the game. But they have the third highest stat in the LPL on that. The only two teams that have a higher stat of winning the game with a gold lead at 20 minutes are EDG and RNG.
And these are teams that don't do a lot of losing.
Yeah, so it's actually a very telling stat about Vici that they are punishing with their leads, more so than other teams.
Well, Saint, you can see, are going to answer with a Lissandra and a Karma pickup. Karma makes a heck of a lot of sense as being a high priority support, but picking away that Lissandra from EasyHoon, whilst Azir is still available, it's not necessarily like they're attacking that. Snoopy probably has a plan here.
But the thing is that Lissandra can take a double TP much easier than an Azir can. EasyHoon does have the Summer selected right now. We'll see if he pulls the trigger on that. Yeah. That's something that Vici like to do. But it's much easier to do so on Lissandra because, again, she teleports into a lane. She can immediately lay down hard CC or have an escape available, whereas Azir, usually when he has that TP, he's using it as split push pressure rather than ganking pressure.
Yeah, and we'll see whether he's going to hold on to that one as Ashe currently being hovered for SDYZ. Oh, switched over to the Jhin. She got so excited.
Yeah, because it's really cool because look at the immediate reaction from EasyHoon. He saw the Ashe flash and he changed his summoner to Cleanse. And so again, if you're trying to face a team that's really good about moving around the map, very smart, cerebral play, take the Ashe and force them to dodge out of the double teleport because they have to take the Cleanse on the mid laner.
Frozen Tomb probably does a relatively similar thing. So we'll see whether EasyHoon's going to keep that, regardless of the Jhin lock-in that is right here. And Graves has been picked up for March as well, so wanted to take a little bit of fight power there into the jungle. There's now Vici to finish off their roster. Of course, this is still a flex pick here, the Lissandra. Could be going to Snoopy. Could of course, stay with Acorn there towards the top side of the map. You mentioned the Swain already, but can definitely vary up that playstyle.
Quickly touching on the Jhin coming out of STYZ, Jhin has seen an increasing number of popularity picks in the LPL. They use him as kind of a very interesting siege tool, and likewise they make sure that they pair him with hard engage and a lot of AoE damage. Typically when Jhin is team fighting in the LPL, he's not really doing anything other than throwing out his ultimate. He's very far back, being used as almost utility CC slow and siege potential rather than kind of standing up on the front lines and looking for that fourth crit auto.
Well, especially when you have the likes of Tempered Fate and the Pillar out of Lung's Trundle as well here to interrupt that curtain call. STYZ is going to be well and truly out of these fights if he wants to throw out that ultimate.
Yeah, that's the other thing, is the fact that Vici have the two big counters to Jhin. You have the longest range displacement in Trundle's Pillar, like you were saying, and then the Tempered Fate. Jhin sets himself up, he stands still to do the curtain call, and pretty much just gets like LeBron dunked on.
Well, at the moment, Saint are actually hovering Acorn's Rumble here. We have seen Rumble making his way back a little bit. Of course, Marin having a pretty fantastic performance despite getting heavily camped. Didn't really matter. Still picked up a heck of a lot of farm and killed a whole bunch of people.
It would be the comfort of taking the Rumble into the Trundle pick. Some tune-ups to Rumble recently, because we've kind of seen him disappear from the meta for a while, is that he's much better at pushing creeps now. His itemization is a little bit in a healthier spot. And again, since we're in kind of a dragon priority meta, any champion that has a ultimate that does well around the dragon pit, like the Equalizer, gets a passive buff.
Not to mention the fact that it synergizes fantastically well with that Frozen Tomb that Snoopy's going to be taking, and he is going to lock away the Rumble, so Saint, with a heck of a lot of damage. Every single one of these champions is going to be doing a lot of work, even the Karma.
A lot of AoE damage as well. Pretty much everyone but Jhin. But again, if Jhin is using his ultimate, then it's pretty much AoE burst damage coming out. Big thing to note is going to be the Lissandra and the Graves being paired up together and how that's going to focus attention to the mid lane to try to keep EasyHoon down.
Yeah, feels a lot of like a Wombo combo type comp here out of Saint, though. Could be dangerous with the likes of Tempered Fate there, singling out a bunch of people in a team fight and allowing Vici to use their incredible kill threats in the Sivir and the Azir, especially late game, to take down the priority targets.
My only concern right now, S2AZ did get his Jhin. He's a great Jhin player, but the fact that Vici have prioritized their composition to keep him down when S2AZ is the primary carry statistically of Saint.
Well, we'll see, because of course Vici's roster, this looks like almost they're picked out their champions like these are exactly what they wanted to play without any bans. Coaches are going to shake hands. We'll see whether Vici can have a strong performance here or whether Saints Wombo is going to be able to take them down in game number 1. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to game number 1 between Vici and Saint for our first game of Week 5's LPL action. First dragon will be a Mountain Drake. As you can see, Saint making their way out of their base. We'll see whether anything interesting happens here in the early stages.
So Vici have a composition that I think fits much closer to kind of the global meta. Again, moving that utility more to the AD carry position rather than a hard carry threat like the likes of Jhin. Although we'll see how STYZ plays this Jhin out in the team fights. It's good to put the likes of Endless or even Xuan on these utility AD carries. They're still struggling a bit with their identity and stepping up and being a carry threat for their teams outside the occasional Twitch pick. But this should be the top side of the map show for Vici, although, like you said, they do like to give their bottom lane a bit of a bone early on. Dandy has said multiple times in interviews that there's more people to kill up there, so he likes to gank the bottom lane. And I say up there because we're having an initiated lane swap. Yeah,
Endless and Caveman actually moving up there. Endless now on the Sivir. Did have a very good performance on the Ezreal, if we're talking about sort of the AD carries from Vici and how they can actually get themselves into carry positions. Ezreal game was pretty fantastic from Endless a couple of weeks ago. But Caveman's Bard, this is a pick that is coveted by Vici.
Yeah, and it's also usually banned away from Caveman. He has great performance on the likes of Braum and Bard, so very much a playmaking-oriented support, so putting him in that position of power. And again, he's probably the shining light or the most stable member when you look at Vici's bottom lane is their support.
Well, this is cheeky out of Vici, as there's the stun onto Acorn. Already exhausted, has to blow the flash, won't get any of these creeps and takes a heck of a lot of damage.
Naturally, though, trading the exhaust cooldown for the flash cooldown will always be worth. The exhaust will come up earlier, not nearly as needed because you're not even in the 2v2 anyway. But kind of the cute little Afrika lane camp there.
Very cute, as EasyHoon the cop an auto attack here. He has to be very careful. Flash may need to be blown as he does have cleanse available, but it's not really going to do anything here as they're trying to flash forward. There it is! The first blood going to Snoopy and EasyHoon just warding at the wrong time.
And the true killer there was the fact that March had the red buff available, so being able to proc that slow, and EasyHoon was extended towards the strong side of his map, but like you said, caught out warding.
Well, dangerous start here for Vici, as Saint looking to put the pressure on early. March going to be taking down his blue buff.
But this is also where we expect the pressure to come out of Saint. Again, it's a Graves and it's a Lissandra. Lissandra is one of the few champions that, through the duration of her ult in tandem with Graves, can 100-0 someone because it is a burst-style jungler versus a tank-style jungler like the likes of Rek'Sai or even kind of the rise of Hecarim.
Yeah.
Although Hecarim's doing ridiculous amounts of damage right now.
Yeah, if he does build that Trinity Force especially. You can see it looks like the lane swap has been answered by Saint, though, as Jin and Karma are going to move up towards the top side, not electing to take down these first turrets at all. So after what was a difficult start for Acorn, we'll see whether he can get his way back in, because, of course, Endless did sacrifice 3 melee minions for that as well.
And the big difference is going to be that CS discrepancy in the top lane. However, 15-2, although a big wave is pushing into Acorn, so we'll see how much of that he's able to salvage.
Yeah, same can be said here for the bottom lane on the top side of the map, as 12-23 is the current scoreline, but with this extra creep wave moving in and another one to clean up, Endless should be okay. March looking to try and clear out some vision. Oh, doesn't find it, just puts a ward in there. There it is.
He's looking at his camp. Meanwhile, Dandy has actually snuck up behind him and laid down some deep vision in the jungle.
Deciding not to go back here as well as he cancels that recall. We'll see whether he actually decides to go for a gank here on the bottom lane.
There's no exhaust available on Caveman, so the only summoner discrepancy here. But it's because he's been spotted out by a ward on Raptors.
Well, there's the tunnel teleport coming in immediately afterwards as well as STYZ does flash away. There's the pillar from Long as well as he flashes on top of STYZ. Picks up the kill. The Ignite's ticking down, but he takes the magical journey and will get to relative safety. Snoopy and Acorn both making their way up as EasyHoon, no movement at all so far, and Endless is going to be the casualty here from Snake. So it's a 1-for-1, 2 teleports for 1.
And that's kind of the fumble there from Vici, is not accounting for the double teleport because, again, there is a cleanse on that EasyHoon as well as he had lost control of the lane early. The reason why the trigger was pulled is because as Dandy moved in to lay down that vision behind the enemy red buff, he spotted out March on the Raptor camp. So thinking that they had a wide enough window where they could execute on the teleport and burst someone out.
Well, they certainly did so earlier on, but it was a nice, I guess, reaction here from Saint to make sure that they could get back. EasyHoon has brought back a lot of control into this lane. Same level as Snoopy at the moment, but with control of that wave and definitely in the lead as far as creeps.
Also, having that blue buff certainly isn't harming his chances.
Certainly not. Now we are going to have things completely switch back to standard League of Legends.
Although, again, still a big advantage for Long, not only with the CS and having the pressure point on Acorn with some possibly experience, although we'll have to check, but having the kill.
Yeah. Hasn't been back to base to spend money on it. Does have a cull here picked up at the same time, so looking to really scale as best he can.
That's the word. The buy. The buy advantage and the kill advantage.
Well, Dandy continues to clear out creeps. March doing very, very well. Ahead by 1 at the moment. So this early game, very, very close. First blood, of course, in favor of Saint, giving them that slight gold advantage. However, EasyHoon probably not going to sweat it too much, because he's on his Azir. Very comfortable.
Trying to get EasyHoon to a point when he's ready to team fight, though, can be a little bit difficult for Vici.
Yeah, it's a good point.
Especially when they're put into standard lanes. Again, their 2v2 is a bit lackluster, particularly on the bottom side.
Well, right now, Endless and Caveman having a little bit of trouble here with STYZ and Meidong.
It's hard, effectively, to beat the Jin Karma lane. You have to make sure that you outtrade over 4 auto attacks, which is why Dandy is now posturing to assist his bottom lane a bit. But good defensive vision from Saint mean that Dandy has wasted a lot of time.
Yeah, he has. Over wards here as well from everywhere as he takes his tunnel back into the jungle, but continues to be in full vision of Saint. Keeping eyes on Dandy, definitely a good tactic here for the team.
And March has made a great priority of not only getting deep vision in Dandy's red jungle, but also prioritizing taking advantage of the Scuttle Crab. He's actually taking Scuttle Crab on top side.
Oh, Caveman in a whole host of trouble. Does manage to make his way out, but will possibly have to think about going back to base.
That was just a little bit strange. Getting punished trying to exit lanes when STYZ has set up a horde of traps right there.
Yeah. Also, no fear at all.
He's
trusting in the minion wave.
He's trying to clear them out as well.
Well, Endless doing well, picking up creeps where he can. 5 behind at the moment as the wave crashes towards Saint. So STYZ going to continue getting a bit of a lead here in this lane. Back comes in for Acorn, looking to go for that dash cannon first up. 47-45, but Long is going to be able to equalize that one out. Caveman just steps on another captive audience. Do you call the trap a captive audience? I know the spell is called that, but I don't know whether you necessarily call the trap the name of the spell.
Looks like a death
Sounds
lotus.
a bit weird.
Although he's not exactly Katarina.
Yeah. Maybe we'll just call it a trap.
Should be noted, though, that Snoopy did take a bit of a trip outside the mid lane. He did find one of Dandy's tunnels and eradicate that, but without the teleport, showing some movement that he's willing to get involved in the bottom side of the map.
Well, especially now that he has that Frozen Tomb available as well. March with the collateral damage, Equalizer on Akon. This is the time where Saint can really start a fight if they want to. This was, you know, seasons past. We might see moves towards the Dragon. We'll see whether Saint do decide to do that. Waiting for teleports. Snoopy's almost available as Acorns is well and truly here. Dandy going to get discovered by Akon, and the Equalizer goes down. Dandy is going to get a knock-up, but Akon really wants this kill. Doesn't have the flash. And Long is just going to use that pillar, gets his jungler to safety.
And Saint have been making it a team effort to keep tabs on Vici's jungler right there.
Yeah.
Seeing that his Raptor camp was gone, knowing that Dandy was on the top side of the map, and calling for Acorn to check on the Krug camp.
Yeah, now lots of pings from Saint here into the mid lane as well, capitalizing on the fact that Dandy was shoved out. He's going to use his ultimate to get back into the jungle. They don't necessarily know exactly where he is, but they will now, as EasyHoon moves over to pick up the blue buff.
This does give full advantage for Saint to move towards this Mountain Dragon, but they're a little bit slow on the rotation, which means that they can't just outright take it.
Well, Endless now as well. Having the wave over his side of the map is going to feel much better. He's gone back, grabbed himself a BF sword. Decent first buy here as EasyHoon moves out of the way of Snoopy. Gets hit by a Q though.
Saint are trying to be very patient, but might force it a little bit. They're trying to set up a trap. So they knew that EasyHoon and Dandy were on blue. Speaking of trap, hold on.
Yeah, Maydong is going to get slowed down here as there's the combo of CC as March flashes forward. Caveman not going to fall down just yet after the flash. Nicely played from the support of Vici, and they get out alive.
But still, it's Saint being a little bit desperate, a little bit over-eager right there. They knew that EasyHoon and Dandy went for the blue buff, took it, so they used that time frame to move in, ward up Dandy's red side jungle, and then try to set a trap. At first, they waited in a bush for Dandy to appear. Dandy was taking Gromp. Then they start to look at EasyHoon as Karma wanders back towards the bottom lane. EasyHoon's not in position for a gank. Finally, they think that they find a support pick, and they actually pull the trigger on attempting a teleport from Snoopy, but nothing comes of it. So they tried to set up a play there, but just couldn't be patient enough for the execution.
Yeah, didn't quite figure it out. Now EasyHoon able to capitalize. 25 CS in the lead. Snoopy with almost a Rod of Ages completed. Caveman back into the lane. Everything as usual. Snare not going to come in just yet from Maydong. He's taking a lot of harassment from Caveman off to the side. He does have his mobility boots completed now as well.
We're starting to have two open discrepancies as March stands still. That was cute. But EasyHoon taking advantage of this mid lane, now 97 to 77, so in full EasyHoon Azir swing. But this discrepancy is compensated by Saint's bottom lane, STYZ 95 to 82.
Ooh, he's going to get stunned up by that Cosmic Binding though, as Endless moves out of the way of the Flourish. Still a lot of action here towards the bottom side. They want to find some sort of kill. Long now fighting against Akon, does have his Subjugate available, may have to use it here as Akon is going to overheat. Doesn't pull the trigger on the Equalizer.
Yeah, the confidence that the overheat was coming in.
But Akon with some control in this lane as well, and Saint. This is not something we necessarily talk about too much, but they do have a lot of control here in this early game.
It should force out the teleport from Long in response to make sure he catches the wave. No, he's actually going to go ahead and hold it. So tells me that Vici are looking to make a play down on the map.
Yeah, and there it is, March. He's going to get singled out here as the Tempered Fate locks him up for some time. Teleport coming in from Akon, but the Cosmic Binding's going to lock up the jungler Long. Throws down the pillar. As you can see, Dandy's going to be the first to fall. March grabs that kill. It's a 1-for-1 though as both junglers fall down. Vici, we'll see whether they can find any more as the teleport was cancelled from Akon.
Yeah, unfortunately, because both junglers fall, it means that no one's going to get any priority for the dragon objective. It is going to be a mountain dragon right now, so those kills don't translate into anything else, but Vici, again, kind of telegraphing that they really wanted that play on the bottom side. Dandy continuously hanging around there, taking crubs, trying to slip into the back, spotted out by wards. They finally pull the trigger with Long. Both teleports now down on top.
Yeah, and ultimate down as well for the whole bottom lane. As Long is going to shove another wave into Akon, who will be here to pick that one up.
And Mountain Dragon means a lot for Vici, not only because they're a cerebral team, they like to siege towers, they like to make plays around the map, but it's also the dragon that they statistically have the most control of or preference for. I believe they have a 28% of their dragons are mountain drakes. The next closest one is 12.
Well, Snoopy just going to use a Glacial Path, gets himself out of the way of the ultimate out of EasyHoon, but may need to go back now. Is going to do so. Doesn't have teleport, but does have his Rod of Ages already completed. Boomerang comes in, but Vici well and truly in control of this lane at the moment. Absolutely fine. However, have fallen behind as far as CS is concerned. STYZ still doing well on his Jhin. As EasyHoon just harassing out the jungler. Snoopy's going to make his way in, and Shifting Sand's going to get EasyHoon out. Cute play is Endless now. Continuous attacks here as Maidon getting taken down very low. Nice auto attack there from Endless, does a fair bit of damage. This Caveman walks over another trap. They don't want to go too deep. That Cosmic Binding was very close.
March might be cut out here.
Yeah, Dandy looking for it. Doesn't have... Oh, does have Flash. Can get the Unburrow if he wants to. There it is. March actually taking a lot of damage, but Dandy right in amongst it. EasyHoon will need one more auto attack. Flashes for it as Snoopy now going to the next target. Lung's going to make his way in. Can he get the pillar down as the Frozen Tomb's going to save Snoopy? Dandy so close to dying as there's the Tempered Fate. And that could actually seal it here for Snoopy as the Flash comes in from Lung. They'll lock down the mid laner. And this tanky Trundle will walk out with his life.
Yeah, overconfidence from March right there to be so aggressive in Dandy's jungle, especially because EasyHoon had the earlier and easier rotation on him.
Yeah, really nice play here from Vici. Understanding what they want now with the gold lead. Only about 200.
It's just this continuous idea that Saint understand what they want to do. They want the Lissandra and the Graves burst. They want to find these kills on EasyHoon, but they just don't have the patience or the experience to pull it off.
And they did manage to get the first blood, and unfortunately from that point on, they couldn't find that snowball, exactly how you were saying. And EasyHoon's gone nuts. He's 35 CS in the lead.
Comfortable, exactly where he wants to be on his signature pick in the Azir.
Yeah.
Vici still do have one of the longer games in the LPL. They play well with a lead, but they're not one of those teams that will use their lead and then continuously find engagements.
We need to put this in the context of WE being in the LPL. So to have one of the longest games is pretty ridiculous, because theirs are pretty long.
Team WE have the longest, but Vici are right there.
Well, Vici continuing to make more and more leaps and bounds towards this, as it looks like the Dragon is under fire. March hanging around here with Maidong. They don't start it up, and there is vision available here from Vici. Will die off very soon, though. EasyHoon now just clearing out the mid lane, making sure that Snoopy can't feel free to roam.
Just the comfort in Vici to understand that it's fine. We're not losing anything. It's not like Saint have tried to pull the trigger or pull pressure on Dragon, though as I say that, they're now trying to do it with the back timing from Caveman.
Yeah, and it actually is going to be started up here as Dandy throwing out some Prey Seekers. We'll know exactly what's going on. We'll see whether the Prince of Thieves can get something done to this. Half the health now down on this Mountain Drake as there are relatively low health bars. Not going to get snared up, but actually there it is. Dandy going to tunnel away. Down to half health as the Dragon still being aggressed on. March looks for the Tempered Fate, finds it on 3 members of Saint as Dandy's going to get a massive knock up. March already dying, but the Equalizer is going to be enough. Acorn trying to make a hero of himself, but EasyHoon's in there, splits up the fight completely, and Snoopy now on his own. STYZ trying to fight EasyHoon, but that is a battle you ain't going to win. And that's a double kill for the mid laner. Vici. That's one of the best skirmishes I think I've seen them play.
EasyHoon and Dandy came up massive, not only for when the fight was actually pulled, but the fact of the matter is that 2 members pretty much zoned up the entire force of Saint. That was a 2v4 for the longest part. It's only now, as the teleport comes in and as Caveman throws the Tempered Fate, that the rest of Vici have even shown up to this team fight. EasyHoon then does a great job. Acorn lays a nice equalizer, but it's too little too late. EasyHoon waits until the damage is done, swoops in and saves the day.
Yeah, and swoop is exactly what he did. And went toe-to-toe with STYZ, and he wasn't going to be able to find that one.
But again, that was Dandy and EasyHoon zoning off 4 members of Saint, starting that initial Dragon skirmish before the rest of their team collapsed.
Well, understanding exactly when they have to pull the trigger, as they were able to take the mid lane outer turret as well as that Dragon, really asserting dominance over this game now. About 3,000 gold is the lead, as March looking to try and clear out vision and some tunnels.
And reminder that Vici weren't the ones looking to pull the trigger on that dragon. Again, they have a 3-item power spike in Sivir and a 3-item power spike in the Azir. They were more than happy to just continuously sit in their lanes, not give up any objective, but to farm closer to those power spikes. It was Saint getting antsy and trying to be over-aggressive on starting something that bit them in the ass.
Yeah, they certainly did. As that battle for vision lasted a very long time. I believe Saint put about 4 wards into that brush. Eventually did manage to come out ahead, taking 2 pink wards with them, so nicely done. See whether they can get something out of it. It's EasyHoon and Snoopy still facing off. Lots of stacks at the moment in this Rod of Ages, so lots of health on the Lissandra. Endless eats himself a Deadly Flourish. And that is 2 items already on EasyHoon. I mean, he's got his Rylai's, he's got his Nash's Tooth, he's ready to go. As Long almost has the Ravenous Hydra completed as well. And with the Spirit Visage, he's probably going to be fine here against the Rumble. As now STYZ in trouble, gets slowed down by the Cosmic Binding. There's the flash, gets the double knock-up. Maydong may fall down from this as well, as the Tempered Fate is going to prolong his life. EasyHoon just wants a kill, picks one up. And it's just almost looks like luxury here for Vici.
Vici so well about playing around the map. They have control in the mid lane, which means that EasyHoon just needs to pressure it forward and then can make these roams to the bottom side. Unfortunately for Snoopy, yeah, he has the TP available, so he could follow, but it's too little too late for his bottom lane. Nice play from Saint. The response on the top side, though.
Yeah, they are able to grab that. Long, of course, backed off in time to save his life there, but they are going to trade turrets. Outer falls for the outer on the top side.
But what Vici can do now is they can have the decision where we're either pushing through on the bottom side or we're then rotating over to the middle lane. They have 2 pressure points mid and bot, so Saint now forced to be reactive.
Yeah, and EasyHoon now shoving this wave all the way up to the inner turret. Gets actually a fair bit of damage down as well, as the Mantra Q not going to find the Birdman.
Trap being set up, actually.
Well, EasyHoon's pretty good bait. We've seen him work quite well so far this game.
Okay, this is cute, and I think perfectly displays the difference between these teams so far. We talked about how Vici took control of 2 pressure points, mid and bottom. EasyHoon, the golden fried chicken, high in fiber, quite delicious, super far forward. Just waiting for Snoopy to make his way over, try to get a flank. Meanwhile, Vici had set up 3 of their members in a brush, trying to camp and wait. We've seen Saint do this earlier in the map, but they just get, you know, a little bit antsy. They try to find plays elsewhere. Vici like, he's not coming. This is fine. Free back. Yeah,
they do exactly that. You can see now Endless towards the top side of the map, trying to grab this outer turret. The last remaining outer for Vici to get. Was 2 turrets to 1 is the favor for Vici at the moment. Blue buff going to be delivered here to EasyHoon. No vision available for Saint on that buff. Currently, the only deep vision is sort of 1 in that banana brush towards the Baron, and that raptor brush as well on the bottom side of the map. So Saint not with quite the vision that they had earlier on in the series, which was actually quite noteworthy. As March looking for Dandy, who will be able to clear out vision, and he's very tanky right now. Spirit Visage already completed. End of the line. Does a bit of damage. Caveman helping keep him alive as Snoopy and Long battling it out here. Long doesn't really want to give away any ground. Does have his Ravenous Hydra, so he's just going to get right back up to health after killing a few creeps.
Also has his Spirit Visage, so he's not afraid of Snoopy. Will be able to bully that Lissandra and bully Rumble, so Long has really good lane assignments right now due to his itemization on either teleport user for Saint.
Yeah, precisely. As EasyHoon looking to try and get away from the Graves. There's the curtain call, actually, as Dandy is going to be able to block for EasyHoon. Tempered Fate comes in. STYZ knocked out of the ultimate. The knock-up onto March, but he gets healed up, and Dandy in trouble now. Will take a magical journey, and I feel he's going to survive, even through that Ignite. Deadly Flourish, once again spell shielded. And Vici, fantastic disengage play, but don't manage to pick up the initial kill that they wanted.
Should be noted, though, that Acorn is having really nice equalizers, kind of the shining light for Saint's composition. Yes, they're still slowly hemorrhaging map, and cold leads to Vici, but Acorn's trying to do what he can.
We'll see whether he can actually find a way into this one. The dash cannon, working wonders so far, as he now has that Zhonya's completed, even on farm. But no one's anywhere near EasyHoon right now. Ahead of the clock on the Azir as per usual. Able to get around the map and just decimate people. Hasn't been back to base for quite some time either, as you got 4-0-3 sitting on Long and 4-1-3 for EasyHoon. And if you're talking about Vici as a team, having their solo laners be the ones with all the kills seems like a Vici game to me.
It's exactly where their power points should be in terms of who's going to carry on that team and who the win conditions are. So it's naturally nice to have strength on Long, Dandy, and EasyHoon, but even more so when EasyHoon is on the likes of Azir, who can still be that very scary hyper carry come late game, even on 6-11.
Most certainly, of course. Only a couple of small changes, mostly to do with that Emperor's Divide not lasting for as long, nor giving his teammates movement speed while they run through it, which honestly made no sense anyway, so not too much of a problem. Infernal Drake is now spawned, though.
I like to imagine all the little sand soldiers, like, as the teammates are running through, are just giving them, like, the pat on the butt. Like, you see in the sports, like, good job, man. Just makes them run a little bit faster.
Yeah. And look, the sand soldiers are going to be doing pretty well as well now, because EasyHoon just built a full Void Staff when he went back to base.
So looking for a really big, immediate mid-game power spike with a very early Void Staff. Or an earlier Void Staff in terms of rotation.
Yeah, precisely. Not a whole lot of magic resist built up. I mean, he probably wants it for that Abyssal Scepter that is now on Snoopy. And
that would kind of be the other option, is going for the Abyssal here.
Yeah.
Especially because you're facing across from the likes of Lissandra and Rumble.
Well, at the moment, Vici just going to be taking this one away. EasyHoon going to help out with a heck of a lot of damage in this Infernal Drake. Not long for the world. Next one is going to be a Cloud. So it's going to be a cloudy, hot day on the mountain after that one does fall down. However, Vici probably not too worried about that. They have exactly the dragons that they want moving into this late game, and does feel a bit like business as usual. Saint will have to try and mix something up, find an engagement they can really capitalize on.
They do have their double teleport, so they could try to make a numbers advantage. That said, even though EasyHoon has the cleanse, because Dandy has Rek'Sai, they still have a semi-global presence, not running double teleport due to the Void Scream. Void Rush, excuse me.
Well, it is a Void Scream. I think you're absolutely correct there. As now Vici grouping around their cleanse mid laner. Long off to the side, will be able to answer any teleports, and Akon with no ability to interrupt that. It's very important to note.
Although his ultimate is going to mean a lot more than Trundle's ultimate.
True.
In terms of a 5v5 scenario.
Especially in this comp. I mean, Subjugate doesn't necessarily cut down a super tank because they're basically all damage.
And this is the other cool thing about Bard and why it's not just a high priority for Caveman and his own individual performance, but also Vici as a whole. Again, they're a macro-based team. They like to get around the map. Having that magical journey works wonders.
Well, Caveman going to get immediately singled out here as Akon's Equalizer is going to finish off the kill. Long right underneath the turret. It's a little bit unfortunate placement as Snoopy now looking for Dandy. Finds the Frozen Tomb. EasyHoon still with a lot of damage, but everyone flashing on top of him. He has to flash away. Nice, Shifting Sands is going to get him out, and it's only the carries that remain here from Vici. Saint, they find that team fight.
Yeah, 3 members deleted for Vici, and they can actually swing this directly into the Baron. EasyHoon is available as well as Sivir, so a lot of AoE damage to try to keep Saint off of this, but now pressure on Endless and EasyHoon.
Yeah, and who do they have to tank this one up as well? As Snoopy's going to teleport his way in. You can see EasyHoon and Endless, they are so low. Double kill instantly for EasyHoon. He's doing so much damage, but eventually they do fall down. But have they saved the Baron? And I think they have.
So again, pressure on EasyHoon and Endless. Not necessarily Endless that steps up, but EasyHoon definitely using the Azir ultimate and just slapping 2 members in the face from Saint, deleting them from the map. As we actually take a look at that last team fight. Caveman was caught out, just obliterated. Acorn again doing a wonderful job with his equalizer placement to split up team fights. But frankly, it's just Vici not being together as a team against that 5v5 comp.
Yeah. And as well, the Duskblade of Drakthar just got a kill onto Lung. So this is a big deal moment.
Rusty considers this more of a luxury item. We've started to see the rise of this itemization on the likes of Misfortune and Jhin.
Yeah.
Just because of how it'll work with their Qs and being able to proc and do ridiculous amounts of damage.
Very cute coming out of S2IZ.
Still think that coming out this early in your itemization might punish you through like longevity of team fights or more sustained damage because you're sacrificing a lot of your other battle stats for it on items like Infinity Edge or Essence Reaver or whatever direction you want to go. But that said, if your Jhin is just to sit back and pretty much throw abilities like the ultimate, like the Q, because you have so many answers to the Jhin.
Yeah, I like it.
Working for him. Also,
more flat armor penetration, which Jhin does like a lot. It's EasyHoon clearing out vision here in this mid lane. And Vici have been able to reset 6, 2, and 3 for EasyHoon so far. Does have himself some Sorcerer's Shoes, and a sneaky, needlessly large rod. We'll see what he goes into with that one. Will most likely be a Rabbidan's Death Cap, and he'll be doing about 1 trillion damage per Sand Soldier auto attack.
Trillion might be a bit of an understatement.
Well played. I thought you might have said overstatement there. I'm like, no.
I've learned just to let you go with it, Atlas. Be free.
Well, you can see Baron control now being gained by Vici. 2 minutes until the Dragon. That's not where their focus lies at the moment, especially not when it's a Cloud.
I was going to say only an Air Drake. Although they don't necessarily have the best ward coverage over the Baron due to a lot of their sweepers being down and not having any pink wards available. So they're trying to take control of this red jungle, but they just don't have the vision control. And speaking of vision control, deep teleport from Acorn on their blue buff.
Massive flank here. There's the equalizer onto EasyHoon and Caveman. Shifting Sand's not available as long as he's going to teleport in. And Vici now have the 5-man stack ready and waiting. And that is a big ultimate cooldown now missing. Lung takes half of his health bar already. Spirit Visage and Subjugate will help get him back up there, but EasyHoon going to make his way out of this one completely. And Saint are able to now set up for this Baron.
Yeah, better positioning for Saint on the mid tower, so we'll get some nice chip damage, if not completely remove that one from the map. So TP doesn't give them the 5v5 that they were looking for, but does give them the structure as Caveman counter-engage.
Yeah, there's a big Tempered Fate on a Maedong and March. The immediate knock-up comes in as Endless able to chuck down a lot of damage. EasyHoon as well, he's going to be able to pick up that kill as the collateral damage flies through. March, though, has to use the flash. That's an interesting magical journey, as Dandy is going to get stunned up. And Vici think that they might have the pick in order to try and get around this Baron again.
Have to be very careful. They're pretty much just looking for another priority pick, banking that the equalizer is still down because March is up and available, so this can be a smite contestation, which is why Dandy is looking for the assassination.
Yeah, there it is. March already down quite low here as STYZ off to the backside. Not going to find the stun onto Dandy, but Long is going to get stopped from closing in on the jungler. Snoopy now off to the side, takes a lot of damage from these Vici members as he gets a nice snare before clawing over the wall, but has to use his ultimate on himself. This is a lot of damage now missing from the potential team fight. Oh my god, that Zonya's timing from Akon was fantastic. His equalizer was back up. Long right in the front line. Low health bars on Saint, and they are able to take down the AD carry, but EasyHoon is still up. He's the one they need to think about. Vici cannot find any more. Caveman going back. That is, what, a 1-for-1 in the end.
Okay, so it was a mistake from Vici to think that they could look for the Baron. What they should have done is prioritize denying a vision and setting up picks for Saint. Saint would have to check that pit if their trinkets were down, and they could have tried to find a pick and then rotate into the Baron. But because they did Baron and looked for a pick, they have their health bars and they have their chances at getting on that Baron. Good news for Saints fans, Acorn's playing like a beast.
He is an absolute monster. Second equalizer in that fight, if we talk about it being sort of the extended fight that it was. Both of them in pretty fantastic positions. Endless suffering for that. Nice damage here out of STYZ as well over that fight. As along with his Ravenous Hydra, really getting amongst it.
STYZ able to freely put out his damage and not worry so much simply because Caveman's Tempered Fate had been used as a primary engage tool for the initial flank for Vici.
It does have to be very careful of EasyHoon though. As we saw just there, 2 Sand Soldiers hitting him once did half of his health.
Control mages.
Yeah, precisely. As much is going to be able to kick Dandy out of his jungle. Acorn and Maedong now towards the top side. And Saint collapsing. Snoopy does have his teleport. As Long looking to take down this dragon on his own. And that will be Cloud Drake falling in favor of Vici. Caveman and EasyHoon. Sorry. And Dandy looking for something. Not going to find it as the magical journey is going to be taken. Dragon falls down and Elder Drake will be spawning in another 6 minutes.
Both Saint and Vici have the highest Elder Drake in the league.
Ooh, here's the flash, though, as Acorn does have to get himself out of there.
They got nothing.
Yeah.
That was silly.
Okay, no flash was actually burnt either. I thought I heard one, but didn't happen. On the Hunt was used.
Proto Belt.
Yeah. Dash Cannon gets me every time. Long. Look at that Duskblade damage, man. Did nothing. King's Tribute, pretty powerful. Now Baron getting taken down extraordinarily fast. You can see Caveman now able to catch out March, who has given away his position. Tempered Fate is going to lock him down, and Dandy secures the Baron after the Tempered Fate stops the jungler from even contesting.
Unfortunate backs from Saint, but they're trying to find the counter engagement. They have a lot of abilities that can go over walls.
Yeah.
But the Empowered Recalls do get Vici out with no casualties, so great Baron timing from Vici Gaming.
Yeah, and they were just very persistent with that Baron. Eventually they do manage to get it. STYZ answers with the turret in the mid lane as Dandy says, well, I'm not going back. I still got full health.
He's pretty cheekily using his Void Rush to reposition himself.
Oh, and steal away a potential blue buff here as well as Snoopy's going to make his way over. Dandy just going to smite it away, and he's pretty damn tanky. So Maydong and Snoopy going to have trouble killing this guy as the knock-up comes in. Maydong is going to be the one caught out here as Caveman slows him down with the Meep Slap. Frozen Tomb comes in, but Dandy just eats it, doesn't really care. Nice equalizer, but everyone going to move out of the way, and Vici grab the pick that they're looking for, and turrets all across this map.
So Vici set that up brilliantly. They had the ward on the Baron, on the blue buff before they actually took the Baron. Hold on, though. Yeah,
Endless actually, nice flash over that wall. That is a huge one as March taking a lot of damage now from Easy Hoon.
So they had the ward on the blue buff before they take the Baron. Dandy, after taking Baron, throws a pressure point to the top side by using Void Rush as kind of that pseudo TP.
Yeah.
So he draws STYZ to the top side, immediately rushes to the blue buff, seeing that no one's on it, takes it, and is now pressuring bottom.
Yeah, and Dandy looking for the dive. Snoopy already turns himself gold, though, but look at this AoE. Easy Hoon turns up, and everyone's falling. March immediately fell down as Endless is going to take down this turret. 3 dead for Saint. And the base is now falling apart. Baroned up minions heading towards him.
And on the back of this Baron, Vici have just obliterated Saint. They've worked them around the map. They knew where they were going to be at every corner, and they did a fantastic job gathering that information.
Well, and then the Emperor's Divide is going to secure them, the top laner, as well as Maydong probably has to just walk to his fountain, but I don't even think he'll be able to as he gets stunned up against the pillar. And the ace comes in. Vici will take down game number 1 against Saint and find some redemption after their loss to Newbie.
And a very decisive victory as well. It was still very much in the way that Vici Gaming like to win. You know, their win conditions are on the likes of Dandy, Easy Hoon, and Long. Long in particular on that Trundle, getting so far ahead, making sure that the double teleport could never be used to its fullest extent.
Yeah.
Because they can't find the lane assignments to split push or push against that fed Trundle.
Yeah, exactly right. And I mean, Saint did have some good early movements. They managed to get the first blood onto Easy Hoon. Things were looking okay, but unfortunately, just wasn't enough because Vici found their foot in the door. They found exactly what they wanted to do around this map, and all of a sudden, Easy Hoon was massive, had a huge creep advantage, and Lung was a gigantic troll.
And it was really these teleport plays, which that was the primary difference. Again, it was Saint that had the double teleport, but they never put themselves in a situation where they could consistently pull the trigger on that double TP to find themselves a strong advantage. They just weren't patient enough to set up the plays that would collapse in the middle of them, get a little bit antsy, get a little bit reckless, and throw away their leads.
However, we did see a lot of really proactive play out of Vici here as well. I mean, a lot of it owing to Caveman's Bard, who was played out fantastically well, especially in this team fight, singling out 3 members, and giving Easy Hoon this phenomenal Emperor's Divide to split up the fight.
And this was the biggest turning point for Vici that gave them the most control. And again, they weren't even looking at this dragon. They didn't really want anything to do with it. Obviously, you don't want to give up a Mountain Drake, but they were more than content to sit in their lanes and to farm to Sivir's Power Spike, to farm to Azir's Power Spike. It was Saint saying, we want to fight right now. We think we have an appropriate back timing on the support, and trying to force a fight that wasn't 100% for them.
Well, they did most certainly get that. Saint showing some signs of life, though, especially in that last team fight. And the Rumble play out of Acorn was fantastic, despite them falling behind. Oh my god, that Cosmic Binding was out of control. And Caveman, you just can't give him Bard. It's just too dangerous.
It's not even just his individual performance, but again, what Bard opens up and allows for Vici as a team. You have tons of cross-map play with the Magical Journey and with the long-range engagement from Tempered Fate.
Yeah, it's just brilliant. But, ladies and gentlemen, this is a best of 3. We'll see whether Saint can have a good start once again and carry it through to a victory in this best of 3 series. We'll see whether Vici can close this one out 2-0. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. Vici were just able to unseat Saint, and it was Caveman that was given the MVP. We were just having a discussion about this. I wanted it to be Caveman. We thought it might be Easy Hoon, but no, it is going to go to the Bard.
Yeah, I thought for sure it was going to be Easy Hoon, but Caveman, very well-deserved kind of second notion for the MVP, starting off a lot of those key team fights with very nicely placed Tempered Fates.
Yeah, and it's also another thing that we really need to talk about here, because this is a champion that's banned away from Vici a lot of the time. But when it gets through, and Caveman can play it, it's beautiful to watch.
He shows why it's banned in the first place. This was really the swing of power for Vici that got their snowball going. It was a great collapse from Caveman, who actually came from base to connect that Tempered Fate. So props again to Easy Hoon and Dandy, stalling out the Dragon skirmish long enough, 2v4 might I add,
yeah,
for Caveman to get in position and help Easy Hoon clean this one up on his Azir.
Exactly right. You can see here as well that Cosmic Binding was stunning. Admittedly, a lot of the damage had already been done, but this man did look fantastic on the Bard. We'll see whether he is going to be able to get it in game number 2 or whether Saint are going to target that one away. Now Saint, of course, are going to be on our blue side, so are going to be able to have a few different choices, especially as far as that first pick is concerned.
Yeah, theoretically, they could trade their bans of the Rise and the Vladimir from red side into more target bans against the likes of Vici. But it still feels like people are just perma-banning Vladimir against Easy Hoon. Like, Vladimir's a strong champion in general, but it was kind of the first teams that we really saw in the LPL where Vladimir bans were being thrown down.
Yeah.
Haven't gotten to see Easy Hoon play it at all.
Yeah, and it's been perma-banned against Easy Hoon this entire split. From the very beginning, where people hadn't even figured out how incredibly strong he was. But when it came to Easy Hoon, no Bloodlord, not ever. And we'll see whether it might get through, but if it does, first pick priority goes to Saint.
But again, we really haven't seen a lot of counterplay in the LPL in terms of how to deal with the Vladimir. In the LCK, against the likes of Swain and Vladimir, we've seen the Anivia pick really come to rise, but LPL not willing to pull the trigger on that.
Not necessarily, but we are going to have a player swap. Xuan P is going to come in for Endless. Pretty standard stuff here for Vici. They like to switch them in and out, but Xuan P has been the guy that's played some pretty fantastic Twitch and been able to put on the carry shoes maybe a little bit more effectively than Endless, perhaps.
Twitch is the key word right there. Xuan, Endless, kind of interchangeable. Can't really tell the difference between them in terms of the responsibility that they're bringing to the team. Xuan has stepped up, though, and shown a phenomenal Twitch performance. Yeah. That's kind of put Vici in this up-and-coming new standing. Now, going back to Vici's record and kind of trying to give them context of where they are in the LPL, the only teams that they've lost to in terms of their group have been... I just had it. Newbie, okay. Newbie, King, and WE. Or Newbie, RNG, and WE. Wow, old King throwback there. So effectively, like, the top 3 teams other than EDG. And Newbie, again, we expected them to kind of be on the top side. So Vici, like, really solidifying themselves is kind of, like, just underneath a relevant talking point of, like, the elite LPL teams.
And they have been very good when it comes to beating teams that are considered worse than them in the standings as well. This is a team that does like to be relatively consistent with their performances. And you can see we are into Champion Select, and Nidalee and Bard are going to be the priorities here from Saint, which makes a lot of sense as Caitlyn and Vladimir taken away on the side of Vici.
So again, still looking for that target ban of the Caitlyn. We'll see if they also get the target ban of the Ezreal, if they leave the Rise up from red side.
Well, Lissandra is actually going to be the ban here, as Vici can look to the Ezreal if they want to, but they can also ban away that Rise, which makes a lot of sense here, and that is going to be the one that goes.
Rise currently sitting at like a 69 to 70% win rate in the LPL alone. So
and still 100% pick and ban rate.
A lot of respect given to that champion. So now we're looking at what the priority pick will be.
Yeah, and things like Swain are available. Trundle, of course, is still there as well. Still a lot of champions with a lot of merit, but Rek'Sai, of course, is going to be snapped up first, much like what Dandy did in game number 1. So March going to be on that sort of controlling, least objective controlling, vision controlling jungler.
And Rek'Sai is just in way too healthy of a spot right now. The changes to Cinder Hulk mean that her clear speed is so much more quick. She's very tanky. She's putting out a lot of damage so she can compete with the likes of... She's kind of like that perfect hybrid between like the Gragas and the Nidalee. She's going to have great power late game, whereas someone like Nidalee, very strong early, falls off a little bit in her power late.
Well, you can see Vici answering with some strong picks of their own, as the Karma is going to be going into the hands of Caveman. Definitely a good news story with the Bard now on the bench. And Easy Hoon once again on the Azir, massive priority from the Golden Chicken.
Should be noted that with the Bard being banned and with Caveman getting that Karma, it pretty much gives Vici a very powerful 2v2, which is, I was going to say, why he's having to go towards that Thresh, or why I suspected a Thresh would be picked up, especially for a newer support to the LPL, just because you need some sort of ranged support to be able to compete with that.
Yeah, Maydong with a lot of engage potential here as well out of this champion, as STYZ thinking about heading straight back to the Jhin and saving their solo lanes for later on in this draft. Not as important with Vici locking in their mid laner already. However, don't want to show their hand too much.
A little bit easier to blind pick the likes of Azir.
Yeah, precisely. And Trundle is still available. That is definitely something we've got to talk about when we see a Jhin.
I think it'll be Sivir Trundle.
Yeah, Sivir Trundle makes a bit of sense here.
Especially since you're blind picking your top laner.
Yeah, they could think about also, you know, maybe picking up something like the Ezreal here as well. We'll see what they decide to do, as Trundle currently being hovered. I think that makes a lot of sense. Now, Schwanschwan maybe wanting to save his pick until last, and Dandy going to grab the Graves this time.
Yeah, so not willing to show their hand on the AD carry. Not quite sure about the Sivir Jhin matchup yet.
That'd be cute. The Karthus is locked in.
I think he'll go Victor. It's been kind of the big pick for Snoopy. Obviously an easy answer for the Azir. He did hover the Jace. Likewise, in that same vein would be the likes of Varus, so something really long range to get around Azir's reach.
Varus and Rumble together actually makes a bit of sense. Something that LGD tried to do a little while ago.
Really set on these assassin picks, though. So Snoopy usually rotates his position with the likes of Otto. Otto is much more comfortable an assassin player. And as I set up for that, I should have just known. I should have known he's not an assassin player.
Should have trusted yourself, Rosker.
He's a control mage player, so it is going to be that Victor.
Yeah, and Rumble once again locked in here for Saint. So knowing that the matchup is going to be the same, going to be taking the Rumble once again into the Trundle. We'll see whether Acorn's going to have a better time, but he of course did fine in lane. It's just Long was able to get around and help his team just a little bit more and grab some kills out of it.
I would love to see an Ashe locked in.
Yeah.
I still think it'll be the Sivir, but because they didn't immediately go for the Sivir and instead went for the Graves, I had a little bit of hope that they would maybe look at Ashe.
Well, they also do have some opportunity to go for the Ashe here as well, with the fact that they already have the Karma for the extra speed up.
Exactly. Gotta go fast.
Damn right. Schwanschwan Pete still currently making his mind up.
We're going the opposite direction.
Yeah, precisely.
Okay. Safety, you're across from a Thresh, so maybe not super comfortable to look for the likes of Ashe or Sivir, even though you have the spell shield.
Makes some sense, yeah.
And your 2v2 scenario, Karma Ezreal is going to be a very self-sufficient, very safe bottom lane with the ability to augment movement speed as well as have the arcane shift. Poke from a distance so you're never really out of farming range. Makes sense. Schwanschwan, Caveman, not the strongest of the 2v2s, especially when you look across from STYZ alongside his new support with the Thresh.
Yeah, now a lot more actually put on Long here as well, because Dandy is going to be on the Graves, not going to be on the tanky Rek'Sai that he was last time, being that secondary tank. And it's going to be Long, the Trundle, trying to race for that back line, be that front line that Vici do need.
We'll see if Long puts himself in a position where he gets so far ahead that he's able to continuously keep down Acorn, however. Now, Acorn has picked Rumble into the Trundle matchup twice now, so obviously feeling comfortable with it.
Yeah.
Things snowballed out of his control with a couple of teleport cross-map plays where Long just got ahead of him in terms of itemization. See if maybe Acorn can stay toe-to-toe this time around.
Yeah, and it's going to be something that we really will have to look at here as the coaches shake hands. Let's get into game number 2 between Vici and Saint. That was a very dark and brooding Acorn to bring us into game number 2 here between Saint and Vici. Saint now on the blue side. Do get the priority Rek'Sai pick. Let's see whether March can make things work this time around and whether the focus will still be on EZHoon.
Focus for Saint this time around. They do have a lot more options in terms of where their kill threat is in their lanes. So last time around, they had the big hard CC in the mid lane with Lissandra and then the burst from the Graves jungle. So it was really focusing on EZHoon trying to get Snoopy ahead with the Rek'Sai and having the likes of Thresh as well as Rumble in the top lane. And then Victor after level 6 or even before level 6 if he hits a nice gravitational field. He's got kill threat everywhere. So a lot more options for March to play his different lanes, how he sees fit.
Well, we can see another lane swap now to be instigated here from Vici. As Maydong shows himself on the bottom side, Snoopy throws out a cheeky little Q.
Vici,
full vision.
On the other hand, see if they actually go for this lane swap. No, they're going to go ahead and go for 2v2 standard lanes. Interesting.
So they thought about it and decided not to. We'll see whether they decide to take the Gromp as well. They are positioning around it. S2YZ and Maydong as well. Going to be doing the same thing on their Krug camp. Standard lanes are going to ensue.
Does mean that Acorn will get the initial 1v1 against the Trundle.
Yeah.
Had a phenomenal game last time around on his Rumble. Of course, we should really think back to his Samsung Blue days where Acorn and Rumble were synonymous. Now I feel like Marn's kind of taken that mantle from him.
Well, certainly more recently, that is for sure. As you can see, Vici able to deny the first 3 melee minions. We'll see whether this lane is going to go better. Of course, they fell behind just a little bit early on in the last matchup, but weren't too worried about it because they survived. Things were fine.
And they actually have some initial very good poke damage coming down. A little bit curious that Caveman and Xuan went for the camp trade, so taking Gromp for Krugs, as opposed to trying again their little cheeky Afrika move of standing forward in the brush and trying to catch STYZ and Maydong as they walked into the bottom lane with a lot of their poke damage. But here comes March, and this is what we were talking about. So much more kill threat and a lot more gank options available to him due to the CC and the damage in each of his lanes.
Well, Maydong will have to find a hook here because despite the fact that there is kill threat. Oh, okay, not going to find it. Xuan P going to use his Arcane Shift, gets himself out. March just decides to go back to farming as Dandy takes his blue buff.
Yeah, does know where Dandy is, so alleviates a lot of the pressure and the tension up into the top side. Both top laners can be a bit more liberal this early on in the game with how they push, knowing that both junglers are on the bottom side.
Yeah. March finally grabs his red buff here as well. So Dandy looking to sneak into the brush. This wave from Vici has been pushed up, but they knew that that ward was down. So looking for a counter gank by the looks of things on the side of Dandy. Has definitely been something that he's always been fantastic at.
Yep, just being very aware that March was on this side, making sure that he's near the bottom side of the map. And again, we talked about how both junglers' bottom side means that both top laners can get a bit more ham, which opens up a lot more space for Long in particular.
Well, you can see ham is exactly what Lung was able to do. These extended auto attack trades definitely favoring the Trundle, who's taken some control here in this lane. Speaking of lane control, Snoopy doing quite well, but EZHoon having that harass advantage.
Needs to start respecting March, however. Long still overextended and Rek'Sai's looking top, but meanwhile bot.
Yeah, speaking of respect, Xuan P is going to get ignited here. The auto attacks come down. The heal comes out at exactly the right time as the hook is going to go wide. Caveman still looking for more, but First Blood's going to go down on the top side of the map as I believe Long was trying to dive as Acorn is incredibly low. Both flashes traded.
So yeah, Long burned his flash. I'm assuming that he knew he was in trouble. Look at Acorn's blinking health bar, was trying to trade 1-for-1, but Dandy is trying to make something count on the bottom side.
Yeah, well, Dandy flashes forward, doesn't get the end of the line as STYZ throws out the heal just in case. So Vici getting denied across this map.
Yeah, exactly. Aggression across the map, and Vici's bottom lane can't get it done, as we're going to see the replay. So yeah, Long sees how low Acorn is. He knows that he's dead anyway. He might as well try to trade 1-for-1. Unfortunately, unable to capitalize on his flash. Burns his summoner and gives Acorn the kill.
That's a big deal. Goes again for that cull pickup as well, so wanted to make sure that he can stay relevant in that gold. Snoopy continues to farm here. Hasn't been back to base just yet, as EZHoon just did. Grabs a Null Magic Mantle as well as another Doran's Ring. And I think we're going to be looking at this mid laner from Vici a little bit more this game as well. I mean, he had a fantastic game one, don't get me wrong, but with things going the way they are around, could be a problem as March now looking for the knock-up. Gets it there. It's a really nice pillar to stop Acorn from getting too much follow-up damage, but March is right on top of it, and not long for the world, falls down right after the teleport.
Yeah, didn't have his flash available to him, and now in even more trouble as this wave will get pushed in, and he has 0 answer for it, which means an experience advantage as well as a massive buy advantage to Acorn.
Precisely. Well, gets himself another longsword, so he can at least purchase something. But that's about the end of the good news here for the Trundle. We'll see what Vici do to try and turn this one around. Cloud Drake is going to be the first dragon.
I mean, the only options that you have in turning it around is if you gank up there and it's a 2v2 Rumble versus Rek'Sai or Trundle and Graves.
Yeah.
Especially post level 6, Acorn's going to be so strong with that equalizer that Dandy can almost only go up there if he has assistance from other lanes or he knows exactly where March is. So I think Dandy almost has to go all in on this bottom lane.
Well, it does look like he's doing so, clearing out vision wards. There's STYZ flourishing across the minion wave. Takes an Essence Flux for his trouble as Caveman going to have that snare interrupted by a Lantern. Things quietening down a little bit on Summoner's Rift, but as the dust settles, it's an 1,000 gold lead for Saint once again. Early game in their favor, most definitely.
And we talked about this. Saint, their members, 1v1, mechanically, individually, they're fine. They're a very experienced roster in their own unique careers. It's just putting them together, they don't have the time to have a developed synergy like a team like Vici.
Well, really nice hook here onto Caveman, who's already down very, very low. Nice grenade damage, but the Mystic shots with the Sheen are going to answer that. And in fact, Xuan P decides that he doesn't even want to pick up a tier on his first back, wants as much control as he can in this lane.
Yeah, trying to get more trade potential. And really respecting March right now. He has complete control of this map, so top side quadrant.
Yeah.
He's already won if he's up there, especially now that he's level 6. If he has his neural network of tunnels set up and available to him, he should be able to play to the bottom side quite safely and respond to top side as now a TP is being pulled.
Yeah, actually cancelled here because they understood that Vici had moved back. So Acorn not going to have that teleport for some time. Long, his almost back up.
But he hid himself, and he's still hiding himself in this brush. So Long probably thinks that the teleport could have been completed, or hiding that the teleport was even pulled to begin with.
Yeah.
So we'll see how Saint actually micromanaged that abuse of information.
Well, you can see immediately Dandy did move towards the top side of the map, knowing that March was on the bottom side. STYZ taking some damage, but nice Lantern is going to get into safety. There is still some fight in this Vici squad, especially on the bottom side of the map, as they are even on farm as well. True Shot Barrage is going to tag STYZ. Flash has to be burnt, actually, in the 2v2. Lots of aggression as Snoopy going to steal away the blue buff.
So far, March has taken control of 2 sides of the jungle. He now has control of Vici's blue side, as well as the complete top side of the map. Dandy kind of running out of a lot of responses, and not having a blue buff available for Easyhoon Azir is going to be very punishing should Saint look to try to pressure a dragon. Fortunately for Vici, it is only an air drake, so they don't need to fight this one to the same regard as if it was Infernal or Mountain.
Yeah, especially, knowing Vici's record with which dragons they do like to fight for. Easyhoon now. Once again, back to farming. Oh, looking for the engage here, actually, as Dandy's going to come around. Half health already on Snoopy as the gravity field is going to wear off. And Caveman came from the wrong side. Snoopy just walks out the long way.
Trying to go all in on Easyhoon and recognizing, again, top lane's pretty much a bust. A lot of resources have been putting into the bottom lane. They kind of passively lost it, although still maintaining a CS. What's the word? Non-gap?
Yeah.
It's even in CS. Which
CS equality.
CS equality, perfect.
Mm-hmm.
We aspire for equality in all CS.
In all things. As Maedong was there with a really nice lantern to make sure March wasn't too deep, as he void rushed right into the enemy jungle. And you can see it's actually a lead in CS for Snoopy in that mid lane. Both mid laners farming out quite well, but that is definitely a good news story here for the Victor player. Standing on top of this pink ward, his position well and truly known.
Well, he has no control over his blue side. So might as well take what he can, knowing that March is on the other side of the map and Acorn has a back. So Dandy's still doing a good job showing that as a jungler with his veteran experience, he's able to abuse these tiny windows that he can and try to even out his farm.
And so far keeping up quite nicely with March, who, like you said,
who just has complete control.
Speaking of which, P and Caveman zoned away from this minion wave. As March was in full vision and knew exactly where the Rek'Sai was, and is now moving into the enemy jungle. Dandy will spot him. It's a few cheeky autos. We'll see how aggressive he does decide to go, as once again, vision put down.
Dandy needs to be really careful, though. Luckily, March isn't going to continue to push it, but March actually has control of the bottom lane and the mid lane right now, because EZHoon decided to back as Dandy was contesting for his jungle. Naturally, there's opportunity for EZHoon to do it anyway, simply because there's really nothing in that side of the jungle that you should be contesting for. There's no blue buff or anything like that.
Yeah.
But could have gone a little bit pear-shaped if Saint really decided to go ham there.
Well, blue buff now going to be taken here from Saint. Snoopy going to be able to pick up his second blue buff of the game, which is pretty ridiculous. And now everyone moving towards the top side. Long does have Subjugate and his flash available, but 3 members. Saint could be a problem. There's the curtain call, as it is going to miss once. Caveman taking some damage from the final one, but half health bars now on this Vici squad, and no ultimate now available for S2IZ.
Keeping them at low health, it should be noted that Saint do have a perfect timer of Vici's blue buff, as well as have moved in and warded that. So all of the makings of looking to contest that buff as they had done previously. Still have control over the bottom side, so we'll keep a track on that timer.
Yeah, March as well now walks over a ward, looking for a dive underneath this turret here as P and Caveman have got themselves back up to health, but there's the teleport coming in. Caveman wants to lock down March, but he's not even in turret range just yet. Flashes out of the way. Nice equalizer one more time as Acorn's going to get exhausted. Lung, he's teleported over. Dandy's going to get in here with a quick draw, and Acorn is most definitely dead. It will be a 1-for-1 trade, as the Subjugate is going to finish that one off, and Lung picks up the kill, much needed for the top lane, and we'll see whether Saint can get anything more around this map. EZHoon was moving over. P now is going to stop this one from falling down.
So again, Saint set themselves up for a very aggressive play on the bottom side, setting down their deep triangle vision over Vici's bot side. Luckily for Long, not only does he get to be the primary benefactor of picking up that kill on the teleport, but he actually doesn't sacrifice anything in terms of his CS. It wasn't like Acorn had a wave going into his tower as that play was made. And that's really kind of the difference between the fine-tuned elite teams of the LPL and kind of Saint when they're setting up their plays.
Well, there's the flash. Oh, EZHoon gets out of the way of March there with a nice Emperor's Divide. Takes the double damage from the Death Ray, but that's a Summoner Spell burnt for the mid laner of Vici.
And that blue buff is again about to spawn. With EZHoon being forced back, it should mean that Vici are again going to have to give this up. Nope. EZHoon says, we're fighting here. I'm not giving this one up. Stalls out his back, and we're not going to have a 2v2.
Oh, there's a deadly flourish as well. Yeah, 4v2 here as the blue buff is getting taken down very low. They've made sure that they have this one. March actually takes that one away as Snoopy isn't able to get it. Just denying it from EZHoon being the priority.
Much cleaner jungle pathing this time around from Saint. March doing a good job contesting Dandy at every single opportunity, keeping these timers again. It's another perfect blue timer that they have, and we'll see if they can continue to abuse that pressure point on the map.
We have to say as well, I mean, Lung, despite dying twice in the early game, Acorn picking up yet another kill after that gank on the bottom side. He's ahead in farm. Strundle has done very well to equalize despite a difficult start.
Well, it's also
used, clears out this wave.
When plays are being made, Long is getting a lot more out of them than Acorn is.
Yeah.
Think of the last play that Acorn made with the teleport, having to be the sacrificial lamb for his team.
Yeah, and Long making his way back up towards that top side, able to clear things out as Acorn just going to bust right into Lung here. Subjugate goes down though, and Acorn has to walk around this pillar. It's a lot of damage out of Lung at the moment as the flash is available from Acorn, but Lung can follow up immediately. Equalizer goes down. Lung wants to find it, but Acorn is able to flash his way to safety. And that is dangerous times here for the top laner as March looking to try and aggress on this one and gets the flash out of the top laner as well.
It's Long abusing the overheat from Acorn right there, seeing that Rumble has gone into it and just continuing to bash away at him while supplementing his health with the Subjugate.
Nicely done. Dandy and Caveman now able to take down this Cloud Drake. 15 minutes into the game. It's a late dragon, but when it's a Cloud, you don't seem to worry about it too much. March going to make his way back onto the Rift. Mountain Drake up next. Vici definitely looking for that one. And they've clawed back this gold gap just a little bit. 700 instead of the 1,000. Whereas it's only really been trades around this map so far.
And it's just being slightly more beneficial in these teleport plays on the bottom side of the map. Yes, they've given up multiple blues, but able to shore up the differences between Long and Acorn in particular and get Long back into a point of power into that top side by being better reactive with their teleport plays.
Well, EasyHoon once again going to head back to base, as you saw. Was March able to steal away a Raptor. And STYZ looking to take down this turret as well after he reloads, of course. It's the Iceborne Gauntlet completed by P, but will it be able to save the turret is the question. It looks like it might be, as STYZ can't get the last couple of shots.
Again, another bottom play from Saint. Teleport is back up and available for Acorn. Vici have responded, though, by placing a pink ward into their tri-bush, so not trying to give away too free of a TP position. Yeah,
that'll actually be worth some money there as well, that pink ward, I believe. P now with his Iceborne Gauntlet, able to slow down the minion wave. And STYZ continues to have a slight lead as far as farm is concerned, as once again, delivered mid laner here in the mid lane. Snoopy in trouble, end of the line does double damage, and Dandy picks up the kill.
But it's Saint showing their hand that they're all in on the bottom side. But speaking of all in, top.
Oh man, everyone just fighting all over this Rift as Long getting so much of his health back. Once again, more fighting. Nice disengage here out of Vici. As P uses his Arcane Shift and is still going to get stunned. Acorn still getting followed here as Dandy. Lots of damage comes down. Collateral damage secures the kill, and Vici taking control.
It's abusive information. Vici see that Saint are all in on the bottom. They're trying to set up for a TP play, that Rek'Sai is in the area, that he's trying to get Acorn in there as well. Dandy says, that's fine, immediately runs mid lane, picks up a kill. In response, Saint are like, we can't let them kill mid lane, we have to go all in bottom lane. But Karma, Ezreal, such a safe lane, able to disengage. Yes, they do manage to take down the outer bot tower, but it could have been so much worse. Vici doing a great job minimizing the issues on the map.
Yeah, EasyHoon as well, trying to bully March out of the jungle so they know where the jungler is once again, as STYZ trying to back. And P really needs to hit an auto attack, gets himself the slow. We'll see whether they can get anything more, as there's the heal out. And the teleports both coming in here from Vici, as Acorn's going to turn up. True Shot Barrage comes in, Lung answers, but it's a really nice deadly flourish as P now with no escapes left. Will probably fall down. STYZ picks it up. March very, very low as Lung running for the hills, but there's no turret left there anymore. And I don't think that they'll be able to get this one. Long now does dodge out of the way of the stun. And there is the Tormented Ground. March falls down. Long is just so big.
We talked about the caster curse. I was just saying that Vici did a great job kind of minimizing losses. Yes, it does kind of come back for them in the end, but the double teleport, because EasyHoon took heal and because Snoopy took Ghost, the double TP or the double global presence is actually to the Rek'Sai team, which is what was abused there and trying to set that up for Saint. A good response from Long, just being 2-2-1 on this massive trundle for some reason.
Exactly. Snoopy once again going to get flashed on here by EasyHoon. Emperor's Divide comes out, nice gravity field, but they're not able to actually close the gap.
Bit overzealous.
Yeah, possibly.
Had enough numbers though. Karma also waiting in the wings.
I do like the idea. Acorn now towards the bottom side.
Something we haven't talked about is that in all of the chaos, Vici did manage to steal Snoopy's blue, and now EasyHoon, for the first time this game, will get his own blue.
Yeah. Oh, how the tables have turned.
And it's really just been these slow acquirings of vision and information, and how Vici have been reactive with it to close the lead that Saint had.
Oh, nice hook. As P is going to get stunned afterwards. Maydong helps out. And STYZ able to lock it down with the damage done. And now Caveman in trouble. Gravity Field comes in, and Chaos Storm is going to be able to eat through the Karma. No flash available as Dandy are going to have a transition onto him. Really nice play from Saint on the top side of the map.
But as I say that, Vici's bottom lane is still a liability.
Yeah.
Caught out multiple times. Good showing from Saint's new support, Maydong, especially on that Thresh, looking very comfortable and setting up his play for big positions.
Yeah, now Long trying to save this inner turret, but you can see 4 men strong from Saint are going to be able to rip through this. There's a 2-turret lead and 3,000 gold now in favor of Saint. Oh, correct me. That is a 3-turret lead. they've managed to get around this map and
This
really wreck through things.
Gold difference was only about 1,000K, maybe 30 seconds ago.
Yeah, exactly.
So big snowball from Saint. And the response from Vici? At Acorn.
Well, yeah. See what EZHoon can get done here as Dash Cannon comes back. Acorn taking a bit of damage as the outer turret in the mid lane is very, very low. Some standing gold available here from Vici as Sand Soldiers able to slow people now as EZHoon has completely foregone the Nash's Tooth. Went straight for that Rylai's. Interesting adaptation.
Helps the utility that his team already has built up. So you have the Rylai's on Azir as well as the Iceborne Gauntlet completed for Xuan.
Yeah. Treasure Barrage clears out a minion wave, and they're looking to see whether they can get some work done on this outer turret on the top side.
Not enough members in position for Vici's mid-outer, however. The fact that Caveman has to be so protective and cautious with Xuan that he's not able to assist his team elsewhere on the map. And this is why, because now we have an immediate flank from Saint.
Yeah, so many members moving up here towards the top side, and with no inner turret there available either.
No
this
arcane
is
shift.
So dangerous. Yeah, Xuan P did shift to try and create more distance, and they are easily able to pick up the AD carry.
And that's 3 picks simultaneously on Vici's bot lane that have pretty much negated all lead that they had compensated for. So Saint now turning towards this Baron.
Yeah, Equalizer even thrown down here on top of it as there's no vision available from Vici. They're now moving right over as Dandy taking a lot of damage from Snoopy. Chaos Storm comes down. Dandy flashes out of the way as Snoopy is extraordinarily low. This Baron down below half health. Saint sticking on it for the moment as EZHoon looking for more. Wants to find Snoopy as the Duskblade is going to proc on him. But Vici, they haven't had a look inside the pit. The Baron's just going to get taken and Saint walk away with that and lose nothing.
Yep, Vici didn't have the tools to try to get into that pit. Still a little bit risky to contest a Baron against the likes of the Dandy, the Prince of Thieves.
Yeah.
But thankfully for them, they're not able to get in it, and Saint now in complete control.
Totally. Now you've got Long trying to build towards his Ravenous Hydra. EZHoon takes a big shift, gets himself out as Caveman stuns himself there walking into the Deadly Flourish. Sun Turret comes in as the hook lands onto EZHoon. Everything going wrong. The Emperor's Divide was there onto 4 members, but it's just not enough. And Saint are all over this game.
Vici caught out multiple positions, multiple players, multiple places, and are just pretty much high-fiving as they individually run into Saint's open waiting arms.
One after the other. Long now, not going to be able to get in there and protect this turret. The inner is going to fall, and that is 5 turrets very swiftly picked up from this team. And all of a sudden, a 6,000 to 7,000 gold lead.
Not going to stop right there as Acorn has done a nice job setting up this bottom wave for a very easy rotation from Saint, which they can then fall back onto that Mountain Dragon.
Yeah, where March is already situated himself. Pillar comes in. Vici, we'll see whether they actually want to give this one up, but the rest of their base is just getting onslaughted by minions.
They're in no position to contest for this dragon. They don't have the vision. They don't have the power. You're still sitting in between items for Azir to hit that 3-item power spike. He's just sitting on 2, the Rylai's and the Nashers, so still looking for that Abyssal.
Well, that's only a stinger.
There you go.
Well and truly behind you, exactly right. Is Dandy able to steal away a blue buff? Gets something amidst the chaos. But 7,000 gold lead will be difficult for Vici to find their way through. We'll see whether they can.
They have to sit back, defensively ward up their jungle, and continue to farm to break points, and then set up for a big 5v5 to empower EZHoon. But things like this keep happening.
Yeah, precisely. And there's the curtain call. EZHoon taking a lot of damage, slowed down, but it is going to get cancelled. Now Snoopy pushing up the mid lane. Long was here. I believe it could have potentially been... Oh, God, there's the knock-up. EZHoon in trouble. Is able to shift his way out as Deadly Flourish is going to miss. He's very close to going down as Xuan P flashes in front. Wanted to save his mid laner, but the flash is used and Azir gets himself to safety. Good God, this is close.
Did look like Xuan P was the one to flash. It was an arcane shift on the particle of EZHoon flashing.
Yeah. Oh, arcane shift. Oh, okay. Of course, of course.
Looked a little bit weird for me, too.
Yeah, certainly did. But now Vici trying to hold on to their base. Have been known to do this quite well. But not this early.
They do have good wave clear options in the Karma as well as the Azir and then Dandy. So Graves and Karma kind of making up for their lackluster wave clear on their AD carry and Ezreal. Naturally, if EZHoon isn't dove, he's fine to sit back. And that's kind of the thing about Saint's composition is they don't have the best engagement.
Yep.
You're effectively looking at the Unburrow or an Equalizer, but not a lot of hard
nice.
CC.
Shuan P just blind stole his red buff from March. Good news.
Likewise, the Death Sentence.
Yeah.
Yeah, so your support and your Rek'Sai, and that's your engage tool. Especially when you're trying to push into someone's base. And
March has certainly been getting around this map doing a whole host of work. 8 out of the 9 kills he's been a part of. 3, 1, and 5 now as well. Titanic Hydra completed, as well as, of course, his Cinderhulk and the Sightstone.
And we've talked about just how strong Rek'Sai is in the meta. Again, the healthy place that Cinderhulk is in. How quickly she can jungle and then be super tanky and offer great CC and backline dive threat. But then also the fact that the trinkets have been adjusted and nerfed slightly. Vision control is a little bit different than it used to be, and her tremor sense meaning a lot more for that. The fact that the Void Rush acts as global presence on a map in a meta where double teleport is dominating a lot.
Yeah.
And especially when you don't have that double TP, how Rek'Sai can be very punishing.
Well, right now you can see a lot of topside focus. Probably waiting for this Baron to respawn before they try and knock down the front doors of Vici.
They really need to rely on the Baron because, again, unless they hit a death sentence, they don't have a lot of options to say, Vici, we fight here and now. Whereas Vici have great disengage tools. Again, the Rylai's, the Emperor's Divide, the Iceborne Gauntlet, Karma, Trundle Pillar.
Yeah, Dandy as well, actually moving out of his base quite far. You can see Long able to push out that bottom wave. Got himself some much needed farm. Wanted to get to that tanky stage as this Trundle. Baron power play for about 3.2. Not exactly the hugest. They got a lot of map control out of it.
It's now about Vici very slowly moving up their defensive ward line to kind of even with the map. We actually see Caveman doing that right now, using pinks and sweepers to try to clear out their own jungle so they can safely approach this Baron pit, or at least the back of it, in a minute. Although, speaking of safely approaching.
Yeah, Shuan be able to at least hit the Mystic Shot, slows down March, and then Arcane shifts himself out. Still had the heal and flash, so he's fine. But Saint bullying them out. A minute until the Baron. We'll see whether Vici can contest.
They only have 2 sweepers on their team. Both of them are down right now. Hopefully they'll be back up by the time the Baron spawns in 45 seconds, or Vici will be able to stall out long enough for that. Saint haven't been the most consistent team in setting up plays over long amounts of time and being able to execute them on as cleanly. They're a bit more bloodthirsty, a bit more antsy, a bit more reactive to their power points. So they now have an opportunity to prove that they can be patient.
Well, Shuan P able to even out his CS with S2YZ pretty much. Maedong as well, now just clearing out vision around this Baron pit. Getting ready. It's very, very close. They probably want to pick before they go into something. As Long once again making his way towards the bottom side, picks up this minion wave as it goes through.
One of the issues that they have is that Acorn can't safely stand across from Long. We've seen this Trundle going off despite his scoreline, being able to bully out Rumble in multiple instances. So Saint can't use their TP as effectively as they'd like to.
EZHoon's got hooked. He manages to shift some sands away, but the ultimate is there. Shuan P tanking it up for his mid laner. As Caveman is going to move in for the last bolt, but there's the Chaos Storm. He takes so much damage, and immediately EZHoon is erupted by that Equalizer. Acorn with a fantastic teleport play, and this is exactly what Saint needed to get themselves in a good position. Nice flash, but not going to find the hook on the side of Maedong.
But understanding the importance that the Azir is down, so a big wave clear portion is down, and trying to make this count.
Well, you can see Vici just use everything to clear out that minion wave. Some lowish health members. But they're still looking to try and get into position for this one. Dandy, a lot of AoE as March taking out this turret for a long time. Heal has to come in to save his life. As Long, a big body in the front line. Maedong taking some damage. The Shuan P offering some help. And now it's the Infernal Drake that looks to be the target of Saint.
Fight are still left in Vici.
Whoa, there's the flash forward. Lung picks up the kill on the support. Maedong now down. Everyone up here for Vici.
So the decision... Oh, hold on. They might get caught again.
Yeah, no equalizer for the next couple of seconds.
So the initial decision from Saint was great. Again, we challenged them. Can they be patient? Can they set up a play? They did. They looked for the pick. They found EasyHoon. But the problem was, yes, it was correct to try to push in a tower without the Azir, but they overstayed. Vici did a great job by their powers combined, clearing the waves between the Ezreal ultimate, the Karma, and the Graves. And then Long really shoving them off the tower. If they had not overstayed, if they had immediately turned towards the Baron, if they had even turned towards the Baron after picking EasyHoon, maybe a different situation. But a great play from Vici to keep them in this game.
Yeah, and you can see now Saint actually setting up with 2 members. Oh, they are going to be spotted out. As the true shot barrages from P have been fantastic this game for both vision and stealing his own buffs.
That's the key thing, is the vision. We've seen particularly Deft from EDG setting this up as maybe another pick, this time on Saint.
Oh, March is in so much trouble. Takes himself the Lantern, and somehow he's going to survive. EasyHoon right in this pit has to flash away, as now Vici still want this fight. They want to fight before the Rek'Sai can get back. Going to do so, clearing out vision. Captive audience stood on. Deadly Forest not going to find Dandy.
But unfortunately, Vici just don't have the waves to continue that chase. They need to respond to their map and use this moment to possibly look bottom. Yep, sending Long.
Yeah, there's a huge minion wave. He does still have the teleport, an advantage over Akon, who has to be around here. Caveman dodges the hook nicely. As Long will make short work of this. Thankfully, the Ravenous Hydra gives him lots of wave clear speed if he can get up to the wave. Now Saint starting on this Baron. There are so many pings from Vici. They know exactly what's going on.
Dandy has the higher smite as well, level 14 to level 15. So a lot of respect as STYZ now caught.
Yeah, completely caught out of position. But Long taking so much damage. Just obliterated first off. STYZ is going to be able to lock that one down. P caught out of position here. They need to tank this up for him, but they make room for the Chaos Storm. Chaos Storm going to kill both of the bottom lane members of Vici. And now Saint, after what was a brilliant turnaround, are going to be able to move straight up this mid lane.
Yeah, I thought they had the pick. Unfortunately, Long just cut out and obliterated. STYZ doing massive amounts of work this late into the game. It's going to mean the inhib for Saint. And possibly the Baron.
Yeah, most likely the Baron to follow immediately afterwards. Dandy and EasyHoon will want to get some work done here.
I don't think they can do it right now simply because Snoopy doesn't have a lot of mana, although Victor's not going to be the biggest part of it. It just means that if Vici collapse on them, Victor doesn't have a lot to offer in the incoming team fight.
Well, they do wander over a ward. They can be seen completely doing this. There's the Baron, come down very low. There's the hook, actually lands on EasyHoon, has to use his Emperor's Divide very early. As Dandy getting taken down so low, STYZ cleans up the kill. Still low health bars. EasyHoon wants to find a way in. The hook not quite long enough, and Baron not going to fall as Saint are so low. They still want this fight. EasyHoon not going to go over the wall with the Shifting Sands. And now Vici thinking about taking their turn.
No, it's really just making sure that they clear out and place down the appropriate vision. They have a window. Are they going to catch anyone? Nope, they're just clearing out the wave. Looking for Acorn. They have a window where they can move into the river and start placing down the Baron vision to make it safer to contest or to look for a steal.
Well, March, you could see, looking for some sort of flanking play, but the rest of his team wasn't back yet. He's just going to head in, clear out vision around the Baron. Vici, now that they're healthy again, still looking to try and fight this one out. 10,000 gold the lead for Saint. As Long does not have flash just yet. Teleport coming in for Acorn, finding his way right into the back of this pit as EasyHoon doesn't have the damage across. It is going to be the Baron lockdown from Saint as Acorn takes down EasyHoon and then gets pushed back over the wall. March now right in the back line as Long trying to fight with everyone on the side of Saint. Flashes out of the way. Subjugate doing some good work against March. But you can see now Saint just rippling over this Vici squad. Massive damage out of Snoopy. P is going to get taken down. And Long limping away from this battle. 4 for 1 so far as March possibly will fall down. Nope, not going to happen. As he eats himself a turret and STYZ has one thing in mind, and that is winning the game.
Yes, Saint just won the game. They just took down Vici Gaming. Again, they've been able to take maps off the likes of Newbie, off the likes of Invictus. They now get to add Vici to that list, but the question remains, can they actually close out a series?
Yeah, this is the big question, and they will have momentum now moving into game number 3. Not necessarily what we were expecting out of Saint, but even in the first game, they showed to be very competitive, especially with this Rumble pick out of Acorn, which is looking fantastic. See, Dandy not very happy right now.
Well, you can't imagine that Dandy would be happy. He was run around his jungle just trying to use small windows of opportunity to maintain even on farm. That Rek'Sai pick coming out huge for March.
Yeah, exactly, and came out huge for Dandy in game number 1. I have a feeling it's going to be a very contested pick moving into game number 3. And even EasyHoon looked out of sorts. He changed up his build path really quite strangely, and STYZ really making things happen on this Jhin, which we've been seeing rise to popularity as well.
Being used a lot for its utility as well. A lot of those chasing plays that gave Saint such big advantages, especially in the last play where they picked up Long, was the fact that he went into the curtain call, that he was able to apply multiple slows across multiple members of Vici.
Yeah.
And allow his team to chase him down.
And once again, I mean, big shout out to the Thresh play here as well. He was able to land hook after hook, especially onto EasyHoon here, who was eventually able to get himself out of this particular play. But, oh wait, no he wasn't, because Acorn's there.
But Vici run around the map, lost complete control of their jungle, lost individually in the lanes. The 2v2 wasn't going well for them. The 1v1 in the mid lane was curious. EasyHoon had it neutralized effectively, but when it came to the 5v5, just because Long had been collapsed on earlier, the jungle had lost, in particular the bot lane had lost, there wasn't a lot that Dandy and EasyHoon could do late game.
Yeah, and this was Vici actually struggling to work out what to do in the later stages of the game as well for one of the first times. And honestly, Saint, looking for the first time like they knew exactly what they wanted to achieve.
We never had any questions about their individual abilities. I'm glad to see that Acorn's kind of returning to form in a sense. He's playing very well on a signature pick like his Rumble, but the cool thing was that it was March stepping up, it was Acorn stepping up, and it was STYZ stepping up. Again, if you look at the goal distribution of a team like Saint, it's almost entirely on the back of STYZ and in particular his Caitlyn pick. So it's nice to see a team of a lot of veteran and experienced players kind of all simultaneously picking up their slack.
Yeah, exactly right. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to throw it to a short break. When we get back, we'll see whether Saint can finally take a best of 3 victory here, or whether Vici are going to bounce back. We'll see after the break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. Saint were able to take a victory over Vici in our last game, and it is going to be STYZ picking up the MVP on 4-0-9. The man was a beast on the Jin.
Yeah, just kind of speaks to the fact that Saint have always been a team about their AD carry, STYZ, performing on the Jin, performing on the likes of Caitlyn, having it permabanned against him.
Yeah.
But still, most notably, is Acorn and March stepping up to join him on that carry mantle, which is why I think they managed to pull this map from Vici.
Yeah, exactly, and you have to talk about the Rumble pick from Acorn, especially March as well on the Rek'Sai looking good. And Vici looked out of sorts in this match.
Just lost a lot of their pressure and a lot of their power, getting picked repeatedly, in particular their bot lane, Xuan not performing to the same standard that STYZ did, and opening a lot of weaknesses up for Vici.
Yeah, most certainly, and you can see him on your screen right now, ready to get into the next game. We'll see whether Saint are going to be as powerful out of the gate as they have been in both of these matches, honestly, because they have had good early starts, and we'll see whether they can do it again.
And that's kind of the question. Big thing was the fact that it was blue side for Saint. They priority picked the Rek'Sai. We saw priority pick Rek'Sai to Vici as well.
Yeah.
So figure that champion is either going to be banned from red side or Vici will get their hands on another big power pick.
Yeah, most certainly. And of course, we have seen the Nidalee banned multiple times here from Saint as well as...
I don't think Nidalee's worth it.
Yeah, I don't think so either, as Endless back in for Xuan P. So, the man of the match, the one that has actually been able to win one, will be straight back in there. We'll see whether he's going to have a better performance this time around than Xuan P did in game number 2, whether he can go back to that Sivir play that was actually very, very strong in game number 1.
That's the thing, is there doesn't seem to be a big difference between Endless and Xuan in terms of when you put them on the same champion. Xuan kind of stood out because he was the Twitch, he was kind of the hyper carry player for Vici, whereas Endless has been more of the utility player, more of the Sivir guy. So when you put Xuan on a champion like Ezreal, who kind of itemizes into utility, who's very safe, I think you're taking a bit of power away just to then sub him back out for Endless. It's kind of like, if you're going to play Xuan, give him his Twitch, give him the chance to carry. Yeah,
and actually separate their playstyles a little bit there as well, because it does look like they're just trying to make everyone play exactly the same way. Endless and Xuan looking very, very similar. But we'll see whether Endless is going to be able to once again come out victorious, because we're looking at this one, and blue side means everything right now, as Vici, complete change-up right here, as the Jin and the Thresh have both been banned away. Bard and Ryze taken away from Saint, as I have a feeling Caitlyn may hit the bench next.
Yeah, reminder that in Game 1, when Vici had blue side, they banned both the Caitlyn and the Ezreal. Of course, losing a ban due to the fact that they were late to the stadium.
Yep.
This time around, having 3 target bans available to them, which is why that Thresh is going to join.
Well, Caitlyn, the final ban comes in. Vladimir probably being looked at here from Saint, meaning that we'll most likely see that Rek'Sai picked up.
Yeah, and that's the big thing. It's that they're prioritizing putting Caitlyn, or putting Caveman down, rather than Dandy.
Yeah. Vici actually taking some time here. Dandy still head and hands a little bit. See whether he can pull himself together.
Coach Ohm behind him.
Yeah.
Very famous Korean League of Legends coach. Has been everywhere with Dandy.
Well, hopefully he can pick himself back up. As Vici, 23 seconds to go. Just can't quite find the Rek'Sai button.
Or at least talking it through.
Yeah. 12 seconds to go now. And there it is. So, Rek'Sai button discovered. Does Saint now have the opportunity to go towards the Karma if they want to? They can pick away the Azir if they feel like that's a good idea. Snoopy did, though, have a fantastic game on the Victor.
It's always been his more comfortable pick. Victor a little bit less intensive than the likes of Azir.
Yeah.
More priority on immediate AoE damage.
And they might prioritize a pick for S2IZ here as well, considering the fact that his Jin and Caitlyn are now gone. Does he want to go towards the Ezreal?
Lucian also still available for S2IZ.
Yeah.
Curious thing will be if Vici initiate a lane swap now that they've lost control of Bard and Karma. So it makes Karma even more of a priority in second rotation, because you don't want to give away kind of the other really strong range support. Or maybe Caveman will look towards the likes of Nami.
Yeah, Nami definitely been seeing a bit of a resurgence as Akon thinking about where he wants to go. Big smile on his face at the moment as the Aurelia is being hovered. And there's 1 second to go before he decides the Trundle will be a better idea.
I was going to say blind picking Aurelia might be a little bit dangerous.
Potentially.
Although by picking Karma and Trundle together in the same rotation, it does give away their hand and their support in the top lane. Although Karma, I guess, could technically still be flexed to the mid position.
Yeah, could be played by Snoopy. Of course, Athena played Karma last week in the mid lane to quite great effect, actually, for Aime. Against Saint as well. Now Caveman has to dig deep for his next support pickup. No Thresh, no Bard, no Karma. Has had some success on the Braum as Long thinking about going towards
his second best champion, Braum.
Yeah, precisely. And the Braum is locked away. And a little bit more burly here, meaning that Vici could possibly go towards something a little bit more carry-oriented towards the top side. Nah, he's going to be locked in though.
So trying to abuse that Trundle in the top lane. Black Cleaver has been quite a popular build on Gnar.
Yeah.
The Subjugate doesn't mean as much against the likes of him as it does against other tank top laners.
And it does just depend on how he itemizes as well, as STYZ is going to lock in the Ashe. Switches over, grabs it immediately, as now Snoopy thinking about what he wants to grab. Blitzcrank probably not going to be the choice, as they have a jungler or a mid laner if they want to grab one.
Oh, Snoopy, don't play with my heart.
Yeah, exactly. Ooh, March, thinking about a possible Hecarim that we've been seeing cantering around the Rift a little bit more.
Would work really well in tandem with Karma. Obviously, her ability to augment his damage through the movement speed.
Yeah, precisely. Not to mention the fact that Trundle going to be pretty happy about it as well. And March is going to take Teleport by the looks of things.
So Hecarim has really made a big resurgence due to the changes to Trinity Force. That said, it's really not the Trinity Force that has made him stronger.
No.
A lot of the time when he runs out of the jungle, he doesn't necessarily get the same amount of gold to have a Trinity Force, but he's still just such a threat to that backline and doing ridiculous amounts of damage.
Well, we'll see how successful March is going to be, as once again, Endless back on the Ezreal, very comfortable, and the Azir 3 times in a row for EasyHoon into that mid lane. I love Gnar and Azir in tandem. And at the moment, Maedong just hovering the Zed, but he will probably switch over to the Victor.
I would assume so. I would love to see Snoopy throw the gauntlet and try to go toe-to-toe with EasyHoon's Azir. Yeah. Not many men are brave enough.
Very true. And we'll see what Vici's focus is going to be as well as they move into this next game, because Dandy probably looking to be a lot more proactive around the map in the early stages, because Saint have been getting the better of them throughout this series. There it is, the Victor switched over. 10 seconds to go now for Saint to close out their team comp. It's actually looking very strong for this team.
It's looking really nice and balanced. So you have great pick potential. With the Ashe available, you have good 5v5 potential with the Trundle and the Victor. And then you have great catch and chase potential with the Hecarim as well as Karma. So they have a lot of answers to how they want to play the different win conditions on their comp and be really reactive and responsive to Vici, as well as being proactive in setting up with Ashe.
Yeah, and I really love their area control as well, with the fact that the pillar can go down in conjunction with the gravity field, and they can control space very effectively against Vici, who want to be doing the same thing. What with the Gnar getting a nice ultimate into the wall, things like EasyHoon's Emperor's Divide that are very, very important. This is going to be a very interesting game, and we'll see who's going to be able to come out ahead, and whether Akon taking away the Trundle from Long can have as devastating an effect, because even in the game that they lost, Long was still an absolute monster on that Trundle.
See if we can get ahead on this Gnar. They do have a bit more of a presence in a 5v5 by having hard CC like the Gnar wall smash available. That said, it's very easy when you have such space control in front of you like Saint's comp to just kind of kite out Gnar's Rage Bar, make sure that he can't find those great flanking engagements.
Well, coaches are going to shake hands. Of course, Long was a legacy Gnar player, and we'll see whether he's going to have a good game in game number 3 coming up right now. And once again, thank you, Acorn, for welcoming us to Summoner's Rift for the 3rd time here today. Game 3 now between Vici and Saint. As Vici moving up the map, and we'll see whether they do manage to get a lane swap, something like that in this time. They tried the standard lanes in game number 2, didn't quite work out. We'll see where everyone is going to end up.
Should highlight the Keystone Masteries on your screen.
Yeah.
Nothing too out of the ordinary. Should be noted that it's Fervor instead of Warlord's Bloodlust for Ashe. So S2Z staying true and looking for that. Oh, this is cute. Looking for that 2v2 dominance. So how that works is in solo queue, a lot of people will try to make this tribe rush invade by standing near the top of the dragon and then rolling around that top dragon corner into the tribe rush. But the thing is if you really want to abuse Fog of War and suddenly appear on top of someone, you do exactly what S2IZ and Meidong did right there, is you walk down into that brush that leads into the lane, and then you walk up from the tip of that bottom wall and then around into the tribe rush. It means that they won't see you until you're pretty much right on top of them.
Well, it certainly worked out just there. Landed a couple of spells on them as well. As Meidong and S2IZ now moving towards the top side of the map. And it looks to be a lane swap actually instigated here by Saint.
Also invading and forcing Dandy and Long to respond in terms of where they're starting for their jungle pathing. Not able to get any camps on their top side. Normally by starting Wolves versus Gromp. Although, hold on.
Yeah, Acorn actually one auto attack away from being stunned out here as March is going to be the focus. The horse in trouble as there's going to be first blood. It's going to be picked up with a flash from Caveman. Is now Endless in a potential trouble. Actually uses the heal, baits out Acorn. Acorn trying to get it but doesn't, and Endless grabs himself a kill as well.
And Endless should have certainly solidified himself as the starting 80 carry for Vici with a play like that. Caveman and Endless on this Ezreal coming up huge. Denying the blue buff and picking up 2 kills.
And holding onto that heal for so incredibly long, waiting until Acorn had fully committed to that last auto attack, and then picking up the double kill. Wonderful play so far out of Vici's bottom lane.
Just no respect from March or Acorn given at all.
No. That's already 1,000 gold here at 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Snoopy taking some poke here from EasyHoon, but this lane generally a bit of a wash. Now you can see Meidong suffering the wrath of Caveman's Braum.
Won't be able to go very aggressive and use the buy advantage Endless has with the call, however, due to the massive creep wave in front of them. This is a moment where Saint can look to initiate the lane swap, but since Acorn decided to use his teleport bottom, should just mean that we continue to have kind of Australian standard lanes.
Yeah. Acorn, of course, not able to pick up any farm there as well, so unable to augment his Corrupting Potion with anything. Is Dandy looking to go aggressive?
Dandy may be invading red, but more importantly, STYZ and Meidong are actually running down towards those bottom side of the map. So again, Acorn doesn't have teleport. There could be a attempted kill on Long in this bottom lane, but if Long gets it away and Acorn's forced to walk back to the top side, it's going to be a big point of power for Vici.
Yeah, and this Trundle already with only 2 CS. Make that 3. Long picking up farm with this Boomerang. And one thing that Gnar has always been famous for is actually surviving in 1v2 lanes.
Yeah, just because he acts like a ranged AD carry and farm versus being one of the more traditional bruisey melee tanks in that top lane. But they will zone him off the tower, so we could look to now initiate a standard lane swap and look to push down turrets.
Well, teleport is going to come in. Long just going to help take down this turret. No time really lost here from Vici. It's just going to mean a massive CS lead for Long.
This is the correct call from Saint. Again, Acorn burned his TP. We have to go down in a system like this. We have to initiate the lane swap anyway and commit to this bottom side. Forces the TP response from Vici's Long in the top side.
Yeah, well, they are going to get a lot of damage onto this outer turret. Pretty sure they will be able to grab this one off this wave as well, especially if they hold the incoming. But you can see Saint, decent timing on this one as well. Saint,
though, have no ability to push through, although Dandy has now found March.
Yeah, actually doing a lot of damage here to the horse. So we'll slink back out. Nice knock up. That was fantastic.
A little bit scary. March had red buff, so Dandy being a bit overzealous, and like you said, using his Unburrow to negate a lot of that damage from the E.
Yeah. Very nicely played. Caveman was making his way down as Acorn doesn't quite take down the turret. as Lung is going to be able to grab full money from this one when it eventually does fall down in the next wave.
But that's a pretty big mistake. It seems very small, but you just lose so much time, and it's time that Saint could actually look to transition to a free objective like this Infernal Drake.
Yeah, Dandy is actually in the area, but he's deciding to go back. Doesn't have a lot of health, so this Infernal Drake is going to go to Saint. Big pickup against the flow here.
And so Vici fumbled the lane swap. Great response from Saint. It looked a little bit grim, forcing an early TP out of Acorn, but they had the right response, and they end up with very early power point, now looking at the possibility of a double Infernal start.
Yeah, if they can actually get this next one in 6 minutes, that is a huge deal.
And that's the cool thing, is that since they took the Dragon so early, it means that we will have 5 spawns before the Elder Drake takes over, which means the chances of getting that triple Infernal increase to about 37 to 40%.
Which is numbers that I'm not sure about, but I'm going to trust you on right now. It's endless.
We've done the math. If all of the dragons have equal spawns, which sometimes you get in a game, you're like, this is the 6th game in a row that I've gotten 4 Cloud Drakes. What is this?
Yeah,
Not
exactly.
possible, but still.
Well, you can see Snoopy actually still taking a lot of harassment here from EasyHoon. Entire control over this lane. No one really coming to help Snoopy either, as EasyHoon going for the dive. There it is, just pushes him back to his inner. And he's protected by his support and jungler. March in trouble. One more auto attack will do it, as Dandy's under the ground, but is able to make it to safety. EasyHoon with the easy 1v1.
And EasyHoon having control over that mid lane opens up power for Dandy to take Caveman and start invading into March's jungle. Again, still relatively fragile because we have the perfect blue timer. Oh, never mind. They didn't clear the 2 little sentinels.
Yeah, not this time. As you can see, Maedong and STYZ
They just
holding on.
Took the horse and the troll for a ride.
Yes. Well, speaking of the troll, now just taking a Gromp camp as Long in Meganar, the adorable Snow Day Meganar.
I never see this skin anywhere else. I haven't seen Gnar in a bit, though.
Yeah, it's been a while.
It's been a hot minute.
Or a cold minute, depending on, you know, the skin.
It's definitely hot in here.
Well, it is. That's your fault. There's Snoopy now moving up, trying to regain some sort of control over this lane. 13 CS behind, and now a kill as well, as Nash's Tooth well and truly on the way for EasyHoon. Only needs to complete the recipe, but thankfully Hex Core Mark II has been picked up.
So he's got his upgraded laser, able to freely clear out these creep waves. Good position for Victor to be in. Pretty safe, despite the fact that he is that kill down. Just needs to throw out his little laser.
And those little red dots moving towards him will be dissipating. Endless and Caveman continuing to do okay here in this lane. Endless now with the tier as well as the cull. Not exactly high lane dominance items, which is why you're seeing a slight CS discrepancy. STYZ playing fantastically well this series, honestly.
Likewise, Ashe also has a lot of control over the bot lane. I say this every single time because I love Ashe. Did force that cleanse response out of EasyHoon, just having that pick on the board. Like, she's so good. She has great matchups 2v2 because she has a lot of lane control with the volley. She has the ability to start fights and have so much utility on her kit. She forces the enemy mid laner to take cleanse, so she denies a lot of the double TP meta, which isn't as punished by Vici's comp since they do have that Rek'Sai.
She has her own scrying orb.
Yeah, vision has been changed, so the hawk shot means a lot more. Like, literally the only thing Ashe doesn't have going for her is that she's immobile. But when you have the likes of Aurelia and Echo and Trundle and Gnar still running around, I mean, even if you have an Ezreal or a Lucian, that's still unsafe.
Everything's unsafe. Yeah, you're exactly right.
Throw your utility, be done with your job.
Well, now you can see Vici actually stealing away this blue buff as well. March getting a little bit of his own medicine as EasyHoon's going to come over and pick that one up. Continues to have his lane dominance, and it will only get worse from this point on. S2IZ and Maedong look like they're having a bit of a sleep. Acorn getting in there, subjugates down. Nice flash from Long. Does try and get in front, but Meganar comes out. Now able to disengage from that one.
Yeah, unfortunately didn't have any sort of answer for the slap back, as meanwhile mid.
Oh my goodness. Emperor's Divide is going to miss, but Snoopy's still extraordinarily low. Caveman makes his way in, and EasyHoon's still looking for this kill. Dandy's going to get that one delivered to him. A nice play from Vici so far, 4-0.
But that's the 3rd time that they've made that exact play. Not in this game, but in this series alone. That is the telegraphed Vici play where suddenly it's Dandy, it's Easy Hone. No, wait, it's also the support. They constantly 3v1 the mid lane.
Yeah, or 3v1 anywhere where it's needed, really, as Endless pretty used to being on his own. Falling behind a little bit in the farm, but when you've got a 1-0-1 Ezreal as well as the Azir, still definitely happy about it. Shield goes down at STYZ, but nothing really doing as EasyHoon once again looking to organically take this tower in the mid lane, much like game number 1.
Does mean props, though, to Endless. Really want to highlight that. It could also mean why Vici continued to prioritize Ezreal as a pickup while other other teams and AD carries are moving towards the likes of Caitlyn, Sivir, and Ashe. Because by leaving Endless alone for so long, he has to be self-sufficient. There's an arrow in that lane. That's very easy for Ashe to lock down a kill.
Damn right. Although quite difficult to hit an Ezreal, as March looking to try and do exactly that. Pink ward will be taken. God, Elderwood Hecarim looks so cool. That's fantastic. Mega skin props to March.
This portion of the cast brought to you by Riot Skin Department. Thank you, Atlas.
Come on, man. I just really like it. As you can see, the wave shoved in here from Saint towards the bottom side. We've got 10 seconds on the Dragon. Will be the second Infernal Drake in a row for Saint if they can get it. You can see Dandy is moving towards that side of the map.
STYZ has been sitting on so much gold. This guy has not had a lot of back, so that is a Sheen versus a Cole and a Doran's Blade. If Endless and STYZ can get into position, as Endless farms bottom, it's not good for Saint.
Well, Caveman just walking up to them. He's got the ultimate out as well as Maydong slowed down completely. Ultimate has to be used very defensively from March as EasyHoon has to be flashed out of the way of. Arrow soars by majestically.
TP now.
Yeah, well, Acorn actually looking to try and get in here, but double teleports coming out. As long, his is going to be cancelled as well. They noticed the fact that Acorn decided not to come in, so they're going to leave. Oh, wait, actually, no, Long is going to complete his. So.
No, it's fine. It's Long completes his teleport, which means that Vici have to take the Dragon now, and Saint have to back up. But the big issue is that Saint, like, look at what STYZ just bought. He just bought a BF sword and a Zeal.
Yeah.
That is a massive power spike that was missing for a very important 5v5. And they were willing to do it. They looked for the teleport play. Acorn was ready to come down, but just the miscommunication, the lack of preparation, the lack of patience, it's just these small little things that continue to eat at them as a team.
Yeah, and I mean, that's sort of pretty elementary stuff, really, making sure that you get your back timings in because they knew exactly what they wanted here.
And it's them engaging on the Dragon.
Yeah. Well, Endless picking up farm now. No turret available as STYZ shoving this minion wave in. Has to be a little bit careful. Caveman is moving his way down, but Dandy nowhere to be seen. There's no arrow available as EasyHoon going to shift some sands away. That is an interesting interaction as now STYZ is well and truly dead on the bottom side of the map.
Doesn't have his support. It was Maydong rotating out towards that mid lane to assist his team, and STYZ just way too far forward, not respecting the gap closing potential of Braum and Ezreal. Yeah,
and didn't have flash either. I mean, feels a little bit like disrespect at that moment, but did manage to pick up a bunch of farm. EasyHoon, thankfully for Vici, was able to get away from the gank. Now March trying his hand towards the top side. Long wants to try and bounce out of this one. We'll see whether he can. There it is. Gets a bit of a hop. Flashes over the pillar. There's now Boomerang's coming in, slowing everyone down. And Nah, if you remember about this champion, really difficult to gank.
And Long eats up so many resources with his increased mobility on that champion, which means that Vici get time not only in this bottom lane, but also in the mid lane. Vici were actually trying to set up for a possible tower dive, which Snoopy rightfully respected and backed up. But that does mean damage done to both turrets.
Yeah. Looks like Steric's Gauge might be looked at here from Long. I have a feeling he's probably not going to want to use the Titanic Hydra because, of course, it only works half of the time. Now Endless going to get himself a blue buff. This control over the buffs from Vici has been pretty impressive as Acorn now tanking up this turret. Does have a bit of armor as there's the ultimate. Yeah. Oh, doesn't quite transform in time, and March is able to pick up the kill with that rampage.
But meanwhile.
Yeah, STYZ still in trouble. Doesn't have flash, and EasyHoon once again delivered a kill.
He didn't even try. He stopped moving. He hit the stop key. It's okay, STYZ. We all saw it.
Hands off keyboard.
I'm not going to throw the ultimate. It's not worth burning the cooldown here.
Well, turret is going to be answered towards the top side of the map, at least from Saint. Who kept themselves within that 4,000 gold gap, but that has been there for a long time, and Vici are now going to be able to take down their own turret here towards the bottom side.
But yeah, sacrificing their star AD carry of the team to prioritize Acorn. Yes, he's on a utility champion like Ashe, so would still be able to be useful in these team fights as long as he hits his arrow. I like the call from Saint, but we'll see if Acorn can be put in a position of power to do anything.
Yeah, he is still competitive in farm at the moment. Almost has that Ravenous Hydra completed, as well as having a Giant's Belt in his back pocket. As EasyHoon wants to stop the back and is successful doing so.
But that's the only point on the map that is even for Saint, is the top lane. Otherwise, again, Dandy on this Rek'Sai, full jungle control. It started at the early level 1 invade from Caveman and Endless, which then bled into the fact that they had control over the bottom lane. EasyHoon organically won his lane because Caveman was able to leave Endless alone since he got that early advantage and help gank and get mid lane ahead. And now they're continuing to invade and lay down triangle vision into Saint's blue side.
And you can see Dandy happily just stealing away this Grom camp as S2YZ just can't catch a break right now. EasyHoon also moving over. He's farming with the clock, but also being so present in all of these gank attempts that Vici do have, as Dandy Tremor Sense is going to spot out March completely. And Snoopy now in potential trouble. Ghost is going to come out. Now Dandy was looking for something, but March there to flank.
Using that stronger or buffed Ghost to get himself to safety, as now Long has set up the wave in the top side, and Vici are just going to make a nice little pattern through the mid lane towards the top. Oh,
and I forgot that the little arm guard now builds into Frozen Heart as well. I mean, so Frozen Mallet.
The utility,
which is exactly what Long wants to build.
And the chase potential on Vici's comp is pretty outrageous right now.
Yeah, almost everyone. As Dandy going to soak a snare from the Karma, and really nothing much happening. Long, Meganar is there. Can hop onto someone. Doesn't have flash, though.
And Acorn, again, the only power point for Saint on the map right now is trying to do what he can and push down that inner bot tower. So Vici just need to hold on, see if they can get an objective for free.
Well, STYZ trying to hold on to this wave as Acorn notices everyone leave and says, oh, this is fishy. I'm getting out. It is going to be a third Infernal Drake spawning as well, so Saint will be kicking themselves right now for not being able to lock that second one down.
That is... I'm looking at the dragons.
Vici only has one.
I'm a little confused.
Yeah. They're getting ahead of themselves.
My spectator
just a little bit.
is predicting the future.
And look, it's honestly a relatively safe bet at this stage, but anything can happen. Long shoving things out. Abyssal Scepter done here for Snoopy. Only one upgrade in the Hex core, so it doesn't have the extra movement speed from the Q.
I was going to say I was going to give them the Infernal Drake anyway, but my spectator...
He's just way ahead of you.
Yeah. That guy knows something I don't.
Yeah, damn right. Hawkshot spots this one going. True Shot Barrage going to head towards the top side, looking to clear out this minion wave, but doesn't get anywhere near it. Double Infernal Drake now rotating around Vici. And they may just sack this inner turret. Long is waiting around. The arrow lands, and the top laner is going to have to be sacrificed as well. That's a huge flash from Long. Even is able to pick up his boomerang. Seems you just cannot gank this at all, as EasyHoon looks for STYZ, gets over the top, picks it up easily with the flash, is now Subjugate rotating around Long. It's a double kill for EasyHoon, however, on the back side. And I don't even think Long's going to die.
Long is still alive, blinking health bars as he limps away, saves his tower, and turns it around for Vici. And that's the thing. Vici have the gold lead. They should not be ever in a position where they're trading objectives.
Well, they certainly weren't there. Able to react in time, pick themselves up at bot lane tower. Endless just arcane shifts away from Acorn, who doesn't have flash.
He's running into Snoopy, though.
Yeah, we'll see whether the Victor can get there. Yeah, the Ghost is up. Endless once again. Arcane shifts his way out. Lots of cooldown reduction as March is now being chased towards this AD carry. Endless is able to get to safety. Had to use his flash, though.
Draw so many resources. They now know that Saint on the bottom side of the map. Immediately, Vici are rotating towards the top side. And STWZ like, hello, team? Ping?
Oh, and Endless just stole the blue buff as well. That is ridiculous. STYZ is so dead. This is night and day performances. in games 2 and 3. This Ashe 0, 4, and 0 having an awful time.
Just shut down on every turn, and Vici just being so much more present and aware around the map as they're now turning towards this Baron.
Yeah, I haven't started it just yet as EasyHoon's going to make his way in. And there it is. So Baron started, and it's taking a lot of damage.
The power of the double Infernal Drake still meaning quite a bit, even though it's only 20 minutes in the game. And without any sort of response from Saint, it is a very easy purple worm.
Super swift Baron, and it's an 8,000 gold lead here for Vici as well at 20 minutes into this game. We're not used to talking about it. Vici with huge early leads, but this is most certainly one of them.
Again, props to Endless and Caveman. They're really the two initiators that got this all snowballing for them with that beautiful invade.
Yeah.
Empowered Dandy to really take full control into March's jungle since his bottom lane had the 2v2 advantage when the lanes got swapped back. That bled into the mid lane with Caveman's roam in there.
Yeah, 106 now on the Braum as well. 7 out of 9 of the kills participated in as Dandy's found March. But don't think he's going to be able to kill him.
And from there, it's really just been the Dandy show. Using this Rek'Sai, she'll now have, well, if Vici win this, 100% win rate throughout the series.
Yeah.
And just night and day how much control junglers get over their different quadrants with Rek'Sai.
Whoa, the ultimate actually burned here as Dandy looking for a way in on the back end underneath this inner turret. Baron buff rotating though, and you can see, oh my god, Maedong did not last long as the inner turret's going to fall down, and now with the man advantage, Vici looking to push onto the inhibitor.
And S2IZ is nowhere to be found. He's finally reset his position back into the base, but he's too little too late.
Yeah, can't do it. In 3 versus 5, there was no way Saint were going to find a way in. This inhibitor is going to fall down. It's boomerangs, everything flying in.
They're looking to end the game.
Yeah, continuing to push. Super Baroned up minions. Doing a lot of work tanking things, and you can see EasyHoon with so much zone control in this Azir. They lose a Nexus turret, and Vici actually thinking about just winning. True Shot Barrage! It is going to be able to take down the Ashe, and Vici now know they are going to be able to get this work done. EasyHoon now uses his ultimate, makes sure that he's able to get out of this one as March goes for the hero play, but he's not going to be able to. EasyHoon still not going to die as Stand Behind Me keeps him safe. Chaos Storm looked good. Snoopy able to clean up the support, but EasyHoon doesn't stop, and the Nexus falls down. That is probably one of the earliest victories that we've seen Vici ever pick up.
That was a 22-minute victory. That said, Vici, again, kind of going back to this idea of how well they play when they're ahead because they know exactly where to be on the map and win. I think the earliest victory the team has ever had was a 19-minute victory.
Oh, damn it.
And
if there's a top 3 ranking, I reckon this one's in there.
Definitely. But it just, again, Vici, they're so oppressive when you give them a lead, especially 8,000 gold at 19 minutes. Yeah,
and you can feel like, honestly, that Vici were pretty upset at themselves for losing game number 2. Honestly, that felt like it was a vengeance type situation in game number 3, and they came out swinging. But the fact that they didn't manage to get, full points for it necessarily by getting the 2-0, I think is a big deal for this team.
Definitely. Again, they've kind of set themselves up so that they're just underneath the elite, losing to the likes of RNG, WE, and Newbie. They haven't faced EDG yet. You have to think that that's going to be a big, tough, uphill climb. And it's the fact that Vici have always been a team about development, but you can feel it that they want to be an elite team. They don't just want to be the team, oh, it's EasyHoon and Dandy squad, and then they're developing kind of this really young Chinese talent in their rotating AD carry, in their support Caveman. I mean, you have a bit more of an established player in Long up in that top side. They want to be a threat. They want to have some teeth in this.
Yeah, they most certainly do, and I'm really glad that you mentioned Caveman there as well, because his Braum play was fantastic. His Bard in game number 1 was outstanding, well deserving of that MVP. This is a guy that I've personally been sleeping on just a little bit, but he's got a lot of skill in that support position.
He's definitely the diamond in the rough in terms of Vici's bot lane and performance. We don't really know where his skill ceiling is. I'm not going to put him in the same leagues as like Mako and Mata or PYL when PYL is on form.
Not yet,
but not a liability, whereas I think it's very fair to say that game 2, Xuan was a liability to Vici, caught out at very insignificant or significant moments in that game.
Yeah, and honestly, Vici were a little bit of all sorts during game number 2, and really good that we saw them actually pull themselves back together and go for the dominating victory. But the thing that's really interesting about this is the prevalence of Rek'Sai. Such an incredibly important pick for both of these teams. And someone needs to work out what else you can play. It's not Hecarim, it's not Graves.
It's funny,
We've
too,
discovered
because
that.
if you actually look at Dandy's pick rate for champions, he actually wasn't picking a lot of Rek'Sai. Like, we understand Dandy, like, his career history, he's always been a cerebral control jungler, so Rek'Sai fits right into that. Probably, I mean, if you kind of discount, like, his big Rengar performance.
Yep.
But he would have to play these really hard carry junglers because it was like no one else could step up and carry on Vici. Now that you're getting more of a stable performance from EasyHoon and Long and even occasionally Endless or Xuan, it's opened up Dandy to pick up the Rek'Sai and show, you know, his full macro potential as a jungler. He looks beautiful on that champion and his pathing, where he needs to be and how he controls the map. But now it's almost like, is there an over-reliance on it?
Well, it does seem to be a little bit like that, as MVP for that last game is going to go to EasyHoon, 6-0-4, and got a solo kill to boot.
Yeah, EasyHoon had a much better game this time around. That said, he wasn't, all of his lanes didn't collapse around him and then walk into his lane as well, so a bit more patient.
He did do 44% of his team's damage as well, which is pretty damn huge.
That's absurd. That number is actually just ridiculous. You don't really ever see a number that high in terms of damage done to champions.
Especially in a game that only lasts 22 minutes as well. It's not likely that you're going to be grouping up for these massive Azir team fights.
I had to run him through a little bit.
Yeah, as you can see, this is most certainly the EasyHoon highlight reel. The man played phenomenally well. So, good. And look, he played Azir 3 games in a row. They're priority picking this champion. I have a feeling we're going to see a few bans maybe of the Golden Chicken moving into the next series that we see Vici in.
I don't think there's any worth in banning out Azir, in all honesty.
Really?
Yeah, just because on the current meta, because Ryze, Vladimir, Swain, we're not seeing him banned at all, but Ryze and Vladimir definitely. And then trying to pick out something against Standy, I think Rek'Sai. I don't agree with the Nidalee ban at all. Yes, Standy is an incredible control-oriented jungler, and Nidalee kind of empowers both the ability to control and also be like a very scary damage threat, especially early game. But like Rek'Sai is just way too high, like too much good stuff on one little package.
Yeah, exactly right. And of course you can farm almost as effectively as Nidalee as well, so you're not even really losing out too much in that department.
So especially on red side, I just don't think that there is an option. And EasyHoon has shown that he plays, you know, Lissandra, Ryze, and Azir as kind of his 3 primary champions. We haven't seen him pick up the Vladimir. No doubt that he could play it. Vladimir is also kind of in an overtuned position.
Yeah.
So there's just, I don't think he'll ever get hit with an Azir ban. If you do, you leave open too many other scary power picks that are an issue.
Yeah, that's a very good point. So we'll see whether he's going to continue to be able to get it. And going over to the side of Saint, there weren't too many good news stories if we look at games 1 and 3. However, game number 2 was looking great for the team. Maedong as well looked fantastic on the Thresh. Do we think that this guy is a good addition to this roster? Shu was a decent player himself, had a little bit more LPL experience, but Maedong sort of out of nowhere. Guy's looking okay.
Yeah, but the individual 1v1 performance of any member on Saint is never going to be the issue. It's about how well they work with teams. It's nice that Maedong came in, played his Thresh, showed that he's a playmaker, and that given the opportunity, he can open up victory for his team. I think the high point that you take away from this match is March looked great on Rek'Sai, was pretty much doing exactly what you would expect that champion to be able to do in controlling the jungle, trying to keep Dandy down. You had the right thought going from Saint, you know, deep boarding against Dandy, trying to track him, making sure that he's just not running you around. Acorn on his back-to-back Rumble plays, even in the game that he lost, was actually playing very well.
He was.
So there's another high point, and now it's just about S2YZ not going 0-5 from MVP to -5. And playing champions that maybe he's more comfortable on. Maybe there's a champion pool or an effective champion pool issue there. The fact that, you know, Ezreal, Caitlyn banned away from him and he goes to the Ashe and unfortunately he's just punished for it.
Yeah, and I think he had the opportunity to go to the Ezreal in the last game, decided not to pick it up, and the Ezreal was then picked up by Endless afterwards. However, the fact that he's so incredibly different between the Jhin, Caitlyn, or the Ashe performance that we just saw is a real big deal, as we are going to see where everything went wrong at the beginning of this game, as the target prioritization was actually pretty fantastic here from Vici.
Yeah, Caveman and Endless played this very well, and again, this isn't S2YZ's fault. He's already dealing with a blue buff Braum and an Ezreal that has a buy advantage over him in lane, so it makes sense that S2YZ is not going to have the best time in that lane. It's just kind of his late game decisions, you know, when he's farming top lane as his bottom lane in him is being pushed in.
Yeah.
And that's actually pretty stereotypical of S2YZ. It's almost like this rage farming, if you will.
Yeah.
He used to have this reputation of him that maybe a bit of an emotional player.
Well, it did certainly look like it. As EasyHoon, you can see, took control of this mid-game really effectively. And we actually saw some dejected faces on the side of Vici after their first loss. And I have a feeling we're going to see some smiles after this because, man, it was definitely a dominating game number 3.
Oh, yeah, but this is what we expect from Vici when they're ahead. They know exactly where to be on the map, so they should be able to close early.
Well, we'll see whether they're going to be able to continue to do so next time we see them. Of course, we are going to see them one more time this week. However, we do have another series to go. OMG will be facing EDG right after this short break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. It is still week 5, and it's day number 1. Our first series now out of the way with Vici victorious in 3 games over Saint. I am still Atlas. This is still Froskerin. And we're up to our second match. It's going to be between OMG and EDG. And EDG are looking ridiculous.
Ridiculous is an understatement to what EDG are looking at right now. So the last time we saw EDG, it was in the grand final rematch against RNG, which they took away 2-1 and absolutely smashed RNG in 2 games. Yeah,
both of those games were a complete, honestly, one-sided affair. The second game, however, RNG were actually able to create a lead and held onto it for the entirety of the game. They were just very quick games in that series.
It was a smash one way or the other, but most importantly, it was on the back of being proactive for EDG side and setting up Clearlove and Deft, especially for great success. Deft finding this incredible 2v2 outplay against Uzi and Mata on his Ezreal. Yeah, and there's also the fact that EDG have been playing such intelligent League of Legends as well, really setting up plays across the map, understanding exactly where their opponents are going to be, and capitalizing incredibly effectively on it as well. No, completely agree. The Baron play in the last game for EDG, the fact that they took control of the blue timer, slow push the bottom wave. They effectively set up a Baron play for about 5 minutes and then executed on it. So showing that they're the more experienced, more veteran, and a bit more qualified team to continue to be the premier elite team in the LPL. Yeah, and if we're going to talk about EDG, we need to talk about sort of the 2 new players as well on the roster, Scout and Mouse. Mouse is really sort of starting to find himself there towards the top side of the map. Started off looking like another support and is now able to interrogate the backline quite effectively. And Scout looking very, very good. Yeah, it's in a very similar situation that Game Talents are actually in. The fact that they have really good support structure and kind of a spine and backbone between Mako and Clearlove, that Scout and Mouse were able to come in, fill the shoes of Pawn and Koro, and be just as effective on the lineup simply because you already have Clearlove and Mako setting up the dominoes, and Mouse just needs to knock them over. Yeah, that's exactly right. And of course, Clearlove and Mako still being fantastic players themselves. Deft does ludicrous things from the AD carry position. And this is the big difference from EDG than a lot of teams across the world, honestly, is they still play to Deft. Yeah. Because he can still carry. So we talked about this kind of at the beginning of the day, that EDG, RNG, and Team WE, the top 3 teams in the LPL, they still play around the AD carry position as we see the roster there. Yeah. And it's like, why are they able to do this? The AD carry should be in one of its weakest positions that it's ever been in. You have a lot of Sivir, a lot of Ashe utility moving into that position. You have hyper carry top laners that are able to dive that backline. Control mages have kill threat on the AD carry. And it's tandem in not only setting up Deft for success, he's the primary benefactor in terms of the score line of the damage percentage, but it goes back to the core, that it's still Mako and it's still Clearlove that are truly the heart and soul of this team. Deft is just the flash. He's the icing on top. Yeah, and Deft is just used as a really big weapon that Mako and Clearlove are hurling at their opponents, honestly. They prep effectively. Yeah, precisely. You can see Deft actually there on your screen with a big smile on his face. Clearlove as well. You don't see too many big smiles from him, but he did have one just there. Oh, you know, EDG look ready to do battle. You have to be feeling good. I mean, EDG, they lost the chance to represent back-to-back MSI for China. Yeah. They finally got their revenge kill on RNG and are back on top as the team in the LPL. Most certainly are now with their sights set on Worlds 2016. See whether they can get there at the moment, doing fantastically well as we have a look over the other side of the rift, and it's a little bit of a different story for Oscar. And this is a team that are coming off a victory. They picked up a win over IG, and I know you're getting very excited because that is Loveling on the sub list. Move over, Atlas. I got this. Get in there. It's Xiang, Shui Shui, Icon, SMLZ5, but more importantly, joining the bench is Loveling out of retirement with Cool. So again, Shui Shui and Icon, they will be starting. Shui Shui in particular, picking up his first victory with OMG over Invictus Gaming on a phenomenal Lee Sin performance. Yeah. Icon also stepping up, being that playmaker that the team needs. I'm just saying, if you're going to sub anyone in, we've been subbing a lot of junglers in, a lot of mid laners in for OMG. I would love to see a Loveling Cool rotation. Yep. Get the Bash Brothers back in, is that what you called them? Oh, the Best Friends Club. I have a different name for them, but we'll go with Bash Brothers. We'll go with Bash Brothers. It sounds absolutely fine. As you can see, there are some grins on the faces of OMG here as well, but they have a tough test ahead of them. It's going to be very, very difficult. Of course, Xiang, interesting player as well, has sort of been a standout for OMG recently in a lot of their games. He's the only player left on that team. I mean, we talked We jokingly said, like, you see a picture. So the LPL used to have these phenomenal pictures of all of the teams where they'd be doing, like, these ridiculous things. You know, like, everyone thinks about Rookie with his microphone.
Yep.
And you'd see OMG's team picture, and it'd be like an army. There'd be, like, 20 people there. Like, there's no way that they're ever going to use that many people on the... We were very wrong. They did use all 20 people on the roster. They've been constantly rotating everyone out, trying to find the secret formula, the secret stuff, Space Jam style, to success. They finally did find it against Invictus Gaming last week with, again, Zhuai on his Lee Sin performance, as well as Icon stepping up into that position. But we'll see if maybe OMG still aren't going to try to experiment a bit with their roster.
Yeah, and it's the Lee Sin LeBlanc combination that was working out so incredibly well in 2 games. They played it game 1 and 3 and found victories there. We are going to have a look at exactly what happens, though, as we hop into champion selectors. Maokai and Siva first banned away here from EDG, as Rise and Vladimir, of course, banned away on the red side.
So really big, hard engage tools already taken off the board for OMG. These are staple picks that they used to really rely on. Even though they've changed through the several iterations of their roster, at the core, OMG are still a skirmish 5v5 team.
Yeah, exactly right. And the Lee Sin was the final ban here for EDG, so they were watching last week, as Rek'Sai is going to hit the bench straight away afterwards. EDG now thinking about a support pick from Mako. Karma still available, lots of champions still up and running around. This
would actually be very curious. The fact that they're prioritizing Braum over Karma could mean that EDG have shown their hand that maybe they're looking for a lane swap, or more importantly, they're trying to get Ashe or Jhin, or something that the Braum ultimate would really, or not the Braum ultimate, the Braum wall would cause problems for.
Yeah. Very interesting. At the moment, Ashe is being hovered. Of course, everyone knows Deft has been playing some phenomenal Ashe at the moment. Denying that from him is a very good idea. However, there weren't any 80 carry bans. I have a feeling you need about 8 before you stop Deft from being able to play anything.
You need a bit more than that.
Yeah.
I do like the priority for Ashe, though, for SMLZ. Probably the other big consistent member for this OMG roster is going to be Xiong and their 80 carry.
And Xiong, on this pick in particular, more importantly, before Echo was slightly tapped, but is going to be picked up once again. Xiong, a lot of comfort there towards the top side, as Ashe taken away from Deft.
Echo has lost a lot of popularity globally, but China has yet to kind of get the memo.
They haven't cottoned onto it.
They're still playing a lot of Echo. Very sticky. Still has some decent matchups. Got Rapid Star on your screen right now, the coach or draft coach for EDG. So see how Xiong performed with it. Kind of is a comfort pick. Still more excited about the Ashe. Again, it denies a lot of the double teleport. EDG found so much success against RNG by utilizing double teleport. Again, they're a team that likes to really set up and prepare things well in advance and then execute on it. That's part of the reason why they're the elite. They're smart in their macro and they're intense in their micro. So we'll see if Scout respects that and takes the cleanse.
Well, Aurelia and Jhin have both been locked in here from EDG. So answering the Echo pick with that Aurelia towards the top side of the map.
And we talked about the fact that Karma wasn't the priority pick, that it might mean that there was going to be a Jhin or some other AD carry that would be punished into a Braum. Mako's also just really comfortable on that champion.
Well, 5 does have the opportunity to go for a Bard, something like that. Trundle wasn't touched there as well, but with the Echo locked in, that'd have to mean that either 5 is playing the Trundle support, or there's an Echo mid lane running around for Icon. But that is going to be the Hecarim locked in as well as the Thresh. So Ashe and Thresh on the bottom side of the map as 5 takes his most comfortable champion. And the horse is going to be running around the jungle.
So your options there are either between Karma and Thresh. So if you take the Karma, you're augmenting damage for Hecarim. Likewise, you're adding a little bit of safety mobility for the Ashe.
Yep.
The trade-off is that you give a bit more hard CC, a bit more engage, and pick potential for follow-up. Likewise, more safety for the Ashe in the Dark Passage.
You also lose a tanky body by picking up Karma, and Thresh does like to build a lot of those tanky stats. Can be another frontline member if you can get yourself in there with the hook.
I think it's almost in response to Aurelia a bit.
Yeah.
Just because if Aurelia does the backline dive, you can lay down the box, you can try to flay her away and at least try to create some distance with the slow. He'll do it.
Don't play with my heart, Clearlove.
Trinity Force.
Yeah, no, don't you even quiz me on Skarner right now.
I see you've run into one.
No.
Oh, good, because you don't run away from it.
He's just one of my personal favorite champions in the game. And it is going to be locked in. Clearlove is going to be making sure that OMG feel the sting. as they're looking at their final pickup.
Clearlove in particular has quite a sordid history with Skarner and his
Yes.
success there. The LPL in general has never been too keen with this champion. We'll see if Clearlove's able to adjust, fix himself, maybe look a little bit cleaner on it.
Oh, and this is really cute. OMG are going to be flexing that Echo to the mid lane by the looks. Oh, actually, nope, nope. Take it all back, take it all back. There's Icon you can see having a bit of a giggle on your screen right now. He just knew he was trolling the casters.
No, he's like, hey guys, is Cool playing?
Well, actually, Icon had one of his breakout performances solo killing Pawn on Ahri, if I remember correctly.
I wonder why. But it is going to be the Shen lock-in, which is a very cool composition coming out of OMG. And again, taking the Shen in response to the Aurelia. He's one of the few champions that does very well into the Trinity Force users like Jax and Aurelia.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he's going to 1v1 duel her. I'm just going to say he's going to slow her down. Likewise, he'll offer protection to his AD carry so that when Aurelia dives back there, not only do you have 5 to create space for Ashe, but you have the Shen shield to come in to keep her alive.
And sort of on the back end of that, I mean, Echo probably going to be fine here in the mid lane. Does like building a bunch of AP now, especially since that's been buffed very recently. It was only Tank Echo that was really hit. And that Timewinder does offer a lot of pretty good wave clear there in the mid lane as well. So even if he wants to just get into a farm game with Scout, I believe he'll be able to do that.
Eyes on Mouse, though, on this Aurelia. I want to see how he performs. Again, trying to change its identity as kind of a secondary support.
Yeah.
Now on the true hard carry champion. And let's see how Trinity Force really impacts the flow of this game.
Yeah, and see whether there's going to be Trinity Forces from the jungle as well, as Clearlove. He does have access to a new and improved Wit's End as well, also a fantastic damage-augmenting item for Skarner, but I'm not going to stop talking about that guy because there's no need to. Let's get into game number 1 between EDG and OMG. Thank you very much, Clearlove. You're looking fantastic, as the first dragon is going to be the Mountain, as we get onto the Rift for game number 1 between EDG and OMG. EDG with, I would say, a pretty interesting team composition. With the Skarner.
First time we've seen Skarner in the LPL? Or is it the second?
Not the first time. Well, we saw a lot of Skarner when he was first reworked.
I'm talking about this split.
This split, definitely the first time.
Okay.
Probably the first time that we've seen it, this split. I don't know whether it's been played across the world.
We'll keep tabs on his itemization.
We will have to, yes.
Checking in on Keystone Masterings, it is going to be Battle of Fervor on Ashe again.
Ooh, Deft going for the Thunderlords.
In that top side. We've seen this kind of become the standard of LPL ADCs on Jhin, as opposed to the Deathfire Touch. It's been Imp twice now, Deft, and Mystic, I believe, that have all gone towards that Thunderlords on Jhin.
Yeah, and sort of contrast to that of STYZ in our last matchup, deciding to go for the Deathfire Touch, which was the first thought to be best option.
But it looks like we're going to go ahead and have standard lanes.
Yeah, and the thing that's interesting here is you were talking about lane swaps potentially for EDG, but Aurelia loves standard lanes just because you are so reliant on your items.
It was assuming that maybe EDG were looking for a lane swap because they had invested into a melee support before looking towards the Karma, so for power in the 2v2.
Yeah.
But feeling comfortable enough to look across from Ashe and Thresh, and then likewise second rotating that Aurelia, like you said, making sure that she gets into that 1v1 lane. Aurelia, obviously, as a kit, pretty much just needs about 150 gold before she becomes Aurelia, no matter what.
Yep.
So we'll keep tabs on if Xiong's able to slow her down on the Shen.
And of course, that is exactly what Xiong wants to do. Sort of neutralize the lane, stop the split push as best as possible, pull those minions away from turrets, all that sort of stuff. Now Deft and Mako fighting 5 in SMLZ.
It was also very key that OMG have a lot of potential to make plays around the map using the Stan United, as well as the speed of Hecarim, or Shui Shui on his Hecarim.
Yeah,
so we'll see if they're able
teleport
to
as well.
outmaneuver EDG at all at any point on this map.
That's exactly what they're going to be looking to do. SMLZ, of course, a bit of global pressure with the arrow is available as well. As you can see, Clear Love going for a full clear here first up. Nice Deadly Flourish out of Deft as well. Gets a lot of damage onto 5. Winter's Bite doesn't find SMLZ. But some fight in the EDG bottom lane at the moment.
OMG should still have complete control of the lane in terms of the creeps. Again, Ashe is actually quite powerful in lane just due to the AoE pressure of her volley, and making sure that Deft and Mako are constantly pushed in, eating up auto attacks on CSing to open up space for trades.
You can see Clear Love now setting up, grabbing his Raptor camp, see where he decides to put his focus early. His Icon able to shove around Scout's minion wave quite nicely. However, Scout now able to pick up a bunch of farm underneath the turret. He's going to be absolutely fine. Clear Love heading back to base. Even on the CS at the moment. We'll see whether Rageway can get himself ahead. Nice hook lands on Mako as a Deadly Flourish is going to answer from Deft. So far, SMLZ with quite a lead.
Yeah, close to 10 CS right now. Should be noted that Shui has done a phenomenal job of controlling vision on the bottom side of the map, so trying to cover SMLZ and 5 as they are extended bottom against Deft and Mako. That said, Skarner doesn't have the greatest gank pre-level 6, although it's still pretty sticky.
Yeah, he's most certainly sticky. That is exactly right, but you do need to get that initial auto attack off. Crystalline Exoskeleton, fantastic for a speed boost.
So it's going to be really on Mako if he ever looks bottom to try to help out that lane to make sure that he connects with the Winter's Bite, gets the concussive blows proc, and allows Skarner to gap close and start sticking to his opponents.
Yeah, and of course now as Skarner you do have your stun as well available from the E as you stack that one up. So feeling a little bit better as far as that's concerned. And you also have ridiculous clear of the jungle.
Very healthy
few levels.
clear of the jungle.
Precisely. Champions with shields. Pretty good at that. As you can see, Icon getting his pink ward into the jungle of EDG, spotting everyone out. You can see at the moment, everything very, very close. Dancing Grenade flies over the top. You feel like OMG probably pretty happy in their lane assignments right now. Despite the CS deficit that you see on in the mid lane and the top lane, as this game goes on, they're probably pretty happy.
As long as they can keep everyone happy and start to make the most of their TP and kind of their global presence.
Yeah.
I expect that this is going to be a game very focused around the bottom side and how the top side of the map and even the mid side of the map concerning Echo will react to that. Should be noted that Scout took Exhaust and not the Cleanse in response to Ashe.
Wow, really nice double play here as 5 is already burning down. Mako flashes on top of him. The flash forward from Deft. As it is Mako that picks it up with the Ignite. Zhuezhui is right in here though, and Deft is going to fall down. It's looking to be 2 kills for Zhuezhui very early on, and Clear Love just couldn't get in there.
And we talked about how this is going to be focused around the bottom side of the map. It's going to be Mako and Deft that set themselves up for success, but unfortunately not respecting the speed and damage of their opponents.
Clear Love, though, does get a full wave of minions pumped into him.
There's the real victory.
Trinity Force.
I don't necessarily think it matters as much just because Zhuezhui did get 2 kills.
Yes.
But it is a consolation prize.
You got to talk about those. Clear Love doing his very best to clear out underneath this turret, and doesn't do so well.
Just couldn't wiggle well enough.
No, you got to wiggle it hard. I love Earthrune Skarner. One of my personal favorite skins as well. As if we're going to jump on that hype train one more time. It's Scout clears out a wave, shoved into him from Icon. He's doing fine as far as CS is concerned. As you can see, OMG with a lot of control around this Mountain Drake. And it's going to be Scout, the focus. He gets stunned up by the parallel convergence, and he's all over the shop right now. Does survive for a relatively long time, as the Impale is available, actually, from Clear Love. Actually looks for Zhuezhui with it as well. Pulls him underneath the turret, gets stunned up there by the Winter's Bite. And you can see now Mouse trying to get in amongst it. Really nice use of the W out of Xiong. As Icon throws down the ult, does a fair bit of damage, but this is early in the game. Isn't going to be able to solidify any kills. Mouse going to get hooked. Nice double play one more time. So they do have to be careful. SMLZ is going to kill Deft 1v1 on the bottom side of the map. That is weird.
Used his arrow, so Deft not having his flash available and being too far forward didn't respect SMLZ's kill threat. Probably just ate the arrow and died.
Yeah.
Mistakes like that, though, very costly. So in the end, it is an initial 1-for-1 trade. Mouse being the benefactor there on the Aurelia, looking for the Stinger, part of his
Trinity Force.
Trinity first. But great proactive play from OMG.
Yeah.
Normally we think of them as a very reactive team, kind of letting other teams set the tempo and set the pace, but something they really excel at is these skirmishing situations. So seeing that Shui Shui had his level 6 available is, yep, just an arrow to the face.
There it is. Point blank as well. Ain't no way Def getting out of that one.
Shouldn't have been that far forward. Didn't have flash. Just frankly a massive error from Deft.
Well, Shui Shui looking to make his way in here. EDG looking to try and lock down their blue buff as best they can. Clearlove doesn't have Impale available anymore, and Shui Shui is going to be able to pick up that blue. Running away now as Mouse launches on top of him, but just can't get enough damage onto the horsey.
Having the confidence to go into that 2v3 because Icon was not in position, and just knowing that your horse is fast enough.
Yeah, well, he was. Made his way out there as well. Shui Shui looking fantastic on this pick after his Lee Sin was banned away. Scout just clearing out minions one more time. That's a Cinderhulk already completed here from Clearlove as well, so he's looking good. 41 to 39, but that's a lot of lane creeps. And OMG, control everywhere. Looking to start bleeding EDG out.
Deft has to be incredibly respectful right now and give away so much lane pressure until his flash is back and available. One of the issues of taking Jhin into Ashe.
Yeah. Well, you can see Mouse and Xiang still smacking on each other. Mouse, interesting to see what he's leveling first here as Shui Shui finds himself a pink ward.
He
Mouse
does have
underneath the turret.
Onslaught of Shadows. This is very scary. There's zero response.
Yeah, looking to get the Equilibrium Strike down as Mouse is going to get feared back. There it is, Shui Shui underneath the turret, but he's still so tanky. Even before that jungle item's completed, as Icon's in trouble, uses his ultimate, gets himself out as there's the Impale, and Icon will fall. Clearlove picks up that kill.
EDG finally able to make some sort of response on the map. Do pick it up into the mid lane. Unfortunately, it isn't Scout that takes the kills. It is going to be into that jungler.
Yeah, Clearlove as well. Going to be able to take himself a Rift Scuttler now. No one looking at the dragon just yet. As OMG now move it out to a 1,500 gold lead. Still not too much of a big deal, but you can see the item discrepancy on the bottom side of the map is massive. BF Sword and the Hammer done.
Which is why SMLZ and 5 are still so confident to be extended. They know that Skarner's on the bottom side of the map, but knowing that he doesn't have his Impale, because it was just used in the mid lane, the only person that they have to fear is Mako.
Well, Def now with a wave to pick up underneath this turret, but he's falling so far behind. Def does clear this one out. Clearlove, there is vision around. An Icon now, time winds himself a blue buff. We'll move back here into the mid lane. Scout makes his way back in as well. He's got himself a Ruby Crystal as well as that Hex Core Mark II. So feeling safer, as well as having a lot of extra wave clear.
Deft and Mako just trying to make sure that they clean up as much CS. And so far, OMG with a pretty significant lead in this game against EDG. I have to say that I think that they frankly drafted far superior.
Yeah, and I think that the Echo pick early really threw EDG through a loop because Mouse thought that he'd probably have that Echo lane. Looking like a very different story here against the Shen. Xiang actually ahead by 13 CS after that kill. And is now just getting to the point where it'll be so tanky that Mouse won't even be able to fight him.
And that's what Shen then does, is once he has that big tankiness, he just steps off the tower, holds the creep line, and Jax and Aurelia can't even walk past him to just push the tower and ignore him.
Well, there's pings going down. The horse is spotted. Icon continues to shove things up here in the mid lane, but he's ahead as well. OMG just with leads across the board.
See if they can hold on to those leads and translate them into something powerful.
Arrow soars by from the bottom lane. Scout not going to get found by it though.
But again, still being proactive, recognizing that Echo had his ultimate available, so it could look for a dive, just needed the hard CC from the enchanted crystal arrow to maybe follow up on. Likewise, we did have 5 roaming towards that mid lane.
Yeah.
So OMG are aware that they're stronger. They want to fight.
Icon now moving down, looking for a dive on the bottom lane as Clearlove could be in trouble. Stand United comes in, they're looking for the Skarner as the Impale comes in. Nice Deadly Flourish comes down as Mako makes it here in time as Def does have the ultimate available. Icon picks up a kill with his ultimate now as well as Mako has sped around his passive quite nicely, but you can see the dive on the bottom inner turret is massive and EDG now have to run away. Shadow Dash comes in. OMG tearing apart the map right now.
And this is the beauty of Shin, is they're going to continue to chase. Mouse should get away, unless...
Yeah, 5 doesn't find the hook.
Okay, that's going to be Dragon as well as advantage on mid lane if they want to go there. They should just take the Dragon, reset their position, and spin the gold advantage that they have, move it back into the lanes. But you see the excellent engage potential from Echo and just the Shin.
Yeah. And it's just Icon being able to freely roam around this map as well. Almost, does have his Rod of Ages completed now. Does have the Lucidity boots as well, so... Oh my goodness. The fact that Icon is now completely unlocked, and if anything bad ever happens, or anything good, Xiang's just like, alright, I'll grab some of that. His Def throws down the ultimate, SMLZ, puts in an arrow, nice Unbreakable is going to stop that one up as the last bolt doesn't find it. Def not going to quite be able to secure anything there towards the bottom side.
Yep, trading ultimate for ultimate. In the end, it's really just for farming purposes as well as pressure purposes.
Yep. Now 5 wanders over a ward. They can see OMG looking for another dive here towards the bottom side of the map.
Stand United isn't available this time, but the teleport from Xiang still is.
Yeah, and that's going to come in right now as Mako trying to get everyone away is Deft. Underneath his outer turret, Mako trying to get himself to safety, and he's going to get ignored for now as Deft. Decent health advantage over SMLZ as he lands the Deadly Flourish, picks up the kill 1v4, and he's now running away. He will fall down, but he's probably happy with a 1-for-1. He's now trying to get some damage onto 5.
Doing the best that he can. That was the only option Deft had available to him. STYZ should not have been that far forward without his team. Yes, there were technically 4 people in the area, but I'm not going to call it a 1v4. It was more like a 1v1 with an audience of 3.
Sounded better, you know. What I was going for is EDG setting up some control here towards the top side. Clearlove well and truly able to clear creeps quite nicely now with the new and improved Cinderhulk.
This is the only highlight that EDG really have left on the map right now, and it's not necessarily winning. Good creep wave means that Mouse is going to get great damage on this, has to respect the taunt from Xiang though, so not able to translate this into an objective. So OMG still well and truly in control of the tempo of this game.
Yeah, not to mention now the mid lane as well under fire as Icon has his turret down below half health. Time Winder going to zone Scout for now, but not going to be able to get that turret down. EDG still holding on quite nicely, but it's 2.5 thousand gold. And OMG continuing to get things across this map. And this bottom lane focus has not stopped. Unbreakable comes in, Arrow sails by as Def just takes so much damage. There's a Deadly Flourish, gets some work done, but it is Xiang that's able to pick up that kill as soon as the ultimate's off cooldown. Xiang just doing so much work on this Shen.
And the only sacrifice is the top tower. So there will be trading outers, bottom for top. We do see Xiang trying to reposition himself and get back towards that top side, but Mouse had that well below 50%.
Oh, yeah. And this is probably one of the least impressive Deft games that we've seen so far. 1-5-1 at the moment, down by 50 CS, but there hasn't been much else he can do.
I have to go back to draft phase from EDG.
Yeah.
I feel like they were frankly outdrafted. They don't have necessarily the cleanest windows of opportunity to make plays. Like what EDG are good at, they don't have that ability in this game. They're good at making cross-map plays, of setting themselves up, of looking for big 5v5s. They still have 5v5 potential on that team comp, but it takes a very long time to ramp up, and they don't have a lot of bridges for power to get them there. It's not like they have the big early game power spike from Skarner. No, he doesn't have that. Victor, mid-game, late game, Aurelia needs quite a significant amount of gold before she comes online. She does come online quite hard, but it takes a bit longer to ramp.
Well now, Mouse able to clear out this lane quite nicely. As all these creeps are going to fall down. SMLZ switching up towards the top side. The ward is going to spot everything out. Mouse going to just back away.
More importantly has been the focus on Deft and putting him down and behind. 1-5-1 is not a scoreline that we're used to seeing on EDG's all-stall carry. And it starts with this global comp presence with the Shen and using the Echo as a flex pick. very cheeky and very clever from OMG.
Well, now ClearLove setting up towards the bottom side, trying to buy Deft some time to be able to take down this turret. However, OMG will be able to grab the outer on the top side of the map, possibly push this one through to try and continue getting pressure on the inner turret. Mouse is going to make his way in, and Xiang has caught Scout out of position. Shadow Dash comes in. Decent use of the gravity field, but Scout is going to be able to walk away. Moves towards ClearLove, and everything's going to be fine. But inner turret is already under fire here from OMG.
Yeah, everyone's making the call to push through. They're leaving Mouse there to continue to try to either reset this wave or take the tower, but OMG with the initial proactive play and the lead take inner top with no response so far from EDG. In fact, Mouse isn't even going to try to siege tower. He's just going to try to bounce it.
Yeah, well, he does get it to the turret at least. And this may give some breathing room for Deft as well as he picks up a bunch of minions underneath this turret. But of course, no freeze available for this Jhin. And Zhuizhui almost has a Trinity Force as his second item. And that is a 4, 1, and 5 Hecarim. He is so big.
But Mouse does have a Trinity Force. So again, the bright spot for EDG's comp is still in the hands of Aurelia. She's not ahead of the clock or anything like that, but she's still very strong. It's now a question, can Mouse actually step up and be this carry when Deft has been put so far behind?
Oh, yeah. Does have his Ghost Blade. Now building towards what could be a Maw of Malmortius or potentially that Dusk Blade. Any manner of things, really. Now, Parallel Convergence flying through.
SMLZ is hiding in Fog of War. They're looking to dive Scout.
Well, there's the arrow. Scout gets hooked as well. And Icon, with the help of Shen, is going to be able to jump on top. That is all too easy here for OMG, and they grab themselves the turret. Is the inner going to fall down as well is the question. There are 5 members here to the 4 of EDG as ClearLove does have the ultimate. There's the curtain call. So, they're taking a fair bit of poke, but it's just not enough as OMG just back away.
But they don't have any wave clear. Luckily, the wave is far enough down the lane that OMG aren't going to continue to siege, but they can just mosey their way down bottom.
Well, Mouse already there, trying to do his very best to get rid of this one. No Transcendent Blades available, as now he has to be very careful. Not a lot of vision here for EDG, but Red Buff will at least keep their attention for the moment, and Cloud Drake is now going to be taken from OMG as well.
Such a clever move and very cleanly played from OMG. They break out the outer turrets. It goes to sieging mid. SMLZ cheekily stands in Fog of War, throws the arrow, and because Scout didn't take the cleanse, has the exhaust instead, gives them a free pick. At any time this Victor goes down, EDG's composition is lacking wave clear severely. Again, Karma was an option in draft phase, could have augmented Jin's lackluster wave clear.
Yeah. And they are relying on Scout a lot for that, exactly right. There's Mouse. He's able to pick himself up some farm here towards the bottom side of the map. OMG still need to keep winning this game, but they're getting themselves incremental advantages every time they decide to.
A 6k gold lead at 21 minutes is nothing to sneeze at.
No. This team looking incredibly strong, and Zhuizhui's got his Trinity Force. He's ready to build tanky now. And he's going to be a complete menace to deal with as EDG. Setting up for something here as ClearLove is going to clear out this ward.
Mako and Def still being careful to not show their position on the ward, so OMG might not be aware how many members are truly in the back line there.
Yep. OMG really setting themselves up to take a victory over EDG, who haven't even looked to lose a game yet.
But it's also always
maps
important
here and there.
where SMLZ is standing. That's the key member to watch right now. You see him constantly kind of standing back in a Fog of War because all he's doing is he's just looking for these arrows onto Victor, which means that Scout needs to be so aware and so cautious that he doesn't give away his position. Again, the only stable wave clear on EDG's roster. This could be a Hail Mary, though.
Yeah, OMG already starting off this Baron. Stand United comes in. Zhuizhui not exactly as tanky as he wants to be. 5 members now in the pit, and this Baron's going down so low. Thank you very much, Mountain Drake. And they will be able to take this one. Immediately, ClearLove does soak an arrow here at the same time. Curtain Call comes in. EDG still able to fight somewhat as that gravity field was so well placed. Chaos Storm across 3 people. Immediately, SMLZ has to run away as Xiong gets his distance closed on. Deft was looking for the kill. SMLZ is going to survive, though, as the Deadly Flourish doesn't find him. There's the flash forward as 5 gets slowed down. Mako finds his way in. And that's a nice use of the Lantern from 5 in order to get Xiong to his death at the hands of Mouse.
It was because the concussive blows was able to proc right as he took the Dark Passage, so meant that when he was on the travel path that he stunned as soon as he landed. So good catch by Mako. They do manage to clear out 2 of the Barons. 3 still remain. 1 of them is on the support, but Baron buff can be used in every single lane simultaneously.
Very, very scary. However, not being on the Shen is a huge deal.
The setup, however, for this was very cool. So OMG, they moved into the Baron pit. They set down their vision. They made a proactive play to play around it, then were patient, shoved in the mid lane, saw exactly where EDG were deep on this inner mid tower, and then immediately turned onto the Baron.
And knew, because they'd set up all of that vision prior, that there was no way that EDG could actually safely check that one.
The vision setup is important, but what takes it from a good play to a great play is managing their side waves and pulling EDG to respond around the map and then using that information on their position proactively.
Clearlove looking for a pick. Impale always important. As Clearlove, we'll see what he decides to pick up next. It could potentially be a dead man's plate that he's looking for right now.
I just feel like Skarner is kind of in a position where he's the poor man's Hecarim. He's supposed to be kind of this tanky, disruptive. Speaking of disruptive.
Well, Equilibrium Strike actually closes the distance here onto Icon, who has to use the ultimate, but Clearlove says, thank you very much. And Deft, I believe, will be able to pick up this kill. Captive Audience underneath Icon, manages to get over the top with some swift footwork, but Scout able to lock down the kill with the Q.
1-for-1 trade, but SMLZ is left alone with that inner tower in mid. Will take this one for free. You see that 5 is setting up for a free Dark Passage out of there.
Yeah. Almost looking too easy here as the Lantern is going to be taken. Scout throws down the ultimate, though, flashes
nice
the arrow, and the Stand United comes in. Will he actually make it there? Scout does fall down, but Deft is able to pick up the kill, and 5's going to die as well. It's a double for Deft, getting him further into this game.
Excellent play from Scout to try to neutralize any sort of advantage. EDG now trying to push up mid as quickly as possible.
They should be able to get to this turret as well, which is...
They don't have a creep wave behind them.
About 2/3 health for the moment. Yeah, response actually available in time here for OMG. EDG just not quite able to open the door. Deft looks like he's going towards that Dustblade of Drakthar as well for his item number 3. And he went from 1-5-1 to 3-5-3, so he's not doing too bad.
Climbing his way back into the game, but you're still looking at a very significant gold discrepancy between these teams. About 8K in favor of OMG. Yeah. And again, the composition just, how to explain it? The windows on which EDG are powerful to look for fights are much longer and much farther apart than OMG. The cooldown on Stand United, on the double teleport, on the arrow, on the speed of Hecarim, the fact that he's not reliant on ganks on an ultimate, that he can make work happen without Onslaught of Shadows. Like, all of these overlapping cooldowns and how much shorter they are mean that OMG get to be proactive much sooner and much more often than EDG's comp. And also, that's the punish.
Yeah, and when they are, they have so many tools in order to do it as well. They seem to be able to set up much more effectively here as EDG holding on to their base, or what's left of it. One more inner turret remains on the bottom side of the map. Icon seeing to it at the moment. Xiong now shoving out this top wave. 1-3-1 looks to be in effect. With a horse a little bit MIA at the moment, looking for that Ocean Drake, which just spawned. No Infernals available this game. Clearlove wants to secure this camp for himself, does so. Wedre is able to grab that 3rd dragon, so Cloud Drake number 2 will be spawning straight afterwards. Nothing really to write home about, as there's the arrow, but not going to find anyone.
Still looking for it, though, as we look to attempt another siege. Again, the wave clear isn't in position. Victor's not there.
Yeah, Mouse as well avoids the stun as Clearlove's underneath this turret. Wedge in trouble as the Stand United's on top of him. Scout over the top with a massive Chaos Storm is going to do some work. And Wedge burning to death, not going to fall down from it though, as OMG do have to flash away. Icon finds his way all the way into the middle of this fight as Deft now going to get involved. Picks up the kill onto Icon and now throws down the ultimate. 5 tagged. One more shot will get it as SMLZ slowed. Massive damage from the final proc, and EDG grab a 3 for nothing.
OMG do manage to trade for the tower, however, so tower for 3 kills. But this is where EDG's comp is strong, and this is where they need to fight. They need to fight in the elongated lanes in these big 5v5 scenarios. As we take a look at the replay, good job from OMG to focus on the tower, make sure that burns down first. Shui does manage to get out with his life, but then it's OMG just kind of overrunning OMG with all of their ultimates and cooldowns that they have.
Yeah, and Deft as well, actually. Lots of damage here with those 2 items built up already. And fantastic prioritization on the targets.
Making sure that he hits them, is able to get the slow and allow EDG to chase them down.
Yeah.
But again, OMG, they have all of these tools to make various plays happen across map simultaneously. So that's what they need to focus on. They can't allow themselves to get tunneled into these elongated lanes where EDG can chase them, into these tight corridors where the Chaos Storm can mean a lot. They have so much mobility and so much pick potential in the comp. Just use it. Don't funnel in.
Yeah. Well, at the moment, EDG with some respite built up for themselves. Clawed that gold lead back by about 2,000. And Scout clears out this minion wave one more time. Clear Love as well. Managed to get into his jungle, clear out the top side. He's now backing himself. We'll see what he decides to pick up. As Mouse. Pretty strong right now. Does have himself just a casual serrated Dirk just chilling out there. Just lots of bits of items for the moment.
Skarner going very tanky, speaking of kind of bits of items.
Yeah.
So not any sort of carry potential coming out of him. Just trying to be a very disruptive...
I still want a Wit's End.
Sticky champion. Which, we brought up this idea of kind of like the poor man's Hecarim.
Yeah.
I feel like Skarner doesn't get to engage as consistently as Hecarim does often enough. Obviously bringing a bit more of hard CC, but in very big windows between that cooldown. Hecarim gets to build damage and be very tanky.
And he's got 40% CDR as well from those 2 items that he's just picked up. This horse is so big. As EDG do have to be wary about this Baron buff, which has just spawned. Deadly Flourish flies through as Pink Ward is going to be removed here from the top side of the map. OMG really eradicating vision right now. This ward in the back of the pit. The last remaining vision for EDG is going to be taken away.
But the key to this play is making sure that you have correct side wave management. So you see SMLC in the mid lane, meanwhile Xiang running down bottom. Once you open up the map like this, you push your creeps, which bring passive vision with them. Means that the arrow counts for more. Yeah,
Scout taking care of this wave towards the side. As OMG have started off the Baron. 5 just takes a bunch of attacks from it, as SMLZ says sorry.
That's suspicious.
Yep. Now Clear Love, Spirit Visage done. He's feeling pretty good. There's the long range of this Jhin doing some work. Just getting some damage cross map. And actually, Icon in a whole bunch of trouble. He's going to use the ultimate, but not going to get himself far enough away. The arrow flies through, hits Clear Love. Not exactly the target they want as 5. Takes a lot of damage. Curtain calls in there. 5. Oh, just avoids that one as Icon now over the wall gets hit by 2 bolts. And Clear Love looking to try and lock him down. Zhonya's is in there. No ultimate available as Icon looking for a phase dive to get out, but Scout picks up the kill. Mouse on the backline. Deadly Flourish comes in. Can he take down 5? He can! What was that play from EDG? 3 already dead. Xiang and Zhuizhui trying to run for the hills, but EDG want Baron. How are they doing this, Frostgrin?
OMG's composition is empowered by picks. That's how it works. We talked about this. They need to set up their vision as Xiang now duking it out with Mako, making sure that he can't reset his position because he has TP, so just trying to get rid of a nuisance.
Yep. He might die.
They set up the vision onto the Baron, but it's Echo that gets picked out. It's Echo that gets caught. And because they're starting that fight from the back foot, their composition isn't working correctly. The arrow is used defensively as opposed to aggressively. And again, EDG's composition thrives in a 5v5. If you get people into choke points and you just allow them to lay down all of their damage, you will lose. And look at Mouse over here on the side. Gets on SMLZ and 5 and pretty much eats up all of their time while Scout and Deft just annihilate the front line of OMG.
And Deft actually saving Scout there as well. This is ridiculous play from EDG in a game that they were down close to 10,000 gold not moments ago.
It's like OMG, they sprinted out, they're running, they're just in front of the finish line. And
they're like, I'm doing it, I'm doing it, I'm doing it. And then Deft is still doing 4.2k damage in team fights. 2,000 more than the highest on the enemy team.
I feel like they went to jump over the hurdle and their foot got caught.
Yeah. Well, yeah, over the What are the things that horses jump over? Damn it, I didn't have it. Would have been much better if I did. However, EDG now has some control as Mouse is pushing out the top wave. As Frostgrim gives me just a weird look. Not an equestrian man, as Mako does block the arrow, as Icon looking for the stun. Deadly Flourish is going to lock down Icon for now, though, as Curtain Call comes in. They can't close the distance onto Deft at the moment, as Icon... Oh my god! Just pops! And Deft picks up that kill. Scout able to take down the turret there at the same time as 5 tagged, and this Jhin is doing so much damage.
And unfortunately, the trigger needed to be the immediate engagement and side flank from Shui, but without Echo, they're just going to get run over.
Yeah, SMLZ taking so much damage. The ultimate very defensively from Xiang as 5 just falls. EDG now as well moving towards this inhibitor. They will break open the base first this game and then move towards the Nexus turrets, and I don't think they're finished.
They're going to finish the game. It's up to Xiang, and here comes Shui.
Yeah, Shui right into the backline. We'll see whether he can actually get the work done, but Deft skirting around this fight. Mouse takes down SMLZ in the backline, and Shui getting ripped apart. Towers falling left, right, and center, and EDG, I don't know how they did it, but they came back and pick up a 33-minute victory.
And at the very end of that team fight, we saw what the Skarner pick into Hecarim was supposed to do. Shui went in for the side flank and immediately was grabbed by the Impale. That is how EDG's composition was supposed to work. They only got it to work about 3 times, but it's okay, because they were the 3 times that mattered.
I'm still speechless. I did not see how EDG were going to find their way back in there.
They should not have won that game.
Just ridiculous. And does it come back to OMG just not necessarily realizing what their win conditions were and fighting on EDG's terms? Is that what it was?
Yes. I mean, you think about it, OMG have a massive gold lead. They have the vision, the setup, their composition, the win conditions are very clear.
Yep.
You Ash Arrow, you kill someone, you turn it into a pick. The issue is that they got picked. Icon was caught out by himself. There was an immediate collapse, and all of OMG's cooldowns were used defensively as opposed to aggressively. And their team fighting 5v5 EDG comp took over.
It's just ridiculous as well. And so many good individual performances from EDG in the last half of that game.
In the 5v5.
Yeah.
Still showing that they are one of the best 5v5ing teams in the LPL. And unfortunately, OMG just not quite able.
They were just so close.
Just snatched out of the jaws of defeat.
Exactly right.
Can't make those mistakes, but that's the thing. Good news for OMG fans is that against any other team, maybe not RNG or Team WE, but any other team, they would have gotten away with this. But against the elite, against the best, against the premier, you cannot make these tiny mistakes. They will punish you instantly.
Yeah, and I still feel like if OMG had the opportunity to, they would go back to this style of comp because it worked out fantastically well. They'd have to go back to the drawing board, say our execution is going to change. But, Mouse there as well.
Yeah, Mouse did great work, especially, again, the Deadly Flourish coming over the wall, making sure that he's able to survive that. But the confidence, like, for Mouse to stay, either he's saying, I'm staying on this until I die, and just making sure that I draw them up, or the communication is coming through from Deft, like, I've got you. Yeah, exactly right. And either way, I have a feeling that Deft probably didn't say that he had him. I have a feeling that Mouse just wanted to go in and try and kill people. But it was ridiculously impressive in the end. We'll see whether OMG are going to have as good a team comp next time around, whether they can actually find the victory against EDG, or whether EDG are going to continue to be ridiculous right after this short break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL, where EDG just managed to come back from about a 9,000 gold deficit. And this man came back after 1-5-1 with a 40 CS deficit and pick up an MVP.
This just goes back to prove my theory that this iteration of EDG is effectively 2014 EDG reincarnated.
Yeah.
2014 EDG would pretty much lose the game until a single Baron fight and then win the game off of their amazing team fighting ability. It was Name back then, but Deft, he's just taking it to a whole nother level as we take a look at the game-winning team fight here. Keep your eyes on Mouse. Deft lays down all of his damage. He then joins Scout to help clean up the other 3 of OMG on the left side of your screen, while Mouse is taking up all of SMLZ and 5's time. Deft over the wall, saves his little buddy, and then flashes to clean up 5. Just another day in the office.
Just another day in the office indeed. And to come back from that sort of laning phase is so incredibly impressive.
Just the veteran squad. I mean, that's the one thing. Through the uprights.
Oh, God.
I looked good there.
Yeah, I thought I'd improved as well. But, like, that game should not have gone EDG's way, honestly. And it largely came down to, in my opinion, OMG just not really understanding what their comp was good at and not doing what it's supposed to do.
Exactly, which means that it's EDG's experience and veteran members that really took over there for EDG when it mattered. High pressure situation. OMG, again, they had a pick-based composition. They had a massive lead. They have control of all the side lanes. All they needed to do was to push forward, wait for EDG to be out of position, then go back to their vision-controlled area and set up for the pick. Instead, it's Icon. Time and time again, we say this guy's name. He came into OMG with kind of a big reputation.
Yeah.
Solo queue monster. He starts to take down pretty high established Korean mid laners in the LPL. You know, notch in the belt.
Yep.
Maybe this guy is something up and coming, but continuously, either he makes the game-changing play to victory or defeat, like, instantly.
Yeah, the man is to a fault a playmaker, and
he's
unfortunately...
the Swift of mid lane. Like, that's the only way to explain this guy. He's either going to win you the game or he's going to lose it simultaneously. Yeah,
and I mean, the questions have to continue, though, because EDG's draft was weird. Yeah. OMG's execution was inoptimal in the end of that, but you have to still say that EDG, still some questions to be raised about the draft phase.
Like, if you go back to this, and if you give EDG OMG's composition, they destroy you with it.
Yeah.
EDG have shown time and time again, running the double teleport, that they know exactly how to set that up, that if you give them any sort of global presence, that they're going to use that to win every side of the map at once. And the fact that they didn't have sufficient wave clear, that they didn't have big windows of opportunity where they could make use of different power points. It just couldn't have really slowed down their momentum and tempo. They should not have won that game. And that draft I have big questions for. We did start to see kind of what the Skarner picked into the Hecarim looked like, and this is how it was supposed to go. We saw it in the very last team fight. Shui Shui on the horse is like, I'm a horse, I'm going real fast, I'm about to, oh God. Because he runs into the side of the team fight, and Skarner just grabs him. And he's just like, guess what, Hecarim?
You ain't going fast anymore.
So we'll see if it continues to kind of be like a soft counter, but that was hilarious. You could see like the horse is like, I'm going to hit this guy. It's going to be like oh God, I'm now in the clutches of defeat.
Yeah, exactly right. And we'll see exactly whether the Skarner is going to be picked once again, because EDG now have been able to get a victory on the champion first out of the gate. But we are into champion select. Braum is going to be banned first, Mako's pick of choice in game number 1. And Shen is going to be taken away from Xiang, which makes a lot of sense.
See, there are bans that I agree with, and there are bans that I disagree with. The Braum ban, yes, that was the problem. No, it's fine. It's a big comfort pick for Mako. I just feel like there are much higher problems, like higher priority problems than the target ban of the Braum. But maybe this means that SMLZ wants to go towards his Jhin. He's a signature Jhin player. He probably has one of the best Jhins in the LPL, and we just saw how impressive Def's was.
Well, in the last half of the game.
This is cool, though. So we were talking about this kind of between the break. Jhin almost has some pseudo-Ashe qualities in that how she's being used, or how he's being used in the LPL, is that he opens up his curtain call, and he just starts throwing out the shots as the slows, and he uses a chasing maneuver. Very similar to how Ashe would shoot an arrow to start an engagement.
Yeah.
So with the Ashe being banned and with the Braum being banned, this tells me that OMG are looking at that Jhin, and they'll get very similar qualities out of it that they did out of Ashe in the first game.
We'll see whether they prioritize it first up here for SMLZ. Or whether they have something else in mind. Rek'Sai's been banned away. We'll see what they decide to pick up first. Of course, Karma is still there 5 playing the Thresh in the last game. Did fantastically well for the first portion of the series. Still a lot of options. Trundle's available. Maokai was banned. Sivir was banned in the last match. Is now Xiang thinking about heading onto the tree and locks it in.
The OMG special, still that engage sense. Xiang very comfortable on the champion. In response, though, we cannot let them have Maokai and Sivir. Deft, get on the Sivir.
Yeah.
Pack it up.
Oh, I mean, they can just hop onto the Trundle there as well if they want to, so can subjugate away all of those big tanky stats that the Maokai will be bringing to these team fights. But Karma being considered right now as well. They really do not want that augmented movement speed by the looks of things, and Karma locked in. There's the Sivir as well.
Adds so much safety. Engage. That is an excellent... What is that?
I think it's a picture of some EDG boys on a tablet.
Oh, were they dressed as champions?
I don't know. They looked like they were in some pale blue.
I thought that Pawn had the shoulder armor from Yasuo, and I think that was Mako dressed as Karma.
Well, that'd be adorable. And he's playing Karma now, so also very fitting. Zhuezhui thinking about the Graves. 29 seconds to go as Nami, another champion that can augment movement speed. The only other thing we need is a Lulu, and they've basically got everything apart from Janna.
So your options here are either going to be Bard or Nami. The difference is kind of long-range engage versus a priority on disengage. So Nami, disengage heavy with her tidal wave.
Yeah.
Bard, pick potential with his Tempered Fate. Likewise, the sustain that you're bringing into a lane. I still feel like we're about to get a Jhin. We're about to get a Jhin Nanny.
And Jhin Nami is actually a really strong lane as well.
Don't you have a nickname for that?
Jammies?
Is that what it is? The Jammies lane?
It's the Jammy lane, yeah. Better than Nin.
I don't really like that name, but...
Ninny?
No.
You call it a Ninny lane if you want.
We'll go with it.
All right,
Here we go.
Okay, EDG, thinking about what they want to do, and Skarner, once again, going to take the forefront. Into the Graves this time around, though. So Skarner locked in, and Echo taken away as well. So Mouse most likely to be playing that one. Picking it away from Icon once again. Of course, Scout can play it.
Has played it recently. Yeah. Played against RNG.
Yeah.
Looked good on Aurelia. Nice to see Mouse kind of solidifying himself as a threat.
And of course, looking at a potential last pick Trundle as well here for EDG. As SMLZ most definitely will hop onto the Jhin if given the opportunity.
We talked about how the bans kind of gave this one away, showed their hand early.
Yeah. Now Icon, what is he going to be playing? LeBlanc being considered the OMG mid laner. I actually don't mind Echo into LeBlanc as well, to be honest.
The nice thing is that Echo does very well into Assassins just because he's going to eat all of their cooldowns. The issue is that LeBlanc's cooldowns are so low.
Yeah, that it barely matters.
Yeah.
Yep.
It means a bit more against the likes of Zed.
Well, now EDG. Do they pick a top laner? Do they pick a mid laner? That is the real question. See exactly what they do decide to take away. Lissandra being considered. Because I would prefer the Zed. That sounds like a lot of fun. And that matchup, Zed and LeBlanc, is probably one of the most fun to look at.
He is a Zed player. Obviously coming out of the shadow of Faker.
Haha, excellent use of shadows. Lissandra once again being looked at. Teamfight control.
I think they need the Lissandra. The reason being is that the hard engage potential and the hard CC, again, it's trying to get Skarner into a position to use that Impale.
Yeah.
Yes, you have Def there on Sivir to augment that, which is clearly what the Sivir is there for the Skarner.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just nice to have that extra Frozen Tomb.
Oh, and the single target movement speed from Mako's shield as well into Clear Love means that they can basically get any target that they want.
Yep.
Just run in, grab anyone, run out, super fast, then grab it on the hunt. You can continue the fight at that point, or continue chasing forward. I mean, this EDG comp, you can see exactly what they want to do with it on first glance.
It just makes so much more sense than the last one, so a healthier draft than last time.
even though it still has a Skana, which is incredibly exciting. So looking over the side of OMG, Icon back on his signature assassin pick. There's SMLZ and 5 on a very powerful bottom lane here as well. We'll see whether Deft and Mako decide to go toe-to-toe with the Jhin and Nami, whether we're going to see something switched up. There's Mouse back on the top lane Echo. Now, coaches shaking hands. Let's get into game number 2 between EDG and OMG. Thank you, Clear Love, Skana extraordinaire, as we hop onto the rift for game number 2 between OMG and EDG. OMG now on our blue side. We'll see whether that can help them get to victory here in the second match of this series. EDG came back from about 9,000 gold down off some incredible team fighting. We'll see whether it comes down to that again or whether EDG can have a better laning phase this time.
Well, they've certainly empowered their strengths by having a team fighting composition.
Yeah. And actually, a bit of a change-up in the Keystone Masteries. That's a Deathfire touch on Lissandra.
Also, a Warlord's Bloodlust out of Sivir.
Yeah. And that's a Thunderlord's Graves as well.
We're just going everywhere.
Yeah, we want some damage here. And SMLZ actually decided to go for the Deathfire touch as EDG look for a lane swap.
This is cute. So, Mako and Deft stepped forward. They made eye contact with SMLZ and 5.
Yep.
They said, I'm the captain now.
From across the room.
Threw the boomerang, faked him out, and are now running to the top side. In response, OMG are doing the exact same thing.
Yeah, trying to get up there. Oh, actually, just setting themselves up for some sort of potential pick, maybe. As this game goes on, we shall find out whether they are going to be successful. Looks like no one's heading over there, though. So move back down towards the bottom side. Will they grab the 10 gold?
This could be a very similar scenario to what Vici did, picking up those 2 early kills as they start Gromp.
Yeah, and they're moving down here. SMLZ actually hiding himself as well. They might be able to trap them in as Mouse taking a fair bit of damage. Clearlove will be able to grab this one with a smite. Does lock that one down. Now they're moving back. SMLZ is going to find Mouse, who throws out a Time Winder. Oh, and grabs one of the creeps. That is definitely good news, and I believe gets the experience for the next 2.
Now off to join. Clearlove will have to be careful because 5 is still poking his head around.
Oof, that was close. Yeah, 5 as well. Clearing himself out one of these Skana pillars. Actually very good for slowing down the clear speed of a Skana at the same time. Just being annoying. We'll see whether he can get the big wolf. Oh, there's another smite. And the wolf spirit is going to chase the Nami out of the jungle.
Well done. On the other side, OMG actually... Okay, so they took their blue camp. So 2 camps for each one. Actually, 3 camps. They also managed to grab the wolf camp.
Yeah, nice.
For a second, the wolf camp was still up there, but he must have been pulling it and dragged it out. So advantage to Shui.
And we'll see whether they can actually utilize that one. Of course, Graves wanting to probably farm a little bit more earlier on. But Skana as well. I mean, in a similar boat. But it does have a huge amount more of these jungle creeps.
I like the fact that EDG have made the conscious decision to look for the lane swap here. Again, Skarner doesn't have the greatest gank pressure until post-level 6, just because he's really reliant on gap closers to get him into position, as well as his hard CC. So by looking for the lane swap, by opening up the map, by trying to take down these towers as quickly as possible, it also helps isolate the jungle matchup a little bit. So you're not really reliant on just allowing Maokai and Graves or Graves and LeBlanc to just abuse standard lanes. The jungle is being hidden. They'll get more power before they face off.
And OMG look to actually be winning here as far as taking down this turret is concerned as well. Xiang waiting for all of these creeps to die. Actually going to be shared between the Sivir and the Echo. And I believe the Karma, as the money goes down. Xiang, however, is going to get all of it as this one falls. Clearlove on his red buff will have his smite available as well, as we saw. Oh, nice distortion comes in as Icon not going to be able to find the chain onto Scout. Scout actually trading back excellently here against the LeBlanc for the moment. But not exactly finding the farm as easily. There's a couple there just go wanting.
Starting to set back up to swap sides of the map. Both top laners trying to pick up what gold is available to him. In fact, Xiang is cheekily standing in a brush in bottom side.
Yeah.
So could open up some kill pressure on Deft if he's not careful of that twisted advance.
Yeah, Deft actually walking down here. Zhuizhui's here at the same time. Is Mako going to move around? There's the flash. Mako gets out of the way at the end of the line, and of course you have to respect that red buff. Xiang now backing. Deft did not take the bait.
Important to note that he was able to get level 3, so he started that at level 2. So yes, the CS and the gold went over to SMLZ, but making sure that he had a level to take up into the top side.
Now OMG with this wave pushing back into them as well as Deft moves in, grabs himself what farm he can. 25 to 28 at the moment, but that wave is pushing towards OMG.
They're being really cautious because they still don't have eyes on Xiang.
Yeah, Bubble is going to go wide as Deft now decides that there's no Maokai here. Boomerang finds SMLZ. Clearlove's going to make his way in. Only level 4, no Impale to threaten. But when level 6 hits, Flash Impale is going to be a big deal for this OMG roster. Deft now looking to shove this wave very hard into the turret.
Not a lot of priority going to the dragon right now. Again, it is just a cloud dragon.
Yeah.
As Scout actually pulling the trigger on the TP. Again, should be noted that EDG, per usual, are running the double teleport versus Icon having that ignite.
Well, there's the Frozen Tomb. Actually, as Icon has to distort his way out. Has to flash there as well. So they get the flash for just the ultimate out of Scout.
Deft also walking over.
Everyone trying to kill that LeBlanc. However, not going to find too much more than the flash.
Kind of curious if they were going to go for an objective, either dragon or possibly look for damage onto that mid tower. Instead, it's just going to take the flash summoner.
Yeah, and clearing out vision there as well towards the bottom side. As reload mechanic is frustrating for Zhuizhui underneath this turret. Now the wave pushing back into EDG. And they're happily just holding onto it there as well, not deciding to throw ricochets through this minion wave. Want to just get some control of this area. Now Time Wind is flying through. Mouse, on a very comfortable champion of his, is so far ahead of Xiang.
Yeah, Xiang lost a lot of time to farm and a lot of power when he was trying to make that play bottom when SMLZ and 5 were walking into the back of the lane.
Yeah.
Mouse got so much free time top lane with farm. That's where you're starting to see that big discrepancy. There's also a big experience disadvantage, level 6 to level 4, so Xiang is at this Echo's mercy currently. Yeah,
currently just trying to stay in experience range, but not necessarily being able to pick up as much farm as he would like. Thankfully, Saplings for a bit of ranged clear is going to be a good news story. This minion wave now going to crash, and Echo's backing. We'll see whether he uses the ultimate in order to get himself all the way back in here. Yep, there he is. So Chrono breaks his way back through. Will have himself the item advantage here at the same time.
And continuing to apply pressure to Xiang. Graves on the bottom side of the map, not around to assist. Should now be walking towards that top side.
But definitely good news for OMG as far as the AD carry farm is concerned. 51 to 65 right now. SMLZ going back to base. We'll be able to finish the serrated Dirk. We'll see how close to that Ghostblade he is going to be. As there's the Flash Twisted Advance. Mouse throws down the Parallel Convergence, but the chains have landed. And that shield is not going to be enough. First Blood comes in as a chains proc, and Icon is the one that picks it up. That is big deal news for OMG.
Yeah, had zero support to make a very aggressive play like that from Mouse. Good heads up awareness from Zhuizhui and Icon to collapse right there. So LeBlanc will pick up her blue buff as well as that First Blood, but Scout looks for some sushi, doesn't find it.
Yeah, it doesn't. Ward goes down, spots EDG's play. Now Icon moving over. Does have a couple of stacks on his Dark Seal here. Now he's clearing out minions. And actually the bottom lane's going to go back there as well, as you can see. Item disadvantage. Deft and Mako don't want anything to do with it. Sightstone comes in, and that's a BF sword here for Deft, so that is huge.
And that's a lot of the momentum lost for EDG. So they had this window where they could have made a play on Icon not having his flash. Yes, it's still difficult because you're dealing with the LeBlanc, who can have the double distortion. But by losing a lot of the advantage that Mouse had from him feeding over by blue buff, and then losing your back timer to bot lane as your mid laner gets back into position, just kind of a very awkward timer for EDG to deal with.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. And that lead that Mouse had is almost negated here. As you can see, Xiang looking for a teleport. He's going very deep on the bottom side. Curtain Call comes in, looking to slow down Deft, who doesn't get away from this tree. He will fall down. Xiang is able to pick up that kills. Icon now looking for Mako. Is going to be able to find it here as Clearlove trying to do some work. Shui is going to be the focus. The one target that they can actually lock down, as Scout does have the ult, is just going to use it here. It's a 1 for 2 in favor of OMG.
But OMG do have the creep wave and are continuing to pressure this inner bottom tower. Now EDG looking for the flank.
Yeah, Mouse trying to find his way in there as Scout is going to find his way over once more. EDG can't quite get in. But of course now with the bottom lane making her way through, looking a lot better.
And that was the cool interaction for SMLZ taking the Jhin. Again, they banned the Ashe as well as the Braum, which opens up a cool power pick for Jhin. And he acts as a pseudo-Ashe. As soon as the engagement was coming in, he drops into his ultimate. And yes, it's not a giant enchanted crystal arrow, but it is applying a slow multiple times.
Yeah. And it was enough to lock him down in time to give Xiang the flanking play and get him a kill to get well and truly back into this matchup. He was already doing fine after that initial kill under Mouse, but now he's feeling brilliant.
Something OMG as an organization have always been very good at, and in terms of their identity as a team, is they've always been a very creative team in terms of their draft.
Yeah.
So again, you have to think back to the beginning. Even though it's a completely different roster, you still have kind of the same brand leaking over. The LPL was dominated by strong AD carries, in particular Wei Xiao. And then OMG came out of nowhere and didn't prioritize an AD carry. They prioritized a top side of the map and used incredibly creative drafts to destroy a very strong Chinese meta around the AD carry. And we're starting to see, again, that brand retained over the new iteration of OMG.
Well, at the moment, Shui able to take away that Cloud Drake first up. Ocean is going to be the second one. So with that movement speed, OMG will see whether they can get around the map better. Prove how this is going. Already going quite well. As Captive Audience not going to proc there as Clearlove makes his way through. Level 7 now and does have the Flash Impale available. There it is. Pinkwood comes in. EDG clear that one out. And Clearlove going to continue moving back.
Teleport? Nope, just back. EDG needs to get out of these lanes. Their comp is not empowered here. They're strong as soon as these towers fall down, as soon as they can start abusing Fog of War with Lysandra, and start abusing the chase potential with Sivir, Karma, and more importantly, Skarner.
Skarnabs.
There we go, Karma, Skarner.
Skarma. Well, Scout, you can see, walks back to lane, has his Abyssal Scepter completed, but it's in answer of Icons, which is also done. Clearlove here, very tanky with his Cinderhulk already done, but that's Berserker's Greaves as well as the Warrior Enchant here for Shui, who's very strong at the moment on the Graves. 14 jungle creeps in the lead. Not something that's too worrying here because, of course, Graves farms very, very effectively. And there's the Mantra Q, finds 5 for at least the initial damage. And Shui is here. EDG have to be careful. There's the curtain call one more time. Deft slowed down, has to use the flashes. Clearlove is going to pick up Shui. Lots of damage onto Deft, who uses the heal. Shui exhausted. Mako picks up the first kill. Teleport now to come in from Mouse and from Scout, who's going to find his way down. SMLZ running past, does have the W there as Scout picks up the kill onto 5. Deft fell down to SMLZ, though, who is able to make an escape. It's going to be Clearlove chasing him down as Scout now. You have to be so careful as Icon looking to find his way through the creeps, but there it is. Clearlove picks up the kill into SMLZ, and Mako, he's burning to death. Scout still looking for more. Can he get enough buttons in? Icon gets the double, and OMG clean up so nicely.
And in the end, it is going to be a 3-for-3 trade. No other objectives kind of swaying this one way or the other, although Clearlove might change that.
Yeah, Distort has to be used, but that's the last of the mana on Icon. Crystalline Exoskeleton, not enough movement speed here for Clearlove, especially with just those brown bags. And that is 8 stacks on the Dark Seal here for Icon as well. So,
but this is not a situation you want to be on EDG's comp. Again, they're the ones running the double teleport, and the overall play still was equalized 3 for 3 because the play extended for so long that Icon was able to walk from mid lane to get involved.
Yeah. And that's exactly what a LeBlanc wants to do. It's clean up low health targets with all of your extra mobility. OMG now with this wave pushing back towards EDG. Def now wanting to wait for it. We'll see whether once again this is a situation where EDG need to team fight their way back into the game. It is nowhere near the deficit that they had in the last game. But OMG with a different comp this time as well. They can play this one out very differently from game 1.
They just need to get out of the lane phase. Again, their composition is so empowered in a 5v5, and the more open the map is and how they can play around vision and chase potential, pick potential, catch potential. There we go, catch. Let's go with catch.
Yeah. Zhuizhui as well continues to keep position after stealing away that blue buff. They will have the timer on that one as well, so 5 minutes time. We'll see what OMG can do.
OMG really thrive in sieging scenarios. Yes, they have tools to look for flanks to be okay to match OMG, or excuse me, EDG in a 5v5, but they really want to set up where they approach a tower, the Jhin ultimate opens up, LeBlanc is being used to kind of burst and push people off of towers.
Well, in goes Mako. There's the flash. They want to find SMLZ. Dodges out of the way, and SMLZ is going to get singled out. Nice double bubble there from 5 to try and stop this one. Xiong makes his way into the backside. Mouse looking for SMLZ. Gets it as Clearlove is actually the one locks it down. It's the double kill on the bottom lane as the Skarner is going nuts. Deft is still trying to run away. It's a really nice shield, but it's not enough. The bottom lane falls on the side of EDG. Frozen Tomb comes in as Icon is going to get destroyed by Mouse. The Scout is still trying to fight this one out. Clearlove has been going for so long as now Mouse can't really stay in, and Xiong is very tanky. Timewinder to slow him down. That is going to be an even 2 for 2? 2 for 3 in favor of OMG.
And no one really being able to deal with Skarner in the middle, just kind of wiggling, super tanky, causing a mess, disrupting everything. The double TP wasn't available for EDG this time around as we go ahead and take a look back at this team fight. Again, the pick of Nami into Karma I think is quite clever because you're trying to slow down the engage coming in. 5, a bit too overzealous though, trying to create space and time for Xiong to come in and get the flank. Not quite as safe as he would have thought. Immediately gets deleted on the part of this fight, but check out Zhuizhui. Just huge burst damage, right time, right place, and takes care of EDG's 2 carries.
Yeah, saves that collateral
bottom
damage.
Lane. And then just in the back half of this is Skarner wiggling.
Can't catch up to the Graves as he quick draws his way to safety. Not too many turrets falling down. It's 1 apiece still after that lane swap at the beginning, but look at Xiong's damage. Jeez, that's ridiculous. Oh, Def now in a whole host of trouble. He is going to fall. Zhuizhui battling some creeps, but he is going to win that duel. Def is not exactly having the series of his life.
No, definitely not. Getting caught out multiple times, not just in this game, but like you said, series, also last game.
There's Scout actually getting ignited here. We'll need to head back. There's the claw.
Has his TP. Again, the issue is that last team fight, Scout did not have the double TP to be there with Mouse.
Well, now Mako try and help clear out this minion wave. Of course, one of Karma's strengths is killing creeps. Icon going to shove another one in there. So Icon's looking very strong right now. Has himself some extra cooldown reduction. Clearlove going to make his way over. Grabs himself a ward after getting bubbled for a moment. Isn't going to be too worried about it. Blue buff is now going to go into the hands of Icon, who helps Xiong out, taking that one down. OMG now moving over. Cross-map plays here as the Dragon is already falling down. EDG will find their way in as now Clearlove's going to make it a 50-50. It is locked down by Zhuizhui as Scout makes his way over the top. There's the flash as Zhuizhui getting taken down low. There's the heal. Comes out from SMLZ and Clearlove. He just picks up SMLZ and takes him away. It's the collateral damage that finished off the kill onto Scout. And I don't know how, but OMG managed to find the come-round kill. Icon falls down. Oh, it does manage to get the kill onto Clearlove, sorry, as Mouse gets bubbled one more time. And 5 just seems to be orchestrating these team fights. Icon over the top. Mako has to be careful. Mouse moving in here as well, as he will probably be able to lock this one down. Nice heal comes in from the empowered W, but it's not quite enough. And now Mouse trying to make the big play onto Icon. Does he have another dash? That is the question. Nope, not before Icon gets out.
Clearlove had a massive miscommunication with his team. So we're going to go ahead and look at this replay. Check out how long Clearlove holds his ultimate for. So he doesn't want to impale Shui Shui because he thinks that his team will be able to kill him. But this allows the Graves to get off so much damage over the course of this fight because, like you said, 5 keeping him alive, that when the Impale finally does come down, it's like, why not just layer the CC and try to burst this guy? So not really respecting the power of the Nami and making sure that teamfight went longer than expected, which is why EDG lost it.
You can see Icon really making use of the money that he's earned so far this game as well. 4,000 damage in that last fight. Massive in comparison to anyone on EDG. Not having the game that they're looking for.
They're not having the series that they're looking for. Again, at another gold deficit. EDG behind both times. EDG have a ridiculous stat where 90% of their games, they're ahead at 10 minutes and at 20 minutes.
Well, certainly not the case this time around. Clearlove will be tanky as this game moves on. It was his first death that he actually succumbed to last time. Still clearing out vision. He's very tanky. Spectre's Cowl building towards an armor item. See which one it is going to be. Now helping defend this turret. Clearlove looking for Jue here. Does have his Impale as Tidal Wave comes through. Scout actually looking for SMLZ. They get a lot of damage down, but Scout is going to fall as Xiang rockets his way in. Icon. That's not going to be the real one as Mouse has found it. But Icon's still able to lock him down. Nice stun comes in from Clearlove, but that is the only kill in response to the top laner and mid laner that have already fallen for EDG.
And this is where OMG's composition thrives. We talked about it. They're kind of a siege composition. They open up the final curtain, they look for the poke damage from Icon, and then they just slowly whittle away these towers after they've gotten you to back off of them. So OMG understand, again, their win conditions, as they did in the first game. Now it's about execution. Clearlove now caught.
Yeah, once again, another great pick-off here as Clearlove gets sped up but straight into a bubble. Deft is doing a fair bit of damage in this fight as Xiang is able to lock down that kill as Mako looking for the snare, but it's not quite enough. SMLZ picks up one. Scout had teleported in. There are low members on OMG, and Scout has the AoE damage, but they commit. They commit to exactly what they know they can do. Deft finds himself some extra mana, but Five still able to tank the boomerang just fine, and OMG just seem to know what they're capable of.
Coming back and trying to stave off OMG on the back half of these fights, but still, gold lead growing.
Most certainly is. Approximately 5,000 now for OMG. 22 minutes into this game. Jue having a brilliant performance so far on this Graves. More of Malmortius already done. Clearlove, despite, you know, he was 3-0-4 when they were at 7 kills. I mean, this Skarner was doing work, but it's just not enough. As you can see, Deft desperately trying to get to his second item, but he probably wants 3.
Hecarim was available. Like, let's think about everything.
Gragas was available.
Let's think about everything that Skarner does.
Heck, Evelyn was available.
Can also do.
Yeah.
He's going to be able to gank more effectively earlier. He's going to be tanky as well through itemizing damage. Has great sustain. He's also very healthy in the jungle due to his W. The only thing he doesn't offer is the suppression.
Well, it will be useful against Icon, who's become pretty big right now. It is an 8-2-2 LeBlanc.
I understood the theory of the Skarner into the Hecarim. I got it in the execution, but... Well,
apparently it's just a pick that Clearlove really likes.
We've seen this before, and it didn't work well for EDG's playoff run in 2015 summer.
No.
That was, in fact, the time when they didn't, or they got knocked off in playoffs.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
And it was a QG LGD final. The worst run that EDG have ever had in their history was the Skarner patch. Just throwing that one out there.
Yeah, just wasn't a good time. OMG just giving them, just a few nightmares from that one. Icon moving around, and they're able just to clear out everything here. Clearlove's on top of a ward. Still very tanky. They're not going to be able to necessarily pick off the Skarner all that well, but...
You don't need to pick him off, they just need to stay away from him.
Yeah, and it's pretty easy to do, because he just sort of lumbers at you.
Well, he's got a Karma and Sivir, so it shouldn't be easy to do. It's just that EDG have never been in a position where they get to chase anyone.
Oh, Curtain Call going to come through. We're going to clear out this minion wave. Clearlove is going to make it out.
The immediate fear and respect from EDG.
Yeah. Well, that's a big cooldown now that OMG do not have.
Dragon spawning in 10 seconds, though. This will be the big 5v5. EDG do have a better priority on it. In position faster. It's Infernal. Again, this is where they want to be. Playing with Fog of War. Looking for the pick potential. Using this Lissandra.
They've got the Skarner power. That is a big deal. As you can see, OMG now trying to force EDG to move up the mid lane. They might actually have to sacrifice a good position here as the ward goes over. EDG clear it out immediately. Raptor Sense is going to proc. As now OMG have their opportunity to move towards this Dragon Pit, and EDG have moved all the way out of the way.
Just getting bullied and worked off of the Infernal Drake, and they're going to go ahead and give it up.
Yeah, so can't actually make anything happen. EDG back to base now. Deadman's Plate's done for Clearlove, as Icon and Scout still just trading blows. But OMG with all these dragons, so scary for EDG fans. 6,000 gold the lead, 25 minutes in. No Barons looked at just yet. I have a feeling now OMG going to be feeling a whole lot better about it. Icon looking for Clearlove. It's a pretty optimistic one to go for if you're a LeBlanc.
Unfortunately, I think SMLZ's ultimate cooldown is bugged.
Ah, yes. Can't quite see when it's going to be back up, but it will be relatively soon.
Okay, there we go. It's very important, though, to have that ultimate available. Again, this is how their comp works in the Siege. They open up the ultimate, they push everyone off, and then they start opening up opportunities for Icons to look for those flanking pick plays.
Well, Mouse now looking for a potential flank himself here as Clearlove has found Zhuizhui. Can they complete the kill in time, though, is the question as Scout throws down the ultimate onto himself. Zhuizhui makes it to safety as Mouse, right in the backline, uses his ultimate, gets out, and EDG, their engage has not worked. It's now OMG's turn, if they'd like to. As the Curtain Call has found Mouse and Clearlove for a couple of shots, not doing too much damage, and Icon looking for the flank. This could be huge.
This is disaster for EDG.
Yeah, the Mimic is available. That is a massive amount of damage as Icon does have to flash. He got exhausted pretty immediately, but look at how huge Xiang is. So much damage here out of the Maokai, out of every member of OMG, and they're under the inhibitor turret now, fighting off EDG. Mouse looking for Icon, doesn't find it. Back to his distortion. As now gets stunned up by the W out of the Jhin. In fact, no one's died, but the tower falls down and OMG take the lead.
I mean, EDG, they threw everything that they had at Zhuizhui's graves. They threw the Skarner ultimate, the Sivir ultimate, the Karma speed up, as well as the Frozen Tomb. The Frozen Tomb did not go down on Graves, but the engagement was all used at the same time, and he just ulted himself out of it. Beautifully played by Zhuizhui. After that was done, no cooldowns are left, just a free, easy tower and cleanup from OMG. Again, in complete control of this game, another 8k gold lead. OMG, if you lose this, I'll be shocked.
Completely shocked. There's Scout now getting some position. There's a sapling in there. Xiang gets snared up. As there's a twisted advance. Scout can't use his claw to get out. But never mind. Def now augmenting his damage with another BF sword, looking for that Infinity Edge as best he can. We will be looking at this Sivir as the late game comes in, because a lot of this damage that's missing is the fact that Deft is not ready to tear apart the members of OMG just yet.
Also not finding the engagements that they want. Icon's still a massive problem.
Yeah. And EDG are going to have to play immaculately if they're looking to pick this one up. And we said it last game. They can certainly do it. Now these Skarner pillars getting back into the hands of EDG.
Much better race. They haven't tripped yet. Okay, they sprinted out of the gate again.
Yep.
They're in the mid-race point. They're closing in on the finish line. They've got it in their sights, Atlas. They just need to ward up this Baron, make Icon look for a pick, or don't even go near the Baron. Just continue to use your big siege comp. But you have to make sure that you place your flanking vision appropriately, because Scout could really ruin their day if he gets into that back line.
Yeah, Clearlove as well. I mean, if he gets a flank, that could be very scary. However, now, EDG.
Okay, they're going for the triangle vision.
And Scout splitting on the bottom side. So double TP. Definitely helping EDG here. SMLZ clearing out minions in the mid lane, trying to create another pressure point, but Def now with a lot of wave clear. As you can see, Ricochet helping out as Mouse fighting Xiang, but it's not doing anything at all. And it's the battle for the Skarner crystals. And it is going to be won by OMG.
They're trying to get all of their waves pushing forward for them. I think OMG are still a bit hesitant, a bit gun-shy to look for this Baron, although as I say that, they're actually going to pull the trigger. Very clever ward from EDG being highlighted by our spectators there.
Yeah.
I call that the Baron Gate ward. Usually it's placed on the top side, but EDG actually placing it on the bottom side. Not quite as effective, easier to place or safer to place from red side, but it can be spotted out by a pink in the pixel brush.
Oh, it's now a two-man Baron, down to about half health as the teleport is coming in here. Scout has pulled the trigger as Clearlove right in amongst it. He's gone down incredibly low already, and Icon is going to be able to pick up the kill. Collateral damage doing so much work as Xiang now in exactly the right position. And Scout couldn't do anything. He tried to follow the claw, thought about it, but it just wasn't going to be enough. And Mouse is going to fall down as well. OMG, with this gigantic tree, just look unstoppable. And
they just decimate EDG. Beautifully played. It was another Baron setup play, but this time around, they're not caught out. They're able to execute on their composition. With Clearlove dead, that's a free Baron, and that's closing into a 10k gold lead for OMG.
Yeah, 9,000 exactly here at this stage. But it's not about that. It's about the fact that they can just take down so many turrets now and dive with impunity. Look at Xiang. He just doesn't take damage.
And Clearlove is unable to get anything done as Maokai just zones off 4 members. SMLZ opens up the curtain call, just starts laying down massive amounts of damage, and more importantly, that's slow to allow his team to continue to chase.
Not to mention the snare from the Deadly Flourish as well towards the end there as EDG now moving back into their jungle. Baron buff helping OMG out. And this would be one hell of a comeback if EDG could do it, but I just don't see the way in this stage.
I mean, we can never discount them simply because it's kind of like a Wombo comp.
Yeah. But I mean, I feel like you throw all of the Wombo you want at that Maokai and he just ignores you.
I don't even think it's Maokai. Like, Maokai's a cool part of it because he's such a strong front line. But what's really cool is how Nami is creating space in between the front line and the back line of OMG's composition.
Yeah.
Because, again, immediately the tidal wave comes out. So, yeah, you want to try to get around that Maokai, and as soon as his Twisted Advance is up, you can actually just kind of run past him. But it's the Maokai, and then right behind him is this giant wave, making sure that you've got nowhere to go.
Well, you can see Def does finally finish his Infinity Edge, but OMG, they take down turret after turret here. Deadly Flourish flies through. Clearlove takes a fair bit of damage. You can see Claw actually takes Scout over the top. Icon in trouble here as the Frozen Tomb comes in on top of Scout himself. Icon gets to safety as now Zhuizhui and Xiang looking to try and create a front line out of themselves. Deadly Flourish comes in. Mouse gets caught up. However, no one going to fall just yet. Curtain Call comes in. Mako getting targeted out. As SMLZ doesn't find all of the shots, Scout takes a massive array of burst from Icon.
But OMG can be at this all day. Not only do they have the Baron buff, but having those double Ocean Drakes, the regen. Yeah. They can continue to just attempt siege on these towers all day, now moving up towards the top inner, as it would be much easier to siege into than the inhib mid.
Yeah, you can see SMLZ just keeping his eye on EDG. Zhuizhui getting some wards over the top. And EDG will be optimistic to fight for this one. But Deft is pretty big. Does have the 3 items that he needs to do a lot of damage in an AoE setting. There's the Karma Shield. OMG all over this turret. And nothing EDG can do.
Just slowly being suffocated out of this game.
Yeah. Grab themselves a red buff there as well. SMLZ is the one that picks that one up. Xiang going to stick around towards the top side of the map and keep this wave pressured in. Clearlove gets into his jungle, tries to clear out as much as he can, but I mean, that is 80 creeps in the lead for Zhuizhui. He's got a Bloodthirster, as well as that QSS. He can't be the target for this Impale anymore. Now they're diving in. Turret is going to fall down as now Mouse looking for a way into the backline. Scout doing some work there as well as Deft runs back to the fountain. He will be able to get back into this fight as Clearlove flashes out of the way. Mouse as well. Able to slow down a lot of members of this OMG roster, but the inhibitor is going to fall down, and that's all they wanted. Icon now looking for Mouse. Oh, the chains land. Will he fall down as uses the ultimate, gets himself back underneath the turret as collateral damage comes in, flashes over the wall, and SMLZ picks it up. That was ridiculous. Don't even know how he quite managed to get there. At EDG, they lose their top laner and their top lane at the same time.
Yeah, nowhere for Mouse to go. I don't know if you caught that. I think 5 threw his ultimate backwards. But the siege continues.
Yep, and there's the engagement. Xiang has found his way right into the back as Clearlove in a lot of trouble. Deft flashing forward. 5 is going to fall. As now Scout and Deft are on the wrong side. The claw goes through. Xiang. Yep. Now just going to be able to lock down the kill onto Scout after his Zhonya's wears off, and Deft running the wrong direction here. OMG could possibly just move towards the top side of the map and follow those super creeps in, but they want to take down this inhibitor turret in the mid lane.
They've just won the game. The Dark Forces never give up. OMG are about to take a map off of EDG.
And we'll see whether they can do it after this inhib falls down. Nope. Looks like there is going to be at least one more wave for EDG fall as Clearlove and Scout still yet to respawn.
And we're going to have a highlight of SMLZ looking for this kill on Mouse. He's going to go ahead and burn the flash. Not quite to safety, though, right on the line of the ultimate range.
And I feel like he could have actually walked out of the way, but nevertheless, isn't able to, and that is a Mercurial Scimitar now completed for SMLZ. Deft has a last Whisper, so he's at least doing some damage, but it's a bad news story at the moment for EDG. 13,000 gold to lead for OMG. They're just waiting for their next opportunity to wander into the base and take this one down. It is 140 on both the Dragon and the Baron. And that's as Zonya's completed as well for Icon. This guy's got 6 items. Big deal alert.
He's 11, 2, and 4, so he's been a big deal for a hot minute.
Yeah.
So it looks like they're actually going to go ahead for 3 inhibitors.
OMG not looking to give EDG the same opportunity that they had in the last game in order to find their way through. Scout, Haunting Guise completed. They're in damage control. They're in desperation items right now for EDG. Is Mako going to get snared up? That did so much damage, that Deadly Flourish. Now EDG will see whether they can defend themselves. Super Creeps now coming in as well, and this is what OMG do. They just sit back, siege you out. Possibly just go for the dive when Xiang feels like he wants to. As there's the curtain call, Clearlove tanking up a fair bit of it. Mouse will get himself a shield from his parallel convergence. Nice triple stun comes in as well, as there's a lot of QSSs then burnt. Xiang now tanking up the turret. Huge frozen tomb comes in as Icon can barely fight this one out anymore. Zhuizhui in trouble. 5 as well, falling down low as Mouse is able to lock that kill up. Xiang now falling as Deft has to put some attention onto this tree, who gets himself onto Mako. Icon now out to the side. Can he actually do some work here as there are towers just falling down? Scout knows that he has to defend the base, but EDG managed to win the fight.
But they have a bare and open exposed Nexus, so it's almost too little too late. That said, miracle team fight from EDG right there. The fact that Scout and Mouse found multiple targets with their CC. OMG just not respecting grouping up a little bit too tightly.
Deft is actually starting to do some damage. It's a big deal, but yeah, you're right. Open Nexus is so scary. 2 inhibitors down. I mean, they were taken a little while ago. We'll see whether they will respawn in time, but let's have a look at this engage.
So this starts out with the fact that Mouse hits multiple people with his parallel convergence, and because all of those QSSs are burned, you then see the big damage come down from Scout. That's a massive frozen tomb, and it just allows enough time for EDG's carries to get in there.
And then he manages to Zonya's all of the AoE. As OMG now looking for a Baron. His inhibitors still yet to respawn. OMG can probably just send one person there and almost secure themselves a Baron, because EDG have to defend their base.
Likewise,
thankfully.
The Elder Dragon is also in play. So if OMG aren't feeling their chances just with the Baron, they can very easily move over to the other objective.
Well, I have a feeling OMG are probably going to grab themselves both. And hope to God that that last situation does not happen again.
So this is the Spartans. This is where they hold them. The Baron, the Elder Drake, the, what is that, 12k gold?
Yes, 13th, yeah, 12,000 gold lead.
Can they do it?
I don't know, Froscarin. They did it last game, so I'm not ready to say that EDG are out of it yet. But right now it looks very dangerous.
It was not to this extent, though. Like, OMG had a lead last game, but this is
ridiculous, yes. Well, Elder Drake going to reset for a second, but eventually is going to be taken by Zhuezhui. So that is a hell of a lot of regen, a lot of stats, a lot of movement speed, and a lot of fire.
Good news for EDG fans, your top inhibitor has respawned.
Yes, this is definitely a good news story.
Still have to deal with one of those waves, but here we go. Double Ocean Drake.
Coming at you. Infernal Drake there as well, doing some work.
Okay.
There's the curtain call. Nice shield comes out of Mako. One of the bolt misses. Clearlove tanks up one of them. Deft gets hit by another. Uses the spell shield of Xiang. Tanking up a lot of damage. Tidal Wave doesn't find the Sivir. Look for Deft as Icon finds his way in, but Frozen Tomb immediately comes out. Mako is going to fall as Deft flashes away from Zhuezhui, but they have to keep them away from the base. Clearlove relatively tanky, but OMG tearing apart this fight. It is going to be Scout falling down. Mouse falls as well, and now the Nexus open and bare is going to fall. EDG crumble in the hands of OMG.
Deft did what he could, but there were too many carry threats at the end of the day. The fact that it wasn't just the 11, 2, and 4 LeBlanc running around trying to find that flank on him, but a massive Bloodthirster jungle Graves to also deal with.
And maybe after this, EDG will realize that perhaps Skarner isn't the best option, or maybe Echo isn't the priority top lane pick. I don't know. I think there are yet still some more questions about this drafting phase, but I do understand the Maokai ban from game number 1 because Xiang really put in work that game.
This is something that we've always criticized from EDG, though, is that their draft phase just looks very pear-shaped as we go ahead and look at the highlights here. And again, this team fight was a massive issue. They could have chain CC'd on Zhuezhui on this big Graves carry with the Skarner ultimate out of the Frozen Tomb, but they chose not to because the communication is he's dead, I don't have to burn my cooldown here on a target that's already going to die, and that ends up punishing them massive.
Yeah. And EDG just getting caught out of position, unable to really find what their team comp wants to do. And it's almost like they got themselves into positions where they possibly could, but then they just didn't have the damage in order to secure anything.
EDG are so reliant on their jungle matchup winning and their jungle matchup giving them strength. Like, yes, Deft is the flash carry. He's the guy that ends up with all the kills. He does the crazy miracle plays in the team fights late game. But it's Clearlove and Mako that water him, that feed him, that pet him, that put him to bed early. And Skarner does not give EDG the pressure that any other jungle pick would to be effective. They are completely losing control of their jungle, and Clearlove is non-existent in these games. Skarner is doing nothing for them.
No. And, of course, he does work very, very well if you're in a snowballed situation, but honestly as well, I mean, Scout didn't have the same performance as he did on the Victor this time on the Lissandra.
I mean, he hit a nice ultimate in the end, but when the rest of your map is collapsing behind you, Deft also kind of making some individual errors, you know, being overextended, but props to OMG. I mean, they've had 2 very cool kind of creative compositions, different in how their execution works, kind of very based around like this pick and catching people out and small skirmishing. They have shown in 2 different instances that they understand where to execute on this. You know, with the Jhin comp, we want to be sieging and using the curtain call to poke them off and setting up the LeBlanc. So this time around, find the execution. First game should have been theirs. As far as I'm considered, OMG are looking to win this series possibly.
Yeah, well, damn right. They're looking like the team in form. So, ladies and gentlemen, stick around. After the short break, we will see if EDG can fight back against an on-fire OMG. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. OMG just managed to upset EDG and continue what is fantastic form in this series. And Shui picks up the MVP on that Graves. He got a lot of focus that game.
Yeah, so much gold that he was building a bloodthirster. That it was a straight carry Graves, and Shui has really stepped up for OMG after their victory over Invictus Gaming with his back-to-back incredible Lee Sin play, and now coming out with Hecarim and Graves in these two games.
Yeah.
He's the carry jungler that they need, but not the one that they deserve.
Well, you can see it's just, honestly, EDG looking incredibly out of sorts, but if you watch Shui and how he played this one out, just saving his ultimate for the perfect times constantly in this series.
You also think back to that moment when EDG went all in on him with every single cooldown, and being able to survive by using his ultimate to disengage from the fight was incredible. Yeah,
it was really, really important. And honestly, EDG may have looked out of sorts, but OMG playing off their jungler and, of course, their mid laner who needs a massive, massive set of props, because that LeBlanc play was ludicrous. The man was huge.
Icon is very good at self-sufficient champions that are able to get him out of sneaky situations. He kind of goes deep. He's like, go big or go home type of guy. I appreciate the playmaking potential. I like it. I think in tandem with Shui, they either go on a tear or they get absolutely smashed. I'm just very excited to see what they'll do in Game 3 and if they're able to stay focused, stay experienced. Because, again, very young roster, a lot of really young talent. This is effectively like Xiong and a bunch of rookies. And they could possibly look to take down the undefeated LPL premier team that just smashed RNG literally last week.
Yeah, the Titans, basically. And look, OMG poised and ready to do it. They're going to have to do so in a different way, though. I have a feeling that EDG are probably going to take away portions of that. I have a feeling Maokai and Shen Bans might come in target of Xiong, and hopefully EDG are going to mix up that draft a little bit, because honestly, Echo Top's feeling a little bit tired.
No, forget Echo Top.
Skarner.
Skarner is a big problem right now. I don't know why they are playing Skarner. Literally the last time that they played Skarner was when they were in the playoff run for the 2015, I believe, Summer title, and it completely destroyed EDG. They have never been able to play Skarner. They are not a good Skarner playing team. Skarner right now isn't even good in the meta. He is effectively a poor man's Hecarim. There's nothing that Skarner does that Hecarim cannot do better or more effectively. Hecarim has been available. Stop picking Skarner.
Well, you heard it here first. Please stop picking Skarner, EDG, as Shen and LeBlanc are going to be the first bans as we hop into Champion Select, and Rise and Vladimir taken away on the side of OMG. EDG thinking about their final ban. And Trundle is going to be taken away, as EDG might actually be looking at a Maokai first pick.
The priority.
Well, they potentially could. As there it is. And our Mouse is going to lock in that big tank for the top side. So already good news, OMG having to switch things up once again. See whether they take away the Echo, something like that.
Big picks available are going to be the Karma and the Sivir. Likewise, you don't really ever want to give a team Maokai and Sivir. Yep. So I expect that to be the route that OMG go.
Taking both of them at the same time, of course. Shui thinking about his Graves, however. He had a brilliant game number 2 performance, and would not surprise me if he wants to go back on the champion one more time.
Likewise, Clear Love is a big Graves advocate. I do like the Lee Sin, though. Maokai comes in with the Twisted Advance.
And gets booted out.
Exactly. Kick him back out.
And also, if you kick him through the enemy team, Maokai likes to build a lot of health, and you now do more damage kicking that big burly body through your opponents.
We've seen great performances from Shui and his Lee Sin.
Well, that is going to be locked in. So Lee Sin and Karma taken away for OMG. Sivir still available if Deft wants to pick it up, but his Ashe is also there. Hasn't been able to play it this entire series long. What does Rapid Star have in store for us this time?
The anticipation is killing me.
Yeah, exactly right. As there's the Jhin being looked at from Scout. And Mako thinking of heading towards his Thresh pickup. Bard's available. There are different options here if they'd like to go for it, but Thresh is going to be taken away. Jhin picked up as well. Jungle and mid lane still yet to be seen here from EDG.
Very different champions. Not that EDG haven't shown these champions kind of over their history, but not really together like this. I have a feeling that Thresh is being used in a very similar way that he would when in pair with Ashe.
Yep.
So offering a lot of safety to a low mobility AD carry.
I like as well the fact that it's difficult to pick Ashe into Thresh as well, so possibly deterring OMG from taking that champion one more time.
SMLZ, very comfortable on the Jhin. See what else he looks for.
Well, honestly, Misfortune, he'd be able to build the same items. Definitely a comfort there, as Misfortune's locked in. So it will be Misfortune, Karma on the bottom side of the map, and Nautilus, basically the poor man's Maokai, towards the top side of the map. 957 didn't find very much success on the champion when he decided to take it. However, OMG want to have a big tank.
So, like Jhin, Misfortune has been seeing some pickup in popularity with the Duskblade itemization, just because of how it works with their Q, doing ridiculous amounts of damage.
Yeah, you double up onto someone and they die. Is Clearlove looking to head back to his Kha'Zix?
It's purple.
Yeah.
I agree with this. It's also an insect.
Yeah, insectoid style.
Maybe we thought Skarner was the other insect.
Well, yeah, maybe it was all just a mistake. As, no, Kha'Zix, especially in the hands of Clearlove, has looked very, very strong.
The thing is normally they pair Kha'Zix with the likes of Azir.
Yep.
Or Rise, something that does massive amounts of Baron damage, because Kha'Zix opens up a lot of objective and monster control through his empowered Q.
Well, I have a feeling you could probably still duo it with, you know, the tree and the Kha'Zix. Kha'Zix, of course, spamming out a lot of abilities. You get that sap magic quite a lot, meaning that the tree can then tank up the Baron for quite some time, but definitely some different things coming out as OMG lock into Lissandra, probably trying to deter Scout from taking the teleport on the Twisted Fate. See whether they can force him into that cleanse at the moment. Still with the teleport.
Still big 5v5 comp coming out of OMG.
Yeah.
The bullet frozen time. Definitely going to be the name of the game. Their engage potential, a little bit lackluster. They do have the long range engage from the death charge.
Yep.
But otherwise, they're going to be really reliant also on Shui Shui looking for those flanks and some high mechanical insects.
Yeah, and I also like SMLZ having the extra movement speed available to him from that Karma as well. So shoring up some of Misfortune's weaknesses. She will be strutting around when she can, but it's hard to keep that up in a team fight. And this bottom lane will be very exciting to watch if we do get those standard lanes. However, the top lane will be the entire opposite, as these burly tanks will just be wet noodle fighting this whole time. But it's enough from us. Let's get into Game 3 between EDG and OMG. Clearlove looking wonderful as usual as we hop onto the Rift. EDG now on our blue side for our final game of the evening. Taking the Kha'Zix this time. And yes, it's not Skarner.
It's purple, it's a bug, that's all that matters. It also empowers EDG to look for monster objective control, which is typically what they do with this Kha'Zix. Normally it is in tandem with a pick like Rise, like Azir, as a flash comes out.
Yeah, double flashes as SMLZ, already without his.
Even our spectator was like, whoa.
Yeah. I think we all were.
But,
there are a lot of Thunderlords this game.
Immediately a reset of mentality for EDG, already trying to focus on some sort of cheese in the bot lane.
Yeah, Deft as well, deciding to switch it up. So like SMLZ, yeah, got some work done with that Deathfire touch. I'll do the same thing. S5 gets a couple of autos down with his traditional Karma on that ward in the brush. And OMG setting up for standard lanes by the looks of things. And Scout with no flash. Zhui, early ganking jungler. I wonder what's going to happen.
That said, a lot of Lee Sins have been going the route of power farming.
Yeah, true.
just to try to get to that level 6 power spike much faster. Again, the higher priority of champions like Nidalee, Kindred, or not Kindred, Nidalee, Elise.
Yep.
Champions that don't necessarily have a level 6 power spike to the same extent. Kind of thrives with.
Well, it's red buff start here as well as Mako, yep, grabs himself a Gromp, discovers the fact that SMLZ is not smacking it anymore. And ClearLove with his red buff start. We'll see where he decides to go, whether it's going to be, oh my god, is he going to level 2 gank SMLZ?
This would just be brutal. Death Sentence will be back up for Mako.
Oh, 5. He doesn't have the movement speed available
he's definitely
just yet.
going for it.
Yeah, there it is. Leap comes in. SMLZ, he gets hooked. Mako gets exhausted, but it doesn't matter. And first blood goes to EDG.
But this is the difference between EDG when their jungler is empowered for early game pressure versus when they're on Skarner. Immediately, a cheeky level 2 gank goes into an invade because they have complete control of the bottom lane. Shui now looking for a response in the mid lane.
Yeah, looking for it. We'll see whether we can actually get there as well, as Icon has this wave in a nice position. Fantastic ward timing comes in from Scout.
Great heads-up play from Scout. It should mean that Shui still will look for the blue trade, especially because Xiong has priority on top, although they really want to punish Scout's lack of flash.
They certainly do. Does get over to the red buff, though, as theirs was stolen away. ClearLove now going to take himself a Rift Scuttler. There's Mako. Push it away. He's still level 1 as he kills the ward. Deft at level 2.
I say just gank him again.
Get down there again, man.
There's a big creep wave in front of EDG. So he's buying time, waiting for them to clear. They're doing it again. There's no flash on Misfortune.
Yeah, well, there's the Flay as well as 5. Uses the shield. SMLZ gets flash leapt on as the teleport's coming in from both of these top laners. Xiong already makes his way through as Mouse is going to find his way in as well. 5 incredibly low, but shields himself back up. And now Xiong looking to try and go deep. Deft takes down 5, and now Xiong in a whole host of trouble. Deft will be able to get in there, but it's Mouse that picks up the kill, and EDG 3-0.
Shui making his way down
Whoa!
river. Oh, no.
And there's the deadly flourish. ClearLove comes in and picks up the kill with a Q.
Welcome to the game, ClearLove. I've missed you for game 1 and game 2.
Yeah. What were you doing? Oh, wait. What was that? Wiggling?
Wiggling.
Immediately,
though, incredible turnaround. Def now sitting 1-0-3. We talk about this time and time again. Yes, Def is an incredible, mechanically gifted AD carry. He's able to make these magical plays happen, miracle moments, sending EDG into MSI the first time around with an incredible crit team fight. 2v2ing Mata and Uzi, but at the end of the day, the heart and soul of EDG, the true carry of EDG, has always been their jungler enabling their team.
Yep, the man that we saw intro us into this game, most definitely the heart and soul. Even if it was just after he got out of the shower or something like that.
I do enjoy the bloopers where he laughs.
Yeah. Icon doing fine here in the mid lane as Scout with his flash available relatively soon, but Mako wants to make a problem happen as Icon's flash got blown, actually.
Well, Mako gets space to do this because the SMLZ and 5 duo lane is now on the top side. They have completely ejected from the situation. Like, this is not fun.
Yeah.
We are not having a good time. We're going top.
We'll see whether EDG decide to shove this one out or whether they're going to answer that change up that has come out. First Dragon's going to be a Cloud, so we'll probably not see it die until about 15 minutes into the game where people can be bothered killing it.
But that's really important. It helps empower OMG's decision to move their duo into the top side, knowing that it's not an infernal or a mountain or an ocean that they're missing out on, so they're not being punished for this maneuver. They're just punishing poor little Nautilus.
Yeah, poor little Nautilus indeed. But he is ahead in farm. Not doing too badly. Mouse has himself double Dorans, as well as that Null Magic Mantle after the 1-0-1 start that he did manage to have. Spend some time down here as now Scout in trouble. Flashes after getting the gold card, which is definitely good news as he dodges the Q. Wild card's going to find 5.
Blue Suede Shoes saves his life right there and completely neutralizes the play that OMG were trying to make in the mid tower. And because they had spent so many resources moving to the mid, it means that EDG now have a massive advantage on pushing down these outer towers.
Yeah, and they'll have most of this wave as well if they want to push this one through. We'll probably be able to at least break any potential freezes by resetting this one on the turret. However, now ClearLove waiting in the wings. Wanting to see whether Icon is going to push further up. Doesn't have his ultimate yet. And Zhuezhui is looking for something here as well.
EDG are pushing through. They ping the tower. They have a huge lead on OMG right now in this push.
Yeah,
and Xiong cancelled his back.
He was thinking about backing, but he's not going to be able to. Another minion wave is going to turn up as Icon as well, poked out of this lane. Teleport down from Scout, teleport up from Icon. But he's not actually going to pull the trigger here on this turret. It's already down below half health. 3 caster creeps. That minion wave is a long way away. We'll see whether they decide to tank it up or anything like that, as this tower still stands. And yeah, Mouse just going to hold on to this minion wave as best he can. The shield comes down, but EDG cannot finish it off.
They need to really respect the fact that they don't have any creeps with them, so the 66% reduction coming in for the tower is pretty big right there.
Yeah, but they are still able to wait for this next minion wave. Deft with some more bullets in the chamber are going to be able to lock that one down. So it's a 2-for-1 turret trade after that lane swap. And Clearlove was able to utilize this extra pressure on the bottom side of the map to keep clearing things out. However, Zhuezhui, level 5, very close to that 6 mark. And again, they're looking for Scout.
But Scout is so good. Like, he hasn't done anything. But the fact that he hasn't given away anything at all, because this is the only play OMG have available on the map. They can't do anything else. So Scout, the heads up. I know that they're going to come mid. I know that they're going to be looking at me. I don't have my flash. Just play safe. It's these small things, but a lesser mid would have been overextended and would have given OMG a foot back into this.
Yeah, true. Well, Clearlove does hit level 6. Has himself the empowered claws. As Scout now just making himself invisible. He's level 7. Destiny's there. OMG now setting up here towards the top side of the map. Mouse is here as well as Mako clearing out vision.
They need to be a bit careful. Clearlove's on his way up, but he's not quite in position yet.
Well, Mako forced to use that flash to get out. Oh, Zhuezhui was looking for the kick and does find it as there's the Destiny. Zhuezhui extraordinarily low. Teleport came in from Xiong as Mako's still alive, somehow Deft. He falls down first. It's massive damage though onto the Lysandra very early on as the dredge line comes in and Scout says, oh, well, no, we ain't doing anything here.
Mistake from EDG, a bit overzealous right there. Again, Clearlove was on his way towards the top side, but Maokai was also on top, not necessarily in perfect position. And Mako got a bit too aggressive, clearing out that pink ward. Really needs to respect OMG, but good response from OMG.
Oh, yeah.
Still mechanically very well played, though. The fact that they're able to trade 1-for-1, the death sentence coming out on Karma, making sure that Lee Sin can't get the immediate kickback because he uses the flay. Yep, salvage what they can, but in the end, OMG come out on top.
Yeah, thankfully, EDG were able to at least pick up 1 kill onto Icon, but let's see whether OMG can ride this momentum from that last fight and get themselves something. Their first 3 kills of the game already going down as Zhuezhui probably able to pick up his warrior enchant when he falls back to base, and does so. Now Mako positioning himself around this top side.
Still incredibly aggressive, try to clean out that river so Clearlove can get his way in. So you see Kha'Zix actually hovering beneath him.
Well, the hook going to be avoided there by SMLZ, but the curtain call comes in. Clearlove's looking for SMLZ, but 5 is going to be the one that falls, and Clearlove grabs it. All too easy here from the EDG jungler.
Advantage now given back towards Deft.
Yeah.
But I'm just watching Scout. The fact that they haven't even done this, or they've acquired such a lead without relying on the Destiny, that it's entirely been on just Clearlove being right place, right time.
He certainly was at that point. He's now Deft holding onto this wave, and SMLZ is going to have to find somewhere else to farm. Because he has, this whole series, been ahead of Deft, honestly. In the laning phase, almost every single time. This is almost the first time that we've seen Deft come out ahead as far as this 1v1. And if anyone's good at laning phase, I'd probably give it to the old Misfortune.
Well, SMLZ did pick up a lot of farm when EDG pushed through on the 2 towers. So they traded the discrepancy between Deft and SMLZ for the top, or excuse me, the bottom inner, as EDG now looking for a possible collapse.
Yeah, they are, as Clearlove, he's in there. Death Sentence not going to find anyone. Mouse throws down the ultimate. Takes himself a lantern, gets himself to safety. And EDG will have the Destiny available in a couple of seconds. Deft wants to push the top.
Exactly, and the discrepancy again is starting to open up because now Deft is getting to do what SMLZ did previously, which is just sit up into a lane and farm. Or technically SMLZ was pushing the tower, but he was the primary benefactor of these are all my creeps. And Nautilus, you get nothing.
Well, it is being how it's turned out. However, Mouse is still behind. It's been thrown under the bus just a little bit. He's Deft doing a lot of work to this turret.
It's fine. It's Maokai, Nautilus, both low econ top laners. They don't necessarily need gold, but
Well.
that's a gold card.
Oh my god, that was so beautiful. Gold card is going to come out onto 5, however. Zhuizhui, fancy feet, was able to get himself out, but they just turned their attention to the support. I want to see that again, though. The kick into the Q-land, into the safeguard to a ward over the wall, that was sexy. That was so nice.
Shui still showing off and flexing his Lee Sin mechanics.
Mm-hmm.
What we really expect from him at this point. He set the bar pretty high.
Damn right he did. Seen some pretty good Lee Sin over the last couple of weeks.
Pretty good Lee Sin in the LPL in general.
Mm-hmm. Clearlove's Lee Sin still has a pretty ludicrous win rate as well, if I remember correctly.
It's something absurd, like 56 wins and like 16 losses competitively.
Yeah, something dumb.
That's actually just crazy.
Well, SMLZ clearing out some minions, so he's able to find something back as the Nautilus does find his way to the top lane, but Deft was able to take down that turret. So, 2 turrets fall on the bottom side of the map. Outer falls on the top side. The Scout grabs himself some little ones, and of course, with the loaded dice, that is like the best thing to do, is to take down the little raptors.
The next objective for EDG technically is going to be the dragon or the mid tower. Although I have a feeling that because Destiny's down, they kind of want to stall this one out a little bit, wait for Twisted Fate to really be in a position. Although with OMG being really proactive and trying to force this, it might force EDG's hand faster than they would normally.
Well, you can see Mako actually moving around here as there's the curtain call. SMLZ takes the first couple of bolts. There's the third one. Hits all of them as Mako pulls him back in. The Ignite's going to tick down. Nice shield comes in. As there's the gold card onto Xiang. Deadly Flourish not going to find SMLZ. Throws down the bullet time, but Mako just flashes out of the way. And now 5, once again, between a rock and a hard place. Deft is going to get jumped on. Zhuizhui is going to fall. It's a decent kick beforehand, but Mako as well, still making the sick plays on this Thresh. Claw of Doom comes in. Icon not going to follow it, and it's a double kill for Clearlove. They just sacrificed Deft and killed the whole team.
Most absurd Mako's mechanics that team fight.
That was perfect.
Ridiculous. Okay, so let's watch this. So first and foremost, they're doing the dragon. Deft catches SMLZ with the slow, but Mako pretty much just finishes the kill. He does all of the damage, he ignites him, and he just styles on the Misfortune. Then he sits back here, and he's just kind of waiting and drawing attention, trying to reposition Deft as the rest of his team comes back in. Eventually, we'll get back into the team fight, hit another sick death sentence. Just disgusting. He's going to hit it on Zhuizhui. Or, excuse me.
On Icon. After dodging all of his abilities, threading the needle through a cannon creep, and then still walking away with, like, sub 400 health. Oh my god. That is just insane.
OMG did manage to get the Air Drake.
Yep.
Round of applause.
Congratulations.
That said, lost the team fight. EDG's hand was forced. They had to use the teleport to get down there as opposed to the Destiny. So don't have those 2 cooldowns available to them.
Yep, 1 teleport available as Icon does still have his. However, Destiny's up. So Scout should be able to follow, assuming he's around the mid lane into wherever he is needed. Mouse now, big creep wave. Xiang and himself going to be battling through. 5.
no.
Oh my goodness.
I was scared for him.
So was I. I thought that Clearlove would just one-shot him.
He doesn't have his bot lane, so respecting.
Well, he's
No
now got
longer
his mid laner.
respecting.
As there's the Ghost Blade. Gold card does fly out, though. As wild cards come in, they get a teleport for it, as Icon does make his way down towards the bottom side, and Zhuizhui's heading in too. So man advantage would have been there with OMG, and they decide to back away on the side of EDG.
I also think smartly picked because Scout does not have a lot of mana. He pretty much was coming in there for the initial gold card, and that was about it.
Yeah, and as well, Deft was happily farming things out here as well, so they don't want to push their luck too much and give away what could be pretty huge freeze for this Jhin on the bottom side of the map. And now Scout wants to get himself a blue buff. Everything quiet this stage.
With EDG holding their waves, however, it forces OMG into consolidating their resources into this mid lane.
Oh, that gold card was fantastic. Scout does get himself out. Death Charge is in there, but Clearlove still wants more. Mouse looking for the engage on the backside. There's the curtain call. 5 has to flash. The ultimate immediately stopped there as Icon locked out of his claw, which he can't actually use to get out. The bullet time was good. Zhuizhui is able to pick up a kill under the Maokai. It's a 1-for-1 trade, however, and EDG still look to have the pushing power. Blue card was locked. Shui waiting.
Yeah, looking for the flank.
Oh, does still have the kick available as Clearlove manages to leap at the right time. Scout takes out 5, but he might pay for this one as another Q lands from Shui. Locks up one more kill. So, once again, 2 for 2. Deadly Flourish onto SMLZ. Has to be careful.
Scout died saving Clearlove's life.
Yep.
He stepped forward, gold carded the Karma to make sure that Karma couldn't throw out the Q to kill Clearlove on the back half of that.
We do it for our leader.
Honorable man.
Mm-hmm. As Deft is going to be the beneficiary of this and picks himself up a whole bunch of farm. Shui, however, still looking damn good on this Lee Sin. We'll see whether he can keep it up.
But these last big engagements really haven't meant anything in terms of the tempo of the game outside just kill gold. They're not over towers. They're not over dragons. They're just 2 teams trying to kill each other.
Yeah, they most certainly are. They
look
good doing it.
The Colosseum of League of Legends.
Well, OMG now with positional advantage here on this mid lane. Nice wildcards, clear out the minions, but EDG will still lose this one, and Icon makes his way in. There's another Frozen Tomb as gold card has been locked. Takes himself a lantern to get out, and Icon's going to get hit by the hook. Once again, Mako playing like a beast, and Xiang also going to fall to the hands of Clearlove. EDG just seem to be one step ahead with these team fights, and Def now moving towards this outer turret. OMG did get that outer, which is a good news story. However, not a lot they can do now with this man disadvantage, 3 against 5.
Yep, treated 1 for 1 in the end. We'll see where they move next. EDG should have expected that, however. Again, with Deft having such a deep freeze on the bottom side, there's nowhere else for SMLZ to safely go, rather than to consolidate resources mid and try to push that last standing outer. Well. Dragon spawning in 45 seconds, though. Should start to see the teams resetting their position. EDG really needs to start picking up some sweepers. They're still sitting on 3 trinkets.
Yeah. Of course, Deft and Scout probably haven't been back in a little while. Scout probably wants to pick up his Lich Bane relatively soon. Clearlove heading back to base now as well. We'll get more of Malmortius completed. 606. My God, he's huge as Deft. Ghostblade popped. And Shui looking for the Q. He certainly has to. As Deft will be able to take himself a lantern, but decides instead that he wants to kill the Lee Sin.
So Chui was trying to get in position to hit him with the E and make that Q much easier to hit with distance, but unfortunately for him, the creep wave.
Yeah. Well, Ocean Drake now spawning. Shui waiting in the pit. Back coming in from Mouse. This is dangerous from OMG. There is full vision available from EDG. Destiny going to come out. OMG reset their position. 4 members strong. Nowhere for Scout to come in too safely.
A ward has been placed for the deep teleport, however. Yeah,
and that's just Clearlove says thank you very much for the leash. As now Mako decides he wants to engage. The box goes down. Clearlove, huge damage into the backline as SMLZ is going to fall. Shui can't find anything, and the resets are coming through for the Kazakhs. Jumps onto 5. Gets the triple kill theoretically, but Deft is able to pick that one up. And now Shui is going to fall. Could it be Clearlove? There it is. And the triple comes out. Now Scout looking for Icon. Doesn't have flash. Can't close the distance. But EDG, if you want to talk about night and day performances, just take this game and the last 2.
But this was the performance we expected from EDG.
Exactly.
This is where they have set the bar, and this is why they are considered the best team in the LPL. Because if they don't perform like this, it's frankly a disappointment.
And it's weird. Very strange. However, definitely able to get the work done now as Def takes himself a lantern.
Clearlove's Kazakhs is just sick.
It is so good. 907.
When Shui kicked him out there and you're expecting the Lee Sin then to immediately look for the Q and find the assassination, you're like, that's it, he's done, the shutdown. No. Instead, jumps forward and just slaps him in the face.
Yeah. Cuts his face off, I think, is what happens when you've got big old claws like that.
That is the most extreme Scyther I've ever seen.
Has he evolved? Could it be a scissor? He decided not to go for the Mecha Kazakh skin, so it obviously isn't. And Deft wants to grab himself a red buff, does so quite easily. As you can see, the Kazakh slinking now towards the top side of the map. And you were talking about neutral objective control. Well, it's 20 minutes into the game.
The
Baron buff exists.
Exactly. The last standing outer is going to be that top side, so it's already beneficial for EDG to be playing towards the top side of the map since they have a 6-minute window where Dragon's not available. Start to see them set up or control vision pocket of Baron itself, then move into OMG's red jungle, place triangle vision, and then look for a pick. They've got the Thresh. They've got the Destiny.
And they've got Mako on fire at the moment.
Or if they choose to just turn and burn this Baron, Kha'Zix will do ridiculous amounts of damage to it.
Yeah, almost has a Ghost Blade for himself as well. Not going for that sort of AoE Kha'Zix that we often see, wanting to farm up very, very quickly with something like a Ravenous Hydra. Just wants to go for, I'm going to kill people as well as I possibly can. As the Claw comes out, Shui looking for it, but the gold card just baited completely out of Clearlove and Scout, and now Xiong able to get himself out of the way of the ultimate, but right into the Deadly Flourish. We can see where the Icon, he does make his way in. It's decent damage as Clearlove still alive, throws down the ultimate, stays in the fight, and EDG get a clean ace. 5-0.
That gold card to start it off, though, was so sexy. The
oh
fact
my,
that
it put me off for the whole rest of the team fight.
Scout standing in Fog of War, knowing that they can't see him because they have pink control, and then Clearlove just baits Shui out, hits him in the Sonic Wave with the gold card, and just deletes him.
Just ridiculous. And EDG tear apart this Baron. Are going to Empowered Recall back, and we'll see what they're going to be able to do with this, whether they go for some sort of 1-3-1 situation. No teleports available apart from Scout, but he would like to be using that Destiny as well in order to get around. But let's have a look at it again.
Just in mid-Sonic Wave, hits him with it.
And Clearlove obviously brought him there too, because he was tagged with it, waiting for the Resonating Strike.
Then also saved by the heal there. The fact that Clearlove doesn't die here is a testament. But just no fear. Continuously running forward. Scout and Malice on the back half. They're cleaning up the rest of OMG. That's a 22-minute ace. That's a 22-minute Baron. And that's a
11,000 gold lead at 23 minutes.
Nailed it.
Yeah. Just ludicrous. And EDG now setting up here towards the top side. Xiong able to get himself to safety with the dredge line. But the tower is not going to be so lucky because he can't move out of the way of, honestly, what is basically a wrecking crew of EDG.
And here comes the siege.
One more time. Yeah, exactly right. 5 has to flash. Not going to land the last couple of bolts here on the side of Def, but they create enough space, and that's all he needs to do.
Got the creep wave behind them, got the Baron buff. Shui looking for a miracle.
Oh, they're going to need one. Frozen Tomb is available. Shui does get a kick onto Def, but he QSS's at mid-kick and flashes out. Shui is going to die. Clearlove's got himself a reset. Nice Frozen Tomb on Icon himself, but now he's right in the middle of it. Zhonya's is down. But OMG can't use the space that he's gaining for them whatsoever. Destiny is going to get Scout right onto the enemy team. And Clearlove, what? Okay, Goomba stomps the support.
I mean, I feel like the first 2 games of this were pretty much in hard mode.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like EDG. I wonder whether we can do this without a jungler. Well, apparently.
But that was best case scenario from Shui. He got right onto Def. The QSS immediately came out into a flash, so Def doing a great job repositioning himself immediately. But it doesn't get cleaner than that.
And Clearlove's now 12-0-10. 22 kill participation out of 28. He is all over this game. Ghostblade completed. We'll be able to go back to base and buy even more items. And a Kha'Zix that's ahead is just a revolting thing to witness.
The damage is pretty absurd.
Oh yeah, BF sword now done as well. So going for what could be a Bloodthirster. Grab that extra sustain, why not? Flat damage, pretty damn good on the old Kha'Zix. And he's got the double armor penetration items as well as his warrior enchantment. The man has a lot of CDR as well, given the fact that he has 20% from his items alone. Now moving towards this Ocean Drake spawning in 2 seconds.
And while 3 resources of EDG are taking this dragon, you have the mid lane being pushed by Mouse, and likewise the bottom being pushed by Scout. So making sure that they're setting themselves up for their next move on the map.
Yeah. Deft is going to be able to help out here. Double Ocean Drake will be helping EDG as well, especially if Clearlove wants to jump in and out of these fights. And blue buff going to be taken there from Scout. Exactly right.
I believe it's an 8-second window, though, to count as out of combat.
Yeah. So maybe not in and out of fights, but if they are able to disengage and then re-engage, could possibly work out. Deadly Flourish flies through. Bit of damage onto Zhui. OMG for the moment. Now without having to contend with the Baron buff, looking a little bit better.
But now looking for their 4-1. Scout moving over into the mid lane.
Yeah. And that inhibitor being down means that super creeps are going to start knocking on the front door of OMG. Back going to come in. Scout looking for a potential engagement here as the Death Sentence lands from Mako. Decides not to go in on it as Mouse off to the side. 5 takes bajillions of damage from Def. As that curtain call was in there, Scout also right in amongst it. The wildcard picks up a stray Karma on the back end, and Icon's going to explode. More damage onto SMLZ as the Twisted Advance is going to get in, and Clearlove can't even get any hits off onto him after he launches his way through. Gold card onto the Nautilus, but these turrets are falling apart. The Nexus is going to be next to fall. A 26-minute victory for EDG after falling in game number 2. And you can see a smile on Clearlove's face. Mouse as well has looked jolly all day, honestly. And EDG, after what was a pretty disappointing first 2 games, come back with a vengeance in game number 3.
They thrashed OMG in game number 3. Scout in particular, that last team fight was really impressive. Again, understanding his responsibility and his position in that team perfectly. My team is engaging on OMG members off to the right. I know that the threat is Shui Shui, so he steps to the left and he just zones out Lee Sin. Immediately gold cards him so there's no follow-up. So Deft is safe to push forward into OMG.
Yeah, and then accidentally kills 5 with a wild card that's doing heaps of damage. EDG shaking the hands of OMG. And honestly, today we've had 2 very similar series. Honestly, Vici versus Saint. On paper, looks like a Vici victory, but Saint managed to take game number 2. Vici come back with a vengeance in game number 3 and really take them down. Same thing happens here with EDG, OMG. EDG, well-deserved bow. And man, that was what we were expecting from the first 2 games, and thankfully it happened in game number 3.
To be frank, though,
please do.
OMG should have won that series. It should have been a 2-0. Again, EDG came out with a miracle team fight in game 1. I don't know if EDG are maybe experimenting a bit with their draft phase because, again, they win a game with Skarner. It was very hard fought. We have the 1-game buffer going into a 3-game series. Maybe we try it again. We try to augment it with the Sivir, with the Karma, because it felt like they immediately identified what their problem was, not only with the changing of the pick from Skarner to Kha'Zix, but the cheeky level 2 gank. Like, EDG very clearly were able to identify, I don't think our jungler is pressuring enough in the early game. Maybe we should adjust this. So I'm willing to kind of bend a little bit on, like, game 1 to game 2 of, like, Skarner to Skarner, because you could see them, like, changing the picks around it.
Yeah, you're exactly right. We are going to have a look at today's results here as well, as Vici were able to take down Saint, but Saint once again able to take a map off this team. We'll see whether they can continue improving now with their new support. EDG were then finally able to take down OMG in what was a pretty ridiculous series. OMG looking fantastic in game number 2 and pretty good in most of game number 1.
And I don't want to take away anything from OMG by saying, oh, you know, EDG, they were experimenting with the Skarner, experimenting with their draft phase. I do think that there might be some validity or at least debate there. But OMG also, like, if that was any other team other than EDG, and EDG still shouldn't have won that first game, played so cleanly today.
They did.
Really cool compositions, very creative in their execution, still a very young squad. And I think it's safe to say that even though Loveling and Cool are on the bench, OMG have found the secret formula, and it's Shui Shui on carry junglers.
Damn right. And you can see OMG, this is a team right at the bottom of the standings as well, as they lost to Invictus Gaming last week. Of course, tomorrow we're going to have Newbie taking on IMA and IG then taking on Team WE. That matchup is going to be very, very interesting to watch.
Yeah, you're talking about historic matchups, Team WE versus Invictus Gaming. It doesn't get more historic than that. The 2 kind of staples, the pillars of the Chinese LPL. Yeah,
not to mention the fact that IG and WE have very different styles. IG like to get into that 1-3-1, mix things up, play around Rookie a heck of a lot, whereas WE are the quintessential team that want to fight you at 35 minutes and not do too much before that.
It's kind of also this cool, like, legacy player versus complete rebrand. Like, if you look at OMG and Team WE, both of those organizations and these brands have rebuilt their roster. Team WE far more successfully, although OMG are looking better after this series against EDG. Whereas Invictus Gaming, literally, like, Kid, Zatai, Tabe, 3 of the oldest players of the league, still kicking. Yeah,
they most certainly are. And we are going to have a look at the MVP from that match. It is going to be Clearlove, 13-0-11. The guy was so huge. And I think they need to put another statistic down here. Didn't play Skarner as well. Nice work. But no, Clearlove's Kha'Zix is so beautiful to watch, much like many of his other champions that aren't Skarner.
Just anytime he's on a early playmaking jungler and he's giving the power to impact the map immediately, he's oppressive with it.
Yeah, most certainly is. And the way they orchestrated that first gank there as well as Mako also needs a massive honorable mention. That 3-man play right there was enough to demonstrate his phenomenal mechanics.
And ClearLove also showing that he really understands the power of his champion and has full faith in his team to allow him to thrive. Like, there is no fear in all of these engagements of how deep and how aggressively he'll jump forward.
Yeah. And getting the resets around those fights as well. And I mean, it wasn't necessarily about what he could do after that stage, because we all know how Kazakhs can snowball. We've all played solo queue. We all understand that once he gets those first few kills, it's awful to deal with. However, it's how they orchestrated getting him that, and it's what I was about to talk about before, was they got the flash out of the Misfortune very early, they traded it for Scout's flash, and then immediately, ClearLove says, well, I'm starting red. We're going to kill him in about 2 seconds. Goes in, doesn't have to use the flash, and then repeats it straight away, gets himself to this stage where he can just be that massive Kazakhs.
No, completely agree. It was a well-thought-out plan from start to finish, executed beautifully, and this was the EDG that we expected to show up in Game 1 and Game 2. I think you said it, night and day difference. And unfortunately, EDG have set the standards so high that if they don't perform like this, everyone's kind of scratching their heads.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And another thing we need to talk about is the fact that Scout also sort of changing up that the champion pool a little bit, picks up the Twisted Fate, does fantastic things with it.
I think Scout is actually very good. It's always so hard to talk about Scout and to try to put him up because people are like, oh, but Pawn is so good. Like, how could you ever think, like, not that Scout is better than Pawn, but I think that Scout is actually better for EDG than Pawn. And the reason why I say this is because EDG have gone through different iterations of styles over the course of like them being together as a team. And I always go back to 2014 EDG because I actually thought that that was one of the strongest forms of them.
Yeah.
And then, of course, you've got Pawn and Deft. Deft is a great replacement for Name. He's pretty much everything that Name was good at, but better.
Yeah.
But Scout is so much closer to you, Unstoppable, than went to Snake, than Pawn is. And Pawn created this interesting dynamic where he created kind of another pressure point on the map. But really all EDG have ever needed is just someone to control team fights. And Scout displayed it beautifully in that last game. Like his priority targets on the gold card when he's pulling them. Yes, Pawn is another incredible Twisted Fate. But his style is very different than Scout's style and the responsibilities of what they're doing. Yeah,
because I believe Pawn would be more like, I'm just going to Destiny my way in there and just press Zonya's button or something like that, or take someone down and die or something like that. The man does like to kamikaze a little bit, but his mechanics are undisputably phenomenal.
It's carrying a team fight versus controlling a team fight. Pawn is there to find that 1v1 pick or that big kill. Scout is there to control the area in front of him and allow Deft and ClearLove to thrive.
Yeah, but ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be it for today's LPL action. 6 whole games. We definitely get our money's worth. So on behalf of myself, Frosker, and our whole production team, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for day 2.